Chapter 145. Soon after, Fan Jing also rushed over. Lord Qin Shu! He had a joyous expression, fearlessly running towards Gyue Qin Shu. But immediately after, he was hit back by a wave of pine needles. Group leader, it's me, Fan Jing! He shouted in bewilderment, realizing something was wrong for the first time. But why would Gyue Qin Shu agree to him? Big brother, what happened to Lord Qin Shu? Fan Jing was perplexed and panicked, asking for help from Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan ignored him, instead squatting down and forming a claw with his right hand towards Bai Ningbing. Plunder Gu! He secretly activated this Gu worm, and quickly felt like he had grabbed something. He quickly pulled back, and a Gu worm flew out from Bai Ningbing's body. It was a red steel relic Gu. This was given to Bai Ningbing by the Bai clan leader, but Bai Ningbing did not use it and quickly reached rank 3. But now, it was Fan Yuan's doing. The red steel relic Gu flew out from Bai Ningbing's body and landed in Fan Yuan's hand. A group of Bai clan Gu masters were so anxious that their eyes turned red, shouting, "Scoundrel, stop if you don't want to die! You dared to snatch our Bai clan's Gu worm right in front of us! It's a red steel relic Gu!" Fan Yuan sneered, not saying a word. Once the red steel relic Gu was in his hands, he used Spring Autumn Cicada to refine it. But he did not keep it in his aperture, but kept it in his chest, giving the illusion that he did not refine it on the spot. He grabbed again, and this time, a gray beetle flew out. Stone Aperture Gu! Fan Yuan recognized this Gu worm's origin. His gaze flashed, and he refined it again, keeping it in his chest. Damn it, another Gu worm! Stop him, he is so unrestrained, he simply does not put our Bai clan in his eyes. Save Bai Ningbing! Kill these guys! Bai clan's Gu masters shouted as they rushed over from the mountain path. Bai Ningbing was heavily nurtured by the clan, and all the Gu worms on her were top quality. Now that it was snatched away by Fan Yuan in front of everyone felt their hearts bleed. This was worse than killing them. Fan Jing was so shocked that he took a step back when he saw this group of people charging at him. Fan Yuan, however, was indifferent. In the current situation, he and Fan Jing were standing on the east side of the mountain path, while the Bai clan Gu masters were on the west side, with Gyue, Qin Shu and Bai Ningbing blocking the way. So. The pine needles fell like rain. Damn it! Bai clan's Gu masters cursed, but were stopped by Gyue and Qin Shu. Gyue Qin Shu is not far from death. The remaining time is only enough for me to use the Plunder Gu one more time. What will it be this time? Fan Yuan calmed down and activated Plunder Gu. Every time Plunder Gu was activated, it consumed a lot of primeval essence. The stronger the target Gu worm, the harder the process, the more primeval essence would be consumed. If the plunder failed, the Gu master would suffer a backlash. Thus, the Plunder Gu was of little value, and had not many uses. But now, Bai Ningbing was on the verge of death. His consciousness was hazy, and he was close to the end of his rope. It was not difficult to plunder his Gu worms. Among the Gu worms on Bai Ningbing, the most valuable was undoubtedly the Frost Demon Gu. This Gu was comparable to the Wood Charm Gu, and could turn a person into a frost demon. But if used for too long, the Gu master's life would be extinguished, turning into an ice sculpture. Bai Ningbing knew its drawbacks, and had never used the Frost Demon Gu like Gyue Qin Shu. Other than the Frost Demon Gu, the second most valuable was the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, a rank 3 Gu. Right now, it was residing in Bai Ningbing's throat. If he could grab the Blue Bird Ice Coffin Gu, that would be the best situation. But the Plunder Gu was only rank 2, and it was not strong enough to fulfill the Gu master's wishes. In the end, Fan Yuan grabbed Bai Ningbing's Water Shield Gu. This was not bad. The Water Shield Gu combined with the White Jade Gu would provide Fan Yuan with an even better defense. The tree spirit that Gyue Qin Shu had transformed into was pushed down by the Bai clan Gu masters. They split open the wooden cage and rescued Bai Ningbing, who had lost his right arm and had fainted. Just as they were about to attack Fan Yuan and Fa Jing, Gyue clan's reinforcements arrived. After confronting each other for a while, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. Qin Shu was dead, and Bai Ningbing was heavily injured. Under the wolf tide, this kind of sacrifice was shocking enough. If a large-scale battle occurred, the pressure on the clan's survival would be too great. No matter which world it was, the reason why people fought was mostly for the sake of benefits. But the biggest benefit in the world was undoubtedly survival. Finally, Guyue Qinshu's corpse and Gu worms were brought back by Guyue clan's Gu masters. Both sides guarded against each other, and left the battlefield. The sky was raining, and it was gloomy. A group of people stood on a hill behind the village. This was the graveyard. Almost every once in a while, there would be a few new graves here. In this world, it was hard for humans to survive. Be it external or internal factors, there would always be many sacrifices. The clan elder's voice was hoarse and deep, echoing in everyone's ears, adding to the pressure in their hearts. We have the same name, we come from the same clan, we have the same blood flowing in our veins. We are so close, but we are forever separated by life and death. Right now, my heart is filled with sorrow. Wait for me. One day in the future, I will also lie beside you. Let us turn into dust and soil, and carry our bloodline. In front of a new grave, this group of people lowered their heads, many were sobbing softly, and some were looking at the names on the tombstones with sorrow. The cruelty of life and death was like a white bone hand, tearing open a bloody wound in everyone's heart. It was just that some people were already numb from the pain, while some people's hearts were still young. Guyue Fanjing was among the crowd, his lowered eyes staring at the tombstone. Guyue Qinshu. Dead? His eyes were filled with endless bewilderment. Yesterday's battle. The entire process and situation were still vivid in his mind, deeply engraved in his heart. His experience was limited, and he could not understand Guyue Qinshu's tragic sacrifice. Now that the reality was placed in front of him, he could not accept it for a moment. Dead? That Lord Qinshu who always smiled warmly, always gave me pointers, took care of me, and let me go, he really died. Why did this happen? Why in this world? Why is it that good people die easily, and bad people live forever? Is this a dream? Am I dreaming right now? Fangjing subconsciously clenched his fists. The real sensation made him feel even more grief. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters could be heard. Sigh to think this time. Even Lord Qinshu was sacrificed. People will always die. But it is such a pity. I heard that Bai Ningbing still had one breath left, and was saved. May he rest peacefully underground, and bless us to survive this wolf tide. The crowd gradually dispersed, and finally, only Fanjing was left. The young man's lonely figure faced a mountain of tombstones and graves. Lord Qinshu. He suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He was bewildered, he was regretful, he was helpless, he was grieving. Plop! Plop 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 plop. Bean-sized raindrops fell from the dark clouds, hitting the ground and causing the green grass and tree branches to droop. The smell of the soil rushed into Fangjing's nose, and he cried in pain. His cries mixed with the sound of the rain. His 10 fingers dug into the mud, trying to grab Qinshu's life. But he only managed to grab 2 clumps of soil. The rain started. Bai Ningbing lay on the soft bed, looking at the rain with a blank expression. His right arm had already been treated, and was wrapped in white bandages. His eyes had returned to their black color, and his cultivation was rank 3. He did not suppress his cultivation to rank 2. When he awoke from his slumber, he suddenly felt dispirited and uninterested in life. He had been lying there quietly with his eyes open for more than 10 hours. He allowed his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence to nourish his aperture. He was too lazy to care about it. This rain stirred the deepest memories in his heart. It was in this summer rain that he was officially adopted by clan leader. The patriarch's benevolent and hopeful gaze landed on him. The congratulatory voices of the surrounding elders surged over like a tide. The little him stood barefoot on the cold floor, staring at the rain outside the window, feeling lost and lonely. What is the purpose of living? This question that had troubled him for more than 20 years, and would likely continue to trouble him until he self-destructed, appeared again. Is it for kinship for the clan? Bai Ningbing could not help but think of Gyue Qingshu. Ever since he was young, he had seen such sacrifices many times. Some were by clansmen, some were Xiong clansmen, Gyue clansmen. He could not understand this passion. He seemed to be a cold and emotionless person by nature. Gyue Qingshu could not give him an answer, thus Fan Yuan's figure appeared in Bai Ningbing's mind. The first time he saw Fan Yuan was leaning against a tree behind him, eating a wild fruit he picked, and watching the battle at the foot of the mountain. He was so excited that his body was trembling, shaking with excitement. Because he saw himself in Fan Yuan's deep and serene eyes. But now that he thought about it, Fan Yuan's eyes seemed to have something more than him. That something was the answer to this question. The rain became heavier, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. What is the purpose of living? In the dark study room, Gyue Fangjing asked the same question. Clan leader Gyue Bo sighed. He looked pitifully at the soulless young man in front of him. Then he looked at the rain outside the window. Fangjing's confusion was understandable. The inevitable death often forced people to think about the value of life. Do you know? More than 10 years ago, there was a young man in the same situation as you. He asked me the same question. After a long time, Gyue Bo spoke slowly. That person was your team leader, my godson, Gyue Qingshu. Fangjing was slightly stunned. He raised his head. A pair of red and swollen eyes showed a desire for an answer. Chapter 146. I told him, there are thousands of reasons for a person to live. I can't answer why you're alive, only you can. Find it yourself. Gyue Bo answered. Then what's your answer, clan leader? Fangjing blinked in confusion and asked. Gyue Bo chuckled. In his eyes, Fangjing and Qingshu's images seemed to overlap. In the past, Gyue Qingshu had asked a similar question. The clan leader thought for a while, then repeated his answer. There will always be sacrifices in an organization. From the moment a person is born, it means death. Between life and death, humans are fragile, but there is one thing that can warm the heart and illuminate our soul. That is love. This is my answer. Sacrifices are common. Gyue Qingshu was Gyue Bo's adopted son. He had raised him for many years. Now that he had sacrificed himself, as his adopted father, Gyue Bo was naturally grieved. But as the clan leader, he had seen too many sacrifices. When he had the awareness of life and death, he could accept the sorrow and pain. Fangjing lowered his head again. He did not speak, as if he was thinking. The clan leader smiled and took out a letter from his desk drawer, then passed it to Fangjing. This is Gyue Qingshu's letter. It recorded the answer he had pondered for many years. Now I'm giving it to you, you can take a look. This is his answer. Without a doubt, this letter had an unparalleled attraction in Fangjing's heart. He immediately opened it. When he saw the first line, his tears flowed uncontrollably. It was Gyue Qingshu's familiar handwriting. Between the lines, there was his unique gentleness. At the beginning of the letter, it recorded his confusion and pain. Then it was the process of his constant thinking over the years, the events that touched him. As Fangjing looked at this letter, it was as if he had experienced Gyue Qingshu's life. He followed the pace of Gyue Qingshu's life, all the way to the end of the letter. There was a passage at the end. The clan is like a forest, and each of us is like a tree in the forest. The old tree extended its branches to shelter the new saplings from the wind and rain. When the new trees grew into towering trees, the old trees would fall and become nutrients in the soil to nourish the land and give birth to new trees. People will always die, heaven and earth will not remember us. However, the new trees were proof of the old trees' existence. Just like that, he kept witnessing. This forest of the family will become increasingly vast, and it will move towards prosperity and prosperity. People die all the time. As a Gu master, they could not hide the outcome of death. Even rank 7, rank 8, or even rank 9 Gu masters could only live a little longer. I felt fear in the face of death. But I deeply understand that one day, I, Gyue Chi Shu, will also die. Perhaps they would die of old age or illness, or perhaps they would die in battle. May I then go to my death in peace and without regret. At the end of the letter. Lord Foster Father. I have asked you that question before. I think I have already found the answer. After reading this letter, Fang Jing sobbed uncontrollably. His mind was filled with memories of Qi Shu. When he made a mistake, he did not blame him but instead comforted him. When he suffered a setback, his encouraging gaze. In his frustration, he used his warm hand to rub his head. Gyue Bo kept this letter. In the future, when you think of the answer, you can also write me a letter. Go back and have a good rest. The Wolf Tide's crisis has not ended. You need to contribute your strength. No. Fan Jing slowly raised his head, clenching his fists. What is it? Gyue Bo asked. I have already found my answer. Fang Jing's tone was filled with an indescribable determination. I want strength. To protect my loved ones, to protect them from harm. I want to protect the clan, to strengthen the clan. I want to see the Wolf Tide no longer torment us. I want to see my companions feel happy and happy. I do not want this kind of sorrow to continue. I want to use my hands, my body, my soul, to protect the people around me. Gyue Bo showed a surprised expression. At this moment, he seemed to see Gyue Chi Shu. Qin Shu, you did not die in vain. Looking at Fang Jing's shining eyes, the clan leader sighed in his heart. An old tree fell, and in the soil where it slowly rotted, a new sprout was already growing rapidly. Rinzhu could not bear the loneliness, thus he gouged out his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter. Only then did he get rid of the loneliness slightly. But good times did not last long. This pair of children gradually became greedy for the scenery of the world, putting their father Rinzhu at the back of their minds, often playing and forgetting the time, and even forgetting to take care of Rinzhu. Rinzhu could not see anything. His eyes were filled with darkness. But sometimes, he could actually see a bit of light. Regarding this, he was extremely puzzled, asking the Attitude Gu for guidance. Attitude Gu told him, Oh, this is the eternal light emitted by the Belief Gu. Belief? When Bai Ningbing saw this, she sneered and casually threw the book that recorded the ancient legend in her hand. The door opened at this moment, and the person who came in was almost hit in the face by this book. Ningbing, what are you doing? The person who came in was the Bai clan leader. He frowned, consoling. I know you are in a bad mood, but losing your right arm is nothing. In this world, there are many goo worms that can heal your injuries. In the past, I asked the clan elder to stay by your side and protect you, but you always rejected, even attacking the clan elder. You suffered a loss this time, right? But this is also a good thing. Since young, your path has been too smooth. As long as you don't die or sacrifice yourself, this loss is nothing. Your injuries are no longer a problem, but the wolf tide is getting fiercer. The clan needs your strength now. A group of wolf cubs, what can they amount to? Bai Ningbing closed her eyes, lying on the bed, saying indifferently. The clan leader's face showed a serious expression. The situation is not good. It can even be said to not be optimistic. According to our investigations, there are already no less than 3 frenzy lightning wolf packs roaming around the village. Your failure has greatly affected the clan. Your failure has greatly affected the clansmen. I hope that this evening, you will appear in public. As long as you don't fall, it will greatly raise our clan's morale. Do you understand? I understand, this is just a small matter. Bai Ningbing mumbled, his face full of impatience. If it was anyone else who had such an attitude towards the clan leader, they would have been severely punished. But Bai Ningbing was a different matter. The Bai clan leader sighed helplessly. He closed the door and left. Only Bai Ningbing was left in the room. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a lonely and lost expression. He did not tell anyone about the trouble in his body, and the premonition of death. From the clan's records, he found out the name of the northern dark eye soul physique. In the limited information, the 10 extreme physiques were also known as the sure death aptitude. When the aperture walls reached the limit, the power of the self-explosion would be extremely strong. Bai clan leader had raised Bai Ningbing and was very lenient towards him. If he told others about the northern dark eye soul physique, Bai Ningbing did not doubt that the first person to kill him would be this Bai clan leader. What is the purpose of a person living? In the past, when he thought about this question, Bai Ningbing would feel very lost. Then he would feel bored, anxious, resentful, and other negative emotions. But now, he had a sense of calmness in his heart. People would always grow. Not to mention a genius like him. In the past, he knew that he would die for sure, and in his despair, he yearned for life, and had a kind of fear towards death. But now, when he really almost died, he accepted it. Letting the rank 3 white-silver primeval essence nourish his aperture, he was no longer anxious. It was because he was no longer afraid of death. Even though he was still lost about the meaning of living, he knew where the answer to this question was. This answer had long been in Fang Yuan's heart. This kind of feeling was indescribable, and it was extremely mysterious. But he was clear about it. Moreover, the stone aperture goo was in Fang Yuan's hands now. Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again, he muttered softly, his eyes shining with a bright radiance that was as dazzling as diamonds. Stone aperture goo. In the rented room, Fang Yuan looked at the goo worm in his hand and fell into deep thought. The stone aperture goo was shaped like a dice, square, grayish-white in color, and extremely hard. This goo was an expendable goo, disappearing after one use. Its use was to turn the aperture walls of the goo master into a hard stone wall. This move completely squeezed out the foundation and potential of the aperture, allowing the goo master to instantly reach the peak of cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan was now at rank 2 middle stage. After using this goo, he could instantly reach rank 2 peak stage. But the price he had to pay was that Fang Yuan would never be able to advance to rank 3, and would also lose the ability to recover his primeval essence. From now on, he could only use Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence. The stone aperture goo was used by goo masters who had no other way out. Some goo masters' apertures suffered irreparable damage and had cracks that could not be healed, so they could only use this goo. Or under special circumstances, the goo master had no hope of advancing, and had to raise his cultivation in a short period of time to survive. Thus, they used the stone aperture goo. The cost of refining the stone aperture goo is very high. Bai Ningbing refined this goo worm in order to turn her aperture into a stone aperture, to prevent death from descending upon her. Unfortunately, this method can only delay the arrival of death, and cannot stop the self-destruction. If the northern dark eye soul physique could be broken so easily, why would it be called one of the 10 extreme physiques? This stone aperture goo was useless to Fang Yuan, but the red steel relic goo and water shield goo from Bai Ningbing were very useful. As for the goo worms that Fang Yuan took from Gyue, Manshur and the others, they were not outstanding. After returning to the village, he handed them over to the higher-ups of the clan, and exchanged them for large amounts of battle merits. Due to the wolf tide, Qin Shu and Bai Ningbing's fierce battle was suppressed by the 3 mountain strongholds, and they endured it silently. All 3 sides needed each other's strength to get through this crisis. Xiong Lin's report exposed the fact that Fang Yuan possessed the white jade goo, but he used the excuse of buying it from the caravan to temporarily gloss over it. Chapter 147. As the person involved, Fang Yuan was naturally investigated by the clan. But this investigation did not go deep, as the clan's higher-ups were all focused on the increasingly severe wolf tide. Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass and stealth scales goo were still hidden, but even if they were exposed, Fang Yuan could push all the blame onto the caravan. Anyway, under the wolf tide, transportation was already cut off, and the caravan would not come. In this situation, the clan could not get confirmation from the caravan, and the investigation would only drag on. By the time they could get results, Fang Yuan would have already cultivated to rank 3 and left Qingmao Mountain. Of course, if the 4 flavors liquor worm and spring-autumn cicada were exposed, it would be a different story. No matter which one was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion in the village. The Four Flavors liquor worm represented a brand new secret refinement method, and had great significance. Even if Fan Yuan pushed all the blame onto the caravan, he could not explain it. He would definitely be investigated by the clan. Once the spring-autumn cicada was discovered, any wolf-tide would die. This was a rank 6 gu. Even if the clan leader Guyuebo saw it, he would immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. What bullshit kinship, what clan leader position, he could give up on it. He would definitely force and snatch it, without a second word. July, a hot summer day, the air was like flowing fire, filled with the smell of blood. The wolf tide was getting more and more serious, and the battles were getting more intense. Many people began to realize that the scale of the wolf tide this time was one of the rarest in the history of the past. The bold lightning wolf group was reduced to a supporting role, thousands of frenzied lightning wolves roaming around the village. The living space of humans was compressed to an extremely low level. Even the headquarters of the Guyue clan was the same. Not to mention the village at the foot of the mountain. 9 out of 10 houses were empty. A portion of the lucky villagers, through various connections, managed to survive in the village. But even more villagers had to leave their homes, and to avoid the wolf pack, they started to travel over mountains and rivers. Their destination was another village on the mountain. But along the way, there were fierce beasts and wild goo. Almost all the lightning wolves in the mountains and plains compressed their hopes of migration into tiny particles. This was a journey of despair. These mortals had already been abandoned by the Guyue clan, and they would all die along the way. Not to feed the fierce beasts. They were killed by the swarm of insects. Be it mortals or goo masters, they were all struggling between life and death. Even the elders, who usually held high positions in the clan, had no choice but to personally go into battle. The goo masters who went into seclusion earlier. He was called up again. When the wolf tide ended, less than 1/10 of them would be able to survive. The cruelty of nature was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. The strong preyed on the weak, and the survival of the fittest. It was not something that could be avoided with a few warm words. Fan Yuan sat on the bed with his eyes closed, his mind entering his aperture. In the aperture, 44% of the red steel sea was surging, rising and falling. This true essence was so red that it was almost black. It was dark red peak second revolution true essence. Second revolution true essence was called scarlet iron true essence. But in the 4 different small realms of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak, there was a slight difference in the red iron true essence. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence was light red in color. Rank 2 middle stage primeval essence was crimson in color. He had reached the advanced level. It was crimson. Peak was crimson. Many days ago, Fan Yuan had advanced from middle stage to upper stage. The original dark red primeval essence, after being refined by the 4 flavors liquor worm and replenished by the Yuan stone, had completely turned into the current dark red primeval essence. Right now, in the aperture, the surrounding aperture walls were no longer glowing water membranes. Instead, they were layers of thick stone membranes made of white light. White jade goo and stealth scales goo were submerged in the red steel sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing around in the sea, but when the spring-autumn cicada's figure gradually appeared, the 4 flavors liquor worm immediately dove deep into the sea with a whoosh. At this time, the entire primeval sea would be as smooth as a mirror under the spring-autumn cicada's aura, without a single ripple. The spring-autumn cicada's condition was getting better. Its 2 wings had completely recovered, like a pair of fresh green leaves. But its main body was still withered like before. Fan Yuan would inspect the spring-autumn cicada every once in a while. Right now, he could clearly feel that the spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was getting faster and faster. In the past, the spring-autumn cicada was like a dying patient, unable to open its mouth and only able to drink liquid food to maintain its life. But now, this patient could get off the bed and open his mouth to eat more food to replenish his nutrients. The recovery speed was naturally getting faster and faster. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there were 2 new members in Fan Yuan's aperture. They were both obtained from Bai Ningbing. One was the water shield Gu, floating in the sea like a jellyfish. The other was the red steel relic Gu. Fan Yuan's advancement to upper stage was because the 4 flavors liquor worm had refined its primeval essence and had been nurturing the aperture, accumulating the essence to the point of a qualitative change. Fan Yuan had yet to use this red steel relic Gu. Just based on cultivation, Fan Yuan was already the 3rd strongest rank 2 Gu master in Gyue clan. Xiongli and Qing Shu had already died, and even in the entire Qingmao mountain, Fan Yuan was in the top 5. As for Qi Shan and Mo Yen, they were originally upper stage, but not long ago, they had both advanced to peak stage. After Qing Shu's death, the low morale of the clansmen was boosted. Fan Yuan was improving, but others were also improving. Previously, Qi Shan and Mo Yen had been stuck at upper stage for a period of time, suppressed by Qing Shu, who was at peak stage. Especially under the stimulation of death brought by the wolf tide, the Gu masters developed a serious thirst for strength, squeezing out their potential and causing their cultivation to rise. But in terms of battle strength, I am definitely the number 1 rank 2 Gu master in the whole Qingmao mountain. Now that I have used this red steel relic Gu, my cultivation has risen to peak stage, and with my rich experience, I can even fight against a rank 3 Gu master to a certain extent. Fan Yuan pondered. His low profile and forbearance earlier had now brought him great results. With such great aptitude, being able to achieve such progress, the clansmen would be shocked. Even the A-grade aptitude Fang Jing was only at rank 2 middle stage. Of course, even if he advanced to peak stage, Fan Yuan could not reach the stage of defeating a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing was able to kill a rank 3 Gu master because of the northern dark eye soul physique. Guyue and Qing Shu could also do it because of the Wood Charm Gu, a powerful and unique rank 3 Gu worm. Actually, speaking of which, Fan Yuan also had a trump card that was stronger than the 2 of them, Spring Autumn Cicada. But this rank 6 Gu worm was quite special. Fan Yuan would not use it unless he had no other choice. Spring Autumn Cicada had not fully recovered, if he forcefully used it. Whether he could revive or not was a huge question mark. The red steel relic Gu was only effective on rank 2 Gu masters. It was worthless to not use it. Fan Yuan was just about to use this Gu worm. There was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Fan Yuan, it's me, Guyue Jianya. After the knock, a person shouted. Fan Yuan frowned. This Jianya was getting more and more overboard, coming to find him again and again, wanting to buy more vitality leaves. The more deaths and injuries there were, the higher the price of vitality leaves, to the point where there was no stock in the market. How many times have I told you? I don't have any extra vitality leaves here, get lost. Fan Yuan snorted. How could he give up his cultivation time for a mere yuan stone? Outside the door, Jianya smiled flatteringly. Lord Fan Yuan, please calm down. You also know the current situation. I have no other choice, right? Many Gu masters know that I sell vitality leaves here and come looking for me. My days are not good either. How about this? I will increase the price by 10%. Lord Fan Yuan, please do me a favor and give me a dozen pills to save my life. At the end, he begged, his voice carrying a sobbing tone. Fan Yuan was indifferent. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Humph. You are getting more and more daring. Forgetting our agreement, you actually brought someone else here. Jianya stood outside the door, smiling bitterly. He looked at the elderly Gu master beside him. He had no other choice. This Gu master was too domineering, insisting on following him here. Little friend Fan Yuan. This elderly Gu master spoke. I am Guyue Yi. I believe you have heard of me. This time I want to buy some vitality leaves from you. I hope you can give me some face and spare some time to produce some. Give you face? What face do you have? Fan Yuan sneered. This Guyue Yi had some fame. He had originally retired, but because of the wolf tide, he was summoned back by the clan. At his peak, he was a rank 3 cultivator. But because of his injuries, his cultivation fell to rank 2 peak stage. Now that he was old, his cultivation fell to rank 2 upper stage. Although he had the same cultivation as Fan Yuan, his battle strength was no longer enough. Gu Yue's face was ashen. He had long heard that Fan Yuan was a loner and eccentric, with a bad temper, arrogant and disrespectful, looking down on everyone. Before he came, he was mentally prepared, but he did not expect that he still underestimated Fan Yuan. He wanted to sell his face to Fan Yuan, but this method that had always been successful was useless against Fan Yuan. At once, he felt his face burning, and his heart was filled with anger and humiliation. His face was completely thrown away this time. This disrespectful dog. He cursed in his heart, but did not leave. He needed vitality leaves. He was an experienced person, and knew the importance of vitality leaves. Sometimes, a piece of vitality leaves could save his life. The older one gets, the more timid they become. In the past, when he was young, he would be motivated and filled with hot blood. He wanted to protect his clansmen, wanted to change the world, wanted to become the clan's hero. At that time, he had the resolve to face death with equanimity. But now that he was old and calmed down, he had seen through it all these years. He finally came back to his senses. Especially after his children were sacrificed, his heart turned even colder. Any kind of organization would require sacrifices. Because resources were limited. Although resources were being produced at every moment, resources were also being consumed. With this addition and subtraction, the total amount was still limited. To survive, people needed food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. These were resources. To cultivate, Gu masters needed Gu worms, yuan stone, food. These were all resources. To become stronger, they needed more resources. But if you don't sacrifice, where would I get more resources? It was better for you to die than for me. What protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, these were all justifications for sacrifice. There was no organization that did not encourage self-sacrifice. But the higher-ups would never say it out loud. They would promote protection, glory, family, dreams, hot blood, happiness, and so on, and give all kinds of benefits. But when the person died, what was the use of having benefits? What could a dead hero enjoy? Look at that Gyue Qin Shu. He died happily, and was buried in the ground, his name carved on the tombstone, and his spirit influenced the heroes that came after him. Chapter 148. Jianya looked at the ashen-faced Gu Yuyi beside him, his heart feeling somewhat pleased. This old man had forced him to bring him here. Jianya only had rank 1 cultivation and was a junior. He was naturally inferior to Gu Yuyi, thus he had no choice but to bring him here. Now that he had lost face, Jianya was rather envious of Fan Yuan's carefreeness. Gu Yuyi really wanted to slap Fan Yuan countless times and teach this arrogant junior a lesson. But for the vitality leaf, he could only swallow his anger and said, "Little friend Fan Yuan, you can't say that. You are still young and don't understand the importance of connections. There will always be times when you need help from others. Think about it, if you come to me for help in the future and I treat you the same way, how would you feel? Bullshit connections." Fan Yuan sneered in disdain. The so-called unity was only because everyone was weak. Connections were indeed necessary on Earth. After all, there would be no qualitative difference between people in terms of strength. But this world was a world where cultivation was possible. It was fundamentally different. Connections were just an accessory to strength. As long as one was strong, connections would follow. Those who pursued connections would definitely need help from others. There was no need for connections. As long as one was strong enough, anything could be easily obtained. If not given, they would just snatch and kill. Why would there be a need for connections? Fan Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to spread these demonic thoughts. But since he had already been disturbed, there was no harm in doing this business. Thus, he said, "It's not that I can't sell it to you. 1 vitality leaf for 68 pieces of yuan stone. How many do you want?" Gu Yuyi was shocked by this seller, and hurriedly said, "Little friend Fan Yuan Yi, your price is too expensive." Fan Yuan snorted. "You don't have to buy it if you think it's too expensive. There are vitality leaves in the resources provided by the clan. You can also exchange for them with battle merits. Gyuyi smiled bitterly. How would I not know this? However, the vitality leaves and the supplies were all sold to those who had connections. Medicine Hall Elder Gyuyi Yao Ji is covering the sky with one hand. How can I interfere? Little friend Fan Yuan, why don't you do me a favor? I will definitely repay you in the future. In my opinion, 60 yuan stone is a fair price. I never expect anything in return. You've wasted enough of my time. 70 yuan stone. If you don't want to buy it, you can leave, Fan Yuan replied. Gyuyi was so angry that he stomped his feet. Little friend Fan Yuan, how can you do business like this? Fan Yuan chuckled. Times have changed. It's now 72 yuan stone. Every time you speak, I'll waste some time. If I'm unhappy, I'll raise the price. I hope you know what to do next. Hearing this, Gyuyi's face revealed an extremely angry expression. He wanted to say something, but no matter how many times he opened his mouth, no words came out. His old face alternated between green and red. Seeing this, Jiangye, who was beside him, secretly laughed. Finally, Gyuyi gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll buy it. I need 5 vitality leaves. You can give the yuan stone to Jiangye now. As for the vitality leaves, you can go get them from him 3 days later, Fan Yuan said. These words were too much. Exchanging money and goods was the most basic of fairness. But Gyuyi still paid the money and gave Jiangye several bags of yuan stone on the spot. His movements were faintly trembling. This was not much of his savings. He had lived frugally for a long time. But now, it was being exploited by an unscrupulous merchant. In the end, he walked out of the bamboo house with endless depression. Lord Fan Yuan, you are truly taking revenge in such a manner. But I'm afraid you've offended Gyuyi badly. This old man, when he was young, he would definitely take revenge. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Outside the door, Jiangye said carefully. Let him be. Those who take advantage of their seniority will eventually be eliminated by the clan. Fan Yuan opened the door, and Jiangye quickly handed over the bags of money in his hands. To fight against the wolf tide, the clan would have to expend a large amount of resources. With less resources, the huge organization would not be able to sustain itself, and would naturally have to lay people off. These old fellows were wasting precious resources if they were alive, and were destined to be eliminated. Eliminating the old and weak from the wolf pack was equivalent to driving these crippled wolves out. In human society, it would not be so obvious. Evil deeds would always be covered with a layer of light. Thus, these old Gu masters were recruited. So what if Gyuyi saw through this world? Being in the system, being in the pugilistic world, he had no choice. The clan relied on the righteousness of protecting the clan to recruit them and make them sacrifice themselves. Who would dare to disobey? There was a saying on earth, if the monarch wants the minister to die, the minister has no choice but to die. They could not even control their own life and death, but there would always be countless people fighting to be ministers. This was the charm and cruelty of the system. After the past wolf tides, how many of those old Gu masters survived? This Gyuyi, don't mention 5 vitality leaves, even if you gave him 50, he might not be able to live. Fan Yuan stood at the door, laughing coldly. Jiangye heard this tone, and his heart could not help but feel a chill. He felt that Fan Yuan had a kind of aura, icy cold, like the howling north wind, suppressing him so much that he did not dare to raise his head. Fan Yuan looked at Jiangye, his eyes deep and dark, continuing. From now on, unless there is a fixed time, you are not to look for me. If you go against this, you will have to bear the consequences. Letting you sell the vitality leaves on my behalf is just giving your brother face. But face is given by others, and also thrown away by yourself. You have to take care of yourself. Jiangye listened to Fan Yuan's reprimand, not daring to make a sound. Thinking of Gyuyi's miserable state, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Also, from now on, the price of the vitality leaves will be raised to 70 yuan stone per piece. Fan Yuan continued. 70 yuan stone? Jianya swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock, his eyes shining, as if he had seen the rolling yuan stone. But he still had some lingering fear, and said carefully, Lord Fan Yuan, raising the price like this, will others think that we are profiting from the war? Won't there be a little suspicion of taking advantage of the situation? If we do this, we might incur the wrath of the masses. Wrath of the masses? Humph, so what if it is? Just do what I tell you to do. What's with all this nonsense? If someone wants to cause trouble, just say that I am selling the vitality leaves. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Jianya quickly nodded. Fan Yuan's words were exactly what he wanted, and he was prepared to do so. He was only a rank 1 minor character, and could not offend too many people. He had already done so earlier, pushing all the trouble to Fan Yuan. A minor character also had a minor character's survival wisdom, and Fan Yuan was naturally well aware of Jianya's thoughts. But with different cultivation and different periods, Fan Yuan would have a different lifestyle. After using that red steel relic goo, he would be rank 2 peak stage, close to rank 3. He could be considered to have started to grow, and with this strength, his life would be different. Previously, he needed to keep a low profile, but now he needed to be strong. Only by being strong could he obtain the greatest benefits. As for this Jianya, he still had some value. He had some thoughts, but as long as they did not infringe upon Fan Yuan's interests, he could completely tolerate it. Even if he revealed some unimportant trump cards, it was no big deal. During peaceful times, those higher-ups had nothing to do, and there might be some trouble. But with the wolf tide now, who could care about these minor details? After the wolf tide, it was uncertain if the Guyue village could still exist. Half a month later, the lightning wolves surged like the tide, and the Gu masters retreated step by step. Xiong Yuanjin, you have to hold on. The Guyue village is not far away. Xiong Jiaoman looked at the clansman on the ground, her eyes red as she shouted loudly. Big sister, I can't do it anymore. I have something in my heart that I want to say to you. Xiong Yuanjin was on the verge of death, his injuries were severe, and his face was full of death. All right, say it. Xiong Jiaoman sobbed. She knew that although this Xiong Yuanjin was usually a man of few words, he had a crush on her. At this moment, she also knew what Xiong Yuanjin wanted to say to her. But Xiong Yuanjin opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say the words, I like you. He died, dying from excessive blood loss, and his injuries were too severe to heal. His body was full of wounds, all caused by the lightning wolf's bites. The most terrifying and fatal wound was on his chest, extending from his right shoulder to his navel. This was caused by a bold lightning wolf. Big sister, the situation is bad. Another bold lightning wolf pack is coming. The investigative Gu master shouted, his voice filled with fear. Xiong Jiaoman's crying stopped, and she put down Xiong Yuanjin. She was the group leader. Her group members needed her. The dead were gone, but the living still had to face this cruel world. This group of damned wolf pups, there's no end to them. Xiong Jiaoman cursed fiercely. Her body was hot, her face was beautiful, and her vulgarities had a unique charm. Listening to her words, the others couldn't help but feel at peace. Xiong Jiaoman cursed as she observed. The result of her observation made her feel discouraged. She could kill one bold lightning wolf pack, and if there were 2, she could kill her way out. But now there were 4 bold lightning wolf packs, and the most sensible method was to retreat into the valley behind them, and activate the signal Gu, waiting for reinforcements. Retreat into the valley? Xiong Jiaoman shouted as she mobilized the 2 giant bears to bring up the rear. These 2 giant bears had been raised by her to be fat and healthy. One brown, one black, their fur smooth and shiny, but their bodies were full of wounds. When Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 successfully retreated into the valley, only one of the 2 giant bears was left. The black one had killed tens of lightning wolves, and was finally exhausted, and was drowned by the lightning wolf pack. A goo worm shot out from the bear's corpse, and returned to Xiong Jiaoman's hands. This was the bear enslavement goo. It could be planted on a bear, and allowed the goo master to control the giant bear. Of course, this type of bear could only be an ordinary beast. The bear enslavement goo was only a rank 2 goo worm, and could not enslave a bear king. If it could enslave a bear king, it would be strong. Because a bear king, even the lowest 100 beast king, would have hundreds of wild bears as subordinates. If a goo master could enslave a beast king, it would mean that they have a beast group to control. Now we just have to wait for reinforcements. But I hope they can come soon. Xiong Jiao Man breathed heavily, sighing. They retreated into the valley, and their defensive area was greatly reduced, and the pressure from the wolf pack immediately decreased. But they also lost their path of retreat, and the blood and continuous battles would attract more and more wolf packs. Thus, the crisis was not over. Hey! Right at this moment, a voice came from the cliff above them. Everyone quickly looked up, and saw a young man standing above. It's him, Gu Yue Fan Yuan. The 7 Gu masters of Xiong village were first roused, and then their faces showed a complex expression. Chapter 149. Ever since the intense battle between Bai Ningbing and Qing Shu, Fan Yuan, who had chased after Bai Ningbing all the way, became famous, and everyone knew about him. These days, Fan Yuan showed his strong side in the wolf tide. He hunted lightning wolves alone, and his results were shocking. He was one of the new generation. If not for his eccentric personality and bad reputation, his status might be on par with Qi Shan and Mo Yin. But to the Xiong clan, Fan Yuan was Xiong Jiang's murderer. Thus, when Xiong Jiao Man and the rest saw Fan Yuan, their faces showed complex emotions. Fan Yuan looked down from above, waving the tree vine in his hand, saying leisurely, "You can choose to wait for reinforcements, or use my tree vine to climb up the mountain." Who knew when the reinforcements would come? Things on the battlefield could never be explained clearly. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest naturally chose the tree vine in front of them, but Fan Yuan asked for a reward. This made the Xiong clan Gu masters very angry. "Fan Yuan, we are allies, how can you do this?" Someone shouted angrily. "You actually want the bear enslavement Gu, how dare you?" Someone mocked. Fan Yuan was unruffled. "1 bear enslavement Gu, 700 yuan stone in exchange for the lives of 7 of you. This price is very cheap. You can reject it. I will go back and report your situation to the clan." Hee, but when the reinforcements will come, and whether they will be attacked by the wolf pack on the way, I can't say for sure. Everyone became silent. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. "All right, I agree. Fan Yuan, you really live up to your reputation." Finally, Xiong Jiao Man chose to give in for the sake of the bigger picture. Her words were filled with bitter mockery towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. This result was within his expectations. He threw down the tree vine, laughing coldly in his heart. These 4 bold lightning wolf packs were lured here by him. He had wanted to wait for these people to die, and then retrieve their goo worms, earning him a large amount of battle merits. But their signal goo had already attracted the attention of several surrounding goo master groups, and they were all rushing over to reinforce them. To not let his hard work go to waste, Fan Yuan could only act as a reinforcement goo master. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest used the tree vines to escape from the wolf group. Not long after, 3 goo master groups arrived. One of them was the Qi Shan team. This caused the 7 goo masters, whose faces were already ashen, to turn even more unsightly. Xiong Jiaoman was filled with regret. Not long ago, she removed the consciousness of the bear enslavement goo and cooperated with Fan Yuan to refine the goo. It was impossible for him to back out now. "Fan Yuan, I'll remember you." Xiong Jiaoman fiercely glared at Fan Yuan. "Remember or not, that's your problem." Fan Yuan smiled faintly. He turned around and left. "Miss Xiong, we meet again." On the other side, the Qishan team welcomed her with a very polite tone. Ever since the incident with Bai Ningbing, Guyue clan lost Qing Shu, and Xiong clan lost Xiongli. They were all victims, thus their relationship became closer. In terms of politics, Bai clan had become the target of resistance from both clans. Even though the alliance still existed. Little sister greets brother Qishan. Xiong Jiaoman barely relaxed her brows and cupped her fists towards Qishan. This time, I came to ask for help from Guyue clan and asked them to send some reinforcements. Xiong clan has already been surrounded by the wolf group for 6 days and 6 nights. These days, the wolf tide was getting more and more serious. The lightning wolf group had already encircled the village. They had even attacked wantonly. Xiong clan was the lowest among the 3 clans. Being at the foot of the mountain, they naturally bore the brunt of the attack. In fact, this was already the 3rd time they had been surrounded. They needed reinforcements to coordinate from both inside and outside to defeat these lightning wolf groups. The matter of reinforcements shouldn't be difficult. Didn't we have a good cooperation the last 2 times? But this matter has to be reported to Lord Clan Leader first. Everyone, please follow me, Qishan said. Xiong Jiaoman and the rest followed the Qishan group and arrived at Guyue village. Guyue village had already set up layers of defense. The outer village walls were heavily reinforced and dozens of towers were set up. Below the village walls were dug trenches with green spear bamboo pieces stuck in them. The village walls had already been planted with iron vine goo and poison flower goo. Looking at it, the walls were covered with sharp thorns and poisonous flowers that were about to bloom, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. Entering the main gate, the nearby buildings, be it residences or taverns, were all requisitioned and transformed into temporary fortresses. Xiong Jiaoman's group of 7 had trekked all the way from Xiong clan, passing through the wolf group's blockade. Thus, they were first led into a bamboo building to receive treatment. More than 10 healing Gu masters were stationed in the bamboo building, most of them rank 1 Gu masters and 2 rank 2 Gu masters. But what made Xiong Jiaoman and the rest slightly surprised was that the person in charge of this situation was not the 2 rank 2 healing Gu masters, but a young girl. Place this fainted one on the rattan chair. There is a person with a fracture in his lower leg, Guyue Xing, come over and treat him. Flesh wounds ah foam, come over to stop the bleeding, ah Xian, come over to disinfect. Xiao Hua, help the one with the fracture put on a splint, then come over here to bandage it. The young girl had jet black hair, a small cherry mouth, her eyes bright like crystals, her face had some baby fat, and her voice was soft and sweet. But when it came to handling matters, she was very capable, making people look at her in a different light. Xiong Jiaoman suddenly thought of someone and asked, "This sister, are you Guyue Yaolo?" Xiong clan's sister Jiaoman, hello? To think you know my name. After Guyue Yaolo had arranged everything, she walked over and greeted politely. Sister Yaolo, you are a famous person. You inherited Lord Yao Ji's benevolent heart, and have superb medical skills. Although you are only rank 1 now, you are still one of Qingmao Mountain's 10 rising stars. Even in the Xiong clan, there are many people who admire you. Xiong Jiaoman knew that the young girl in front of her had a deep background. She came here to ask for Guyue clan's help, so she naturally put in good words. Sister Jiaoman, you are flattering me. Guyue Yaolo was still young after all. Her face flushed from the praise and she shyly lowered her head. At this time, a Xiong clan Gu master beside her said unhappily, although they are both the 10 rising stars, that Guyue Fan Yuan cannot be compared to you. Don't mention Fan Yuan. I get angry from the bottom of my bones when I mention him. There are no heroes in this era, let this lad become famous. Sigh. This person's character is really too bad. He can actually be named one of the 10 rising stars, and at the top. It really makes me want to vomit. These words immediately attracted the agreement of the others. This even included the Gu masters of Guyue clan. Guyue Fan Yuan? What did he do this time? Someone asked curiously. He took one of my bear enslavement Gu. He also gave me 700 yuan stone as compensation for saving us. I have never seen such a shameless scoundrel who forgets his morals at the sight of profit. Xiong Jiaoman snorted, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. This is nothing, there are even more despicable things. His heart is even blacker than coal, selling one vitality leaf for 80 yuan stone. He is simply taking advantage of people's difficulties, greedy and shameless to the extreme. He is too arrogant and arrogant. One of my friends wanted to join his group. But not only was he rejected, he even ridiculed him in public. What is there to be arrogant about? He is only a C-grade talent. He is a living prodigal son, squandering the inheritance his parents left him to buy a red steel relic gu from the caravan. Then he snatched a red steel relic gu from Bai Ningbing. If I have these two gu, I can also have his cultivation. Lord Guyue Qingshu is still the best. He is humble and gentle, but unfortunately he died too early. On the other hand, his brother Fangjing is full of righteousness and has a chivalrous heart, as well as Lord Qingshu's humble demeanor. He is the complete opposite of his brother. Xiong Jiaoman did not expect that her words of complaint would cause such a strong reaction from so many Guyue clansmen. She was taken aback. She did not expect Fan Yuan to be such a failure as a person, being hated by so many people. She felt strange and could not help but ask, "Since he is so unpopular, why doesn't anyone teach him a lesson?" The bamboo building immediately became silent. Guyue clansmen looked at each other, not saying a word. In fact, there were people who disliked Fan Yuan's way of doing things, as well as the profits from selling them at a high price. There were many people who found trouble with him, but the result every time was that the troublemaker got into big trouble. After many times, no one found trouble with Fan Yuan anymore. And Fan Yuan was publicly recognized as the number one of the 10 rising stars in this wolf tide. All status was rooted in power. Fan Yuan's battle strength was the strongest, so he was the number one. No matter how bad his reputation was, or how unpopular he was. "It's that Fan Yuan again." Guyue Yaole frowned as she muttered to herself. She had never seen Fan Yuan before, but had heard of him many times. The young girl did not have a good impression of Fan Yuan. "This Fan Yuan might be my senior, but his way of doing things is too out of line, and his conduct is also too excessive. This time, he actually threatened Sister Jiao Man and asked for the bear enslavement gu. He simply does not care about the alliance between our clans. No, I need to talk to Grandma and let her teach this Fan Yuan a lesson, otherwise he will be a disgrace to Guyue clan." Thinking of this, the young girl felt that it was necessary to teach Fan Yuan a lesson from the clan's perspective. Of course she did not have this ability, but she believed that her grandma, Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yao Ji, definitely had it. In her eyes, her grandma was almost omnipotent. "You want me to teach Guyue Fan Yuan a lesson?" Yao Ji looked at her granddaughter with a dazed expression before becoming nervous. "My good granddaughter, did he bully you?" she quickly asked. "He did not bully me, but he bullied others. This time it was Xiong clan's sister Jiao Man. He actually threatened her and asked for a bear enslavement gu and 700 yuan stone. This is too much. If this goes on, the clan's face will be thrown away by him," Guyue Yaole said. "Yes, Grandma knows about this." "Good granddaughter, you can leave first. Grandma will not disappoint you," Yao Ji muttered. "Thank you, Grandma. Grandma, you don't know, this person is too despicable, raising prices, bullying the weak, he simply does all sorts of evil." After the young girl left, Yao Ji fell into deep thought. She had wanted to teach Fan Yuan a lesson for a long time. The reason was not Yao Li's naive reason, but because Fan Yuan's benefits were worth making a move. First was the liquor worm. Although Yao Ji had bought one from the caravan previously, but that was for her granddaughter Yao Li. She still needed a liquor worm as a material to finally refine a rank 3 gu that she needed. Next was the 9-leaf vitality grass. Most of the 9-leaf vitality grass in the clan was controlled by Yao Ji. Relying on selling the vitality leaves, she had greatly consolidated her authority and position. "This Fan Yuan is too arrogant. Previously I wanted to buy his liquor worm, but he did not sell it to me. He really has guts. Now he recklessly raised the price of the vitality leaves, making a huge profit. Does he really think that I, the Medicine Hall Elder, only exist in name? Humph!" Chapter 150. 2 giant banners fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. One was the battle merit list, where Fan Yuan was currently in the top 10. The other banner recorded all kinds of resources, all of which could only be exchanged for with battle merit. But at this moment, in the crowded plaza, many Gu masters' gazes were attracted by a newly announced decree. The content of the notice was, "The wolf tide is fierce, the clan's Gu master casualty rate is increasing day by day." To strengthen the healing ability, the medicine hall ordered all Gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass to temporarily hand over their 9-leaf vitality grass to the clan. The medicine hall will organize manpower and carry out a unified production. At the end of the notice was a list of names. The names of the Gu masters with 9-leaf vitality grass were listed. Needless to say, Fan Yuan was naturally on the list. At this moment, he was standing at a far corner, looking at this notice. His expression could not help but turn ugly. At first glance, he immediately realized that this was Guyue Yao Ji targeting him, making a move against him. This Guyue Yao Ji, she asked me to buy the liquor worm but did not give up. I had already accumulated enough battle merit, and wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass Gu, but was secretly stopped by her. This time, she actually coveted my 9-leaf vitality grass. However, Guyue Yao Ji's actions could be understood. People of the same trade were natural enemies. Guyue Yao Ji controlled the sale of vitality leaves to consolidate her authority, deepen her influence, and maintain her connections. But Fan Yuan secretly sold them, raising the price. This imperceptibly violated her benefits, and shook her influence. I have many Gu worms now: White Jade Gu, Moonglow Gu, Plunder Gu, Water Shield Gu, Earth Communication Ear Grass, and so on. 9-leaf vitality grass is my main source of income. If I lose this Gu, it will be like pulling out the firewood from under the pot. Guyue Yao Ji's move is really ruthless. Fan Yuan frowned. The discussions of the surrounding Gu masters entered his ears. The medicine hall's move is really great. There are too few vitality leaves, it cannot satisfy our needs. Every time a batch appears on the list of supplies, someone will immediately buy it. Elder Yao Ji is truly benevolent. Look at this name list, some of them are Gu masters from Qi and Mo faction. By doing so, she has undoubtedly offended many elders in power. Lord Yao Ji is wholeheartedly working for the family. She is worthy of respect. Sigh, only Lord Yao Ji would have such boldness. If it was any other family elder, who would dare to do this? Oh! Look, the content of the announcement has changed. Qi faction and Mo faction's Gu masters handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. The crowd went wild. Gathering the 9-leaf vitality grass and unifying the production meant more vitality leaves. To them, this was great news. Fan Yuan looked over, and indeed saw, behind the names of these Gu masters, there was an addition of the words, turned in. And because of this, his name became even more prominent. His heart became even heavier. Guyue Yao Ji was after all a shrewd old fox. She was proficient in scheming. This move was to use the general situation to pressure Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan stubbornly resisted, he would attract even more trouble and give himself a handle. It was not a wise move. This was the power of the clan system. If the clan wants you to sacrifice, they would not say it directly, but instead put on a bright front, wrapping it in righteousness, forcing you to submit. Like those retired Gu master elders, asking them to sacrifice their lives, who would dare to defy? Now to collect the 9-leaf vitality grass, she wanted Fan Yuan and some other Gu masters to sacrifice their own benefits to satisfy everyone. This was fundamentally for Yao Ji's benefit. If anyone dared to disobey, they would be going against the clan and alienating the masses. They would be traitors, they would be reactionary. To resolve this matter, delaying and acting shamelessly won't work, it would instead make me more passive. Because these are all small schemes, Yao Ji's move is wrapping it in righteousness. Any small schemes will be destroyed. The only way to solve this problem is to use an even greater force to fight back in a dignified manner, and defeat this force of hers head-on. Fan Yuan already had a fundamental solution in his heart. This plan was simple and grand. It was to advance to rank 3. The status of rank 3 and rank 2 Gu masters was completely different. In the clan, as long as a Gu master advanced to rank 3, he would immediately become a clan elder, joining the decision-making circle. Even the clan leader could not easily infringe on their benefits. Don't look at this announcement. The Mo faction, Chi faction and other Gu masters obediently handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was as if they had sacrificed their own benefits. Actually, behind the scenes, Guyue Yao Ji had already completed a secret exchange of benefits with Guyue Lian, Guyue Mo Qin and other clan elders. This was a political transaction. But most people could not see the truth behind the scenes, thus they were deceived by Yao Ji. If Fan Yuan was a rank 3 Gu master, even if he handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, he would definitely receive sufficient compensation in other aspects. Why was Guyue Yao Ji in such a hurry to deal with Fan Yuan? Firstly, it was because of benefits. Fan Yuan's actions infringed on her benefits, and at the same time, some Gu worms on Fan Yuan were what Guyue Yao Ji wanted. Secondly, Fan Yuan was already a rank 2 peak stage. If she did not make a move against him, when he becomes a rank 3 clan elder, there would be no more chances. Advancing to rank 3 is a must. To the clan, rank 2 Gu masters can be sacrificed, but rank 3 Gu masters are the pillars. Losing even one person is a huge loss. Moreover, I am in a lot of trouble now. The clan did not investigate Qin Shu's death in detail. I kept the water shield Gu, plunder Gu and so on, and the clan turned a blind eye to it. My cultivation has improved so quickly, the clan's higher-ups have seen it, but they have been enduring and did not probe into my secrets. Fan Yuan was well aware of his current situation. On the surface, he was strong and glorious, but behind him, danger lurked everywhere. The clan did not target him, because the wolf tide had drawn all their attention. If they could not resist the wolf tide, the clan would perish. Under such pressure, Fan Yuan's matter was only a minor detail. But once the wolf tide passed, the clan's higher-ups would have the energy. How could they not find him to settle the score? Back in the academy, the clan elders did not deal with Fan Yuan, because he was too weak. Small skirmishes did not infringe on the clan elders' benefits, so they did not put Fan Yuan in their eyes. But now, it was different. Fan Yuan's cultivation was already rank 2 peak stage. One more step and he would be a clan elder. Just this cultivation had already touched the nerves of the clan elders. His every move would be seen by the clan elders, and remembered in their hearts. Any newly promoted clan elder would affect the entire political structure of the Guyue clan. Thus, the recruitment and suppression of Fan Yuan would come one after another. As long as Fan Yuan did not enter the system, and did not enter the camp, these recruitment and suppression would become more and more intense. The middle faction was also a camp. No one would tolerate the current Fan Yuan, drifting away from the clan system. If I advanced to rank 3, although there would still be recruitment and suppression, it would be much easier than rank 2 peak stage. This is the point of a qualitative change, a threshold. Crossing it would be a whole new world. At the same time, rank 3 cultivation would allow me to advance and retreat freely. At worst, I can just leave the clan. Fan Yuan was very clear about this situation. But advancing to rank 3 was not an easy matter. Especially for Fan Yuan's C-grade aptitude, it was an almost insurmountable obstacle. In his previous life, he was stuck at rank 2 peak stage for over 100 years. Later on, he paid a huge price and obtained a Gu, raising his aptitude, and only then did he cross this hurdle. In Gu master cultivation, small realms were easy to advance. As long as there was enough time, it was a painstaking effort. But large realms, each one was a checkpoint, getting harder the further one advanced. Especially from rank 5 to rank 6, the difficulty was beyond imagination, harder than ascending to heaven. Fan Yuan's advancement from rank 1 to rank 2 was already extremely difficult. Now that he wanted to advance from rank 2 to rank 3, there was simply no possibility of success using normal methods. But fortunately, Fan Yuan had 500 years of life experience, and in his vast memories, there were 2 to 3 folk recipes. To put it nicely, it was a different path, but to put it bluntly, it was a crooked path. The method that Fan Yuan chose now was the most suitable for his current situation. To advance to rank 3, he needed to refine a strange and bloody goo worm, called man-beast life burial goo. This was a recipe that an ancient demonic path sect leader, in order to strengthen the cultivation of his subordinates, racked his brains and created. Man-beast life burial goo was specially used for rank 2 goo masters to break through to rank 3. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was searching for secrets and coincidentally obtained this recipe, leaving a deep impression on him, and had always kept it in his heart. Most importantly, the materials needed for the fusion were not rare items. Normally, with Fan Yuan's conditions, he would need 2 to 3 years to collect these, but the wolf tide gave him a lot of opportunities. These days, he had already collected enough yuan stone and goo worms. There was only one left, he needed the right time. Everyone, come and see, the medicine hall has just sent out a notice. They are actually gathering 9-leaf vitality grass, and unifying the production of vitality leaves? That's great news, Izichin said. In the bamboo building, a group of goo masters surrounded the notice on the wall, their eyebrows dancing as they read. Ha ha ha, like this, that Fan Yuan is going to cry. Humph, who asked him to sell vitality leaves recklessly, exploiting our hard-earned money? I really want to see Fan Yuan's expression now, it must be very ugly. Many people were gloating. He, this really helped us vent our anger. But we still have to thank Lady Yaolo for this. Without her persuading Lord Yao Ji, how could such a day have come? Yes, we really have to thank Lady Yaolo. Not only is Lady Yaolo beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, upholding justice for us and upholding justice. She has the demeanor of Lord Yao Ji. The surrounding people were praising unceasingly. Guyue Yaolo shyly lowered her head, but she was very happy in her heart. Sister Yaolo. At this time, Xiong Jiao Man walked into the bamboo building. I am here to say goodbye. I have seen the medicine hall's notice. Thank you for helping me vent my anger. People like Fan Yuan are black sheep, they need to be dealt with. Sister Jiao Man, are you leaving now? Guyue Yaolo looked at her with concern. Xiong Jiao Man placed one hand on her waist, the other giving a thumbs up, pointing at the group of goo masters standing outside the door. I have already asked for reinforcements, I need to hurry back. I will see you next time. Yao Li's heart immediately surged with sadness. When Xiong Jiao Man left, there were 10 goo masters, but when she arrived, there were only 7 left. Now, these goo masters outside were about to enter the cruel battlefield. How many could return safely? Chapter 151. Yao Li watched as Xiong Jiao Man and the rest walked out of the door, getting further and further away. But this parting was extremely short. Just 15 minutes later, Xiong Jiao Man and the rest returned to the bamboo building. Bad luck, we met with the wolf tide. Xiong Jiao Man smiled bitterly, explaining. The goo masters in the bamboo building heard this and their expressions tensed. Xiong Jiao Man and the rest had the advantage in numbers, but they were still forced to retreat to the village, showing the scale of the wolf tide. Everyone get ready, the lightning wolf pack is about to attack the village, Xiong Jiao Man said again. As soon as she finished speaking, the alarm rang through the entire village. The village was silent for a while, before it started to boil. This alarm! There's a large-scale wolf pack attacking the village! Quick, 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 gather the group members, there's going to be a huge battle. Damn it, I just came back, and I still want to have a good sleep. Some of the goo masters cursed, while others pursed their lips with a cold expression. At once, on top of the bamboo building and on the streets, goo masters could be seen moving quickly, rushing towards the 4 main doors and the outer walls of the village. Inside the village's outer walls, at regular intervals, there would be a wide wooden ladder erected, allowing goo masters to climb. And the towers were higher than the outer walls, like mighty and majestic guardian warriors. Fan Yuan mixed in the crowd, arriving at the bottom of the outer wall. A goo master was stepping on the wooden ladder, climbing up. Fan Yuan pulled him down and climbed up himself. Which bastard! The goo master wanted to scold, but seeing that it was Fan Yuan, he immediately shut his mouth. Fan Yuan climbed up the wooden ladder, activating the white jade goo and peeking his head out a little. Outside the stronghold, there were thousands of lightning wolves all over the mountains and plains. As far as the eye could see, there were countless green wolf eyes, causing a chill to rise in one's heart. Most of these wolves were hungry, and some were so hungry that their bodies were thinning. There were too many lightning wolves, and it had become a disaster. The surrounding wild beasts were either chased away or eaten, and to the wolf pack, there was less and less food. To them, the village that was filled with people was a hysterical temptation. A wolf is a kind of beast full of patience, more terrible, more dangerous, more crazy than a hungry wolf. A lightning wolf that had eaten its fill would not attack the village. Other than these ordinary lightning wolves, there were also bold lightning wolves. Although it was mixed in the wolf pack, the bold lightning wolf was still extremely conspicuous. Their bodies were the size of calves. There were more than 30 of them. Many people could not help but inwardly gasp when they saw this scene. This was already the second time this year that Guyue's village had been besieged by a pack of wolves. However, the scale of the attack this time was more than twice as large as the last time. These bold lightning wolves were all strong like bulls, and were at their peak condition. Ordinary lightning wolves would not be able to eat, but as the king of the 100 wolves, they naturally had sufficient food. After all, resources had to be provided to the higher-ups of the organization first. The lower class would be exploited, and the benefits would be sacrificed to provide for the upper class. Be it human society or wild beasts, they all had something in common. These bold lightning wolves are still not a true threat. Fan Yuan shifted his gaze and continued to search. Soon, he found 3 huge wolves behind the pack of wolves, hidden in the shadows of the forest. Thousand Beast King, Frenzy Lightning Wolf. Every Frenzy Lightning Wolf was as big as an elephant. Fan Yuan's pupils constricted when he saw this, but quickly returned to normal. He continued to observe, only to find that there were more and more bold lightning wolves gathering from all directions. There was no sign of the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Without the Thunder Crown Wolf, the village was safe. In his memory, the Thunder Crown Wolf appeared at the end of August. It caused huge casualties to the Guyue tribe. If not for the tribe leader and elders working together to resist, and if not for Guyue Qingshu risking his life to fight, Guyue's village would have been destroyed. Since his rebirth, Fan Yuan had changed many things. Guyue Qingshu had already been sacrificed, so Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. It was completely possible for the Thunder Crown Wolf to appear earlier than expected. Thus, he immediately rushed over to observe. Awoo! The 3 frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks, and let out long howls. Amidst the howls, countless lightning wolves received the order and charged towards the village. In the village, the Gu Masters had already made their preparations, waiting for the battle. The rank 1 Gu Masters all stood at the corner, their hands pressed against the cold wall. Some rank 2 Gu Masters climbed up the wooden ladder, while others gathered at the top of the tower. Behind them, there were also Gu Masters stationed in the temporary fortresses that were modified from buildings. Some were the backup team, while others were the medicine hall's healing Gu Masters. Investigative Gu Masters shuttled back and forth, continuously reporting the battle situation to the rear. Some clan elders were at the back, while others climbed up the tower, watching from the side with their arms crossed, reserving their strength to suppress the situation. They're here. Fan Yuan stood on the wooden ladder, his eyes shining with a cold light. The lightning wolf pack covered the entire mountain, gathering into a tidal wave and pouncing towards the village. Puchi puchi, they first fell into the trenches dug by the wall, and then their bodies were pierced by the bamboo spears, like dumplings in a pot of boiling water. Some died on the spot, while some lightning wolves were still alive, howling in pain. The wind blew, and the smell of blood permeated the air, while the howls of wolves filled the ears. The frenzied attacks of the wolf pack did not stop, instead they were stimulated and attacked even more wildly. One by one, the lightning wolves fell into the pit, using their lives to pave the way for their successors. The lightning wolves behind stepped on the corpses of their own kind, and crashed into the village wall. For a moment, dull thumping sounds could be heard. One lightning wolf was like an ant trying to shake a tree, but the continuous barrage of lightning wolves caused the entire wall to shake. The rank 1 goo masters under the wall suppressed the fear in their hearts, desperately pouring their primeval essence into the iron vine goo and poison flower goo. The brambles on the village wall stabbed into the lightning wolves' bodies. The poison flower goo gave these iron vines a slight poison, and the poison corroded the lightning wolves' bodies. The lightning wolves clawed at the village wall, opening their mouths and biting crazily, causing their injuries to worsen. The poison accumulated, causing their movements to become slower and slower. Chi. The rank 2 goo masters standing on the wooden ladder, as well as on the tower, shot out their moon blades. The moon blades shot into the wolf pack, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and wolf limbs to fly. The bold lightning wolves entered the battle, immediately causing casualties to the goo masters. At Fan Yuan's corner, a thin blue electric current pierced through, hitting the village wall and piercing through it. An unlucky rank 1 goo master inside was electrocuted to death on the spot. The bold lightning wolf that killed the goo master quickly became the focus of attention. Countless moonblades flew towards it, but it dodged left and right, relying on the cover of the surrounding lightning wolves, and actually only suffered light injuries. Howl! It opened its mouth, and electricity flashed in its sharp fangs, gathering into an electric current that pierced through the air, charging towards Fan Yuan. Water shield goo. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, and from his nostrils, he breathed out 2 streams of light blue water vapor. The water vapor expanded and formed a water ball shield that covered him. The electric current hit the water shield, causing it to shake for a while, but it barely broke. Moonglow goo. Fan Yuan took the initiative to remove the water shield, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 moon blades shot out. The angle of the moon blades was tricky, and the bold lightning wolf dodged one, but the second one cut its right front leg, causing its movement to slow down. Then the third slash landed on its head, causing a wound and shattering its left eye. It screamed in pain, but the other goo masters saw an advantage, and another wave of moon blades flew out, enveloping it. Pew pew pew! This bold lightning wolf was instantly dismembered, its whole body bathed in blood, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. Its body swayed a few times, and then completely collapsed. The surrounding wolves were in a state of panic, as if ripples had arisen. But at this moment, there were 3 frenzied lightning wolves guarding behind them. The wolf pack only stirred for a moment, before baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, charging towards the village wall. Fan Yuan threw a few more moon blades, and went down the wooden ladder. In just this short period of time, his dark red primeval essence had already been consumed by more than half, and he needed to replenish it. Seeing him come down, a rank 2 goo master immediately took his place, climbing the wooden ladder. Most goo masters who had long-range attacks would climb the wooden ladder, or gather at the top of the tower. They would focus on the bold lightning wolves. The threat of the bold lightning wolf was much greater than ordinary lightning wolves. Some of the bold lightning wolves had goo worms that could assist them in jumping, and could even jump into the village at once. Fan Yuan walked down the wooden ladder, and kept walking towards the back. There were people coming and going, and many were like him, with their primeval essence almost depleted, and came down to rest. The other goo masters were here to replace them, rushing to the battlefield and contributing to the clan's battle strength. This was simply a war. The strength of a rank 2 peak stage was minuscule. Only rank 3 goo masters were the mainstay, able to control the situation. Fan Yuan came to a bamboo building. This bamboo building had been modified and strengthened a lot. He went through the door, and many goo masters were sitting cross-legged inside, each holding a yuan stone, quickly replenishing their primeval essence. Some healing goo masters were moving through the crowd. Some were squatting on the ground, bandaging the injured goo master's wounds, with medicine boxes placed at the side. Fan Yuan found a corner to sit down, and immediately a healing female goo master came over. He shook his head at her, and the female goo master understood, walking towards another goo master. With this rotation, by 10 in the evening, Fan Yuan had already participated in the battle 5 times. But the lightning wolf pack did not decrease, and instead, many more lightning wolf packs heard the frenzied lightning wolf's howls and rushed over. "It seems this wolf tide will last until night." A clan elder gazed outside the village, showing a worried expression. At night, the Goo Master's vision would be weakened. On the contrary, the lightning wolves had excellent vision, and were not affected. "This is only the second wolf tide this year, and it already has such intensity. The situation does not look good." Another clan elder beside him sighed deeply. Guyu Yaoji's face was also dark. She was the Medicine Hall clan elder, leading the healing Goo Masters, and the first-hand information on casualties was gathered in her hands. On a thin piece of bamboo paper, the casualties during the day were recorded. Yaoji held it in her hands, feeling that it was heavy. The number of casualties far exceeded the same period in history. But she understood, this was not because the Goo Master's fighting quality had deteriorated, but because there were too many wolves this year, and they were too crazy. "How is the collection of the 9-leaf vitality grass?" Looking at the blood-red setting sun, Yaoji took a deep breath and asked lightly. The subordinate immediately reported. There were still 3 people who had not handed it over, and Fan Yuan was one of them. Yaoji heard this and snorted, asking, "Where is Yao Le now?" "Miss Yao Le is near the east gate, leading the healing team. I tried to persuade her many times, but she insisted on not retreating, and wanted to continue fighting at the front lines." The subordinate knelt down in fear as he said this. Yaoji pondered for a while, nodding lightly, and waved her hand to dismiss the subordinate. Near her granddaughter, there was a clan elder guarding her. There was also Xiong Jiaoman's group, fighting at the village walls. It could be said that it was the safest place at the front lines. Although Yao Ji spoiled her granddaughter, she also supported her courage. Those in power had their own considerations. These experiences will be the political capital for her, Guyu Yao Le, to inherit the medicine faction. Chapter 152. The golden full moon hung high in the sky. Clouds floated in the sky, casting a shadow. The bright moonlight to Goo Masters was a huge piece of good news. Outside the village, it was a tragic battlefield. The wolf corpses piled up from the pits, reaching half the height of the village walls. This provided a good platform for the lightning wolves that were charging at them. Some ordinary lightning wolves relied on jumping and clawing to jump over the village walls and into the village. But these lightning wolves would first stagger due to the difference in height, and then immediately be killed by the concentrated firepower of the Goo Masters who were waiting for them. Fan Yuan was standing at the top of a tower, with several Goo Masters around him, continuously shooting moon blades and other attacks at the wolf pack. Overlooking the entire battlefield, the towers were the main firing points. The Goo Masters cooperated and destroyed large numbers of bold lightning wolves. "Kill, kill, kill, kill all these wolf cubs! Nana, I will take revenge for you! Persevere, persevere for a while more. The clan's safety is on us." The surroundings were noisy. Some were crazy, some were in pain, and some were shouting slogans. Fan Yuan stood there coldly, shooting out moon blades from time to time as he observed the battlefield. Although there was a bright moon, the visibility was still not as good as daytime. The 3 frenzied lightning wolves were still standing at the back, their figures faintly discernible. As long as they were not injured, no matter how many lightning wolves there were, they were just cannon fodder. Even bold lightning wolves were just high-level sacrifices. Suddenly, a frenzied lightning wolf leisurely took a step forward, opening its mouth and spitting out a lightning ball. Rank 3, Explosive Lightning Goo. This lightning ball was not very big, only the size of a millstone. But it was dark blue in color, condensing large amounts of lightning, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it fiercely hit Fan Yuan's tower. Up until now, the battle had been in a stalemate. Many Goo Masters were numbly fighting, and when the lightning ball hit them, they could not react in time. Water Shield Goo, White Jade Goo. Fan Yuan had just raised his defense, and in the next moment, his vision was filled with white light. Bam! The deafening sound almost shattered his eardrums. An invisible force surged over and sent him flying high into the air. In the midst of the raging lightning, the water barrier only lasted for 2 breaths before collapsing. The remaining electric current struck Fang Yuan's body. Even with the white jade goo's defense, he still felt numb from the electric current. Plop! He fell from a height of 3 to 4 meters and fell to the ground. The white jade goo was not the rainbow dress goo, it could not reduce the recoil, causing Fang Yuan's back to hurt. He hurriedly crawled up from the ground, blinking his eyes as tears streamed down his face. After 3 breaths, his vision gradually recovered. Only half of the original thick stone tower was left. Countless charred corpses were scattered on the ground. There was also a large hole in the outer wall. At this time, there was a continuous stream of lightning wolves coming through the hole, flooding into the stronghold. The frenzy lightning wolf had finally entered the battle. The combat power of 1,000 Beast King was indeed extraordinary. The several Gu masters who were standing beside Fang Yuan earlier on the tower had already died without an intact corpse. Only Fang Yuan survived. In his aperture, the jellyfish-like water shield Gu was extremely dispirited. Once the water shield broke many times, the water shield Gu would not be able to withstand it and die. The white jade Gu was the same. Gu worms were often strong but also weak. Take this thunderclap Gu for example. The lightning balls it shot were strong and fast, very hard to defend against. But it had a flaw, it could not be shot continuously and needed to take a few breaths before the second lightning ball could be shot. Bam! But just as Fang Yuan stood up from the ground, another lightning ball flew towards him. To think that this Wolf King has 2 thunderclap Gu! Fang Yuan's expression changed as he hurriedly dodged. He tried not to use the water shield Gu, only using the white jade Gu for defense. Beast, don't be so arrogant! At the crucial moment, a figure appeared in midair, his body emitting golden light as he forcefully blocked this lightning ball. It was a clan elder. But one clan elder was not enough. Soon, another 2 clan elders stood up and fought side by side. One frenzy lightning wolf required at least 3 coordinated Gu master groups to hunt together. If it was a rank 3 Gu master, at least 3 people would be needed to defend against it. The frenzy lightning wolf took heavy steps, passing through the crowd. Everywhere it went, the wolves retreated. It gradually started to jog, then its speed became faster and faster. Lowering its head, it started to attack the village walls. Seeing this, the rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters all fled in panic. Only the 3 clan elders remained at their original position. This part of the battlefield was vacated by tacit agreement and left to them. The 3 clan elders and this frenzy lightning wolf engaged in an intense battle. Not long after, the other 2 frenzy lightning wolves also attacked the village, opening up a battlefield in 2 other areas. 9 clan elders and 3 frenzy lightning wolves formed 3 large battle groups. Everywhere they went, lightning exploded and bamboo buildings collapsed. The Gu masters or lightning wolves that were dragged into the battle did not have a good ending. The lightning wolf group was still breaking through, but Fang Yuan did not participate in the battle. Instead, he stood at a corner of the battlefield, watching the 3 large battle groups from afar. Without a doubt, this wolf group's attack had reached the climax. 3 frenzy lightning wolves, one has 2 thunderclap Gu on its body, its attack power is strong. One has the thunderwings Gu, able to fly for a short period of time, its mobility is the strongest. And the last frenzy lightning wolf has the thunder howl Gu, relying on sound waves to kill enemies. Fang Yuan observed for a while, gradually understanding the details of these 3 frenzy lightning wolves. On the 1,000 Beast King's body, there were mostly 3 or 4 rank 2 and rank 3 wild Gu worms. As long as they understood the situation of these Gu worms, the Gu masters would be able to make the correct response. Once targeted, the unintelligent frenzy lightning wolf's attacks would be monotonous, and the result of the battle would be decided. As expected, after a while, the few clan elders retreated and were replaced by other clan elders. They cooperated with each other, and their tactical advantage allowed them to quickly gain the upper hand. After an intense battle, they controlled the situation. Victory was only a matter of time. The outcome has been decided. Just as Yao Ji let out a breath of turbid air, a roar suddenly came from the eastern gate. one of the lightning wolves grew larger and larger. From the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, it swelled with the wind and grew to the size of a giant elephant. There's actually another frenzy lightning wolf. Many clan elders were shocked upon seeing this scene. Previously, their attention was drawn by the other three groups, and the entire battlefield's layout was focused on these 3 points. Thus, the manpower at the eastern gate was slightly weaker. Not good, Yao Lu is still there. Yao Ji's old face turned pale, and she immediately rushed towards the eastern gate like lightning. To think there would be such a change. This frenzy lightning wolf should have a rank 3 breath concealment goo. Using this disguise, it mixed in with the lightning wolf group and deceived the goo masters at the eastern gate. Fan Yuan focused his attention and saw that the eastern gate's situation was not good. The sudden appearance of the frenzy lightning wolf had directly smashed through the eastern gate, creating a huge hole. Countless lightning wolves followed behind the bold lightning wolves in 2s and 3s, howling crazily as they charged into the village. Guyu Yaola saw the lightning wolf group surging towards them like a tide, and she was dumbfounded. Fortunately, she had Xiong Jiaoman, a veteran, by her side. At the critical moment, Xiong Jiaoman took over the situation and ordered, Quick, close the doors and windows tightly. Only by defending and waiting for reinforcements can we have a chance of survival. But just as she finished speaking, with a bang, the roof of the bamboo building received a fierce attack from the frenzy lightning wolf, collapsing down. Guyu Yaola screamed. With such a sudden change, the young girl completely lost her composure. She was still too young, and only had rank 1 cultivation. Earlier, she had forced herself to stay here because she felt safe, but never did she expect to be in such a dangerous situation. Beast, stop! Guyu Yaoji shouted as she ran. She could only watch as the frenzy lightning wolf crashed into the bamboo building. Her beloved granddaughter was in danger, and she could not do anything to help. At the critical moment, it was Xiong Jiaoman who stepped forward. With a thought, the remaining brown bear roared and charged towards the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf slapped with its right claw, sending the 400-kilogram brown bear flying. It opened and closed its mouth, biting the brown bear's head into pieces. How could an ordinary beast defend the power of a 1,000-beast king? But taking advantage of this entanglement, Xiong Jiaoman had already dragged Guyu Yaola and ran forward, creating a small distance between them. The frenzy lightning wolf roared, naturally not willing to let its prey escape. It leaped, crossing a distance of more than 10 meters, jumping in front of Xiong Jiaoman. Suddenly seeing the frenzy lightning wolf appear in front of her, Guyu Yaola was so scared that her legs went soft. Xiong Jiaoman dragged her, naturally not daring to charge forward, and could only retreat towards the direction of the village. Just as the frenzy lightning wolf was about to pounce, Guyu Yaoji arrived. A light purple moon blade slashed on the frenzy lightning wolf's back, lightly turning into a cloud of mist and entering the frenzy lightning wolf's nose. The frenzy lightning wolf coughed twice, having been poisoned. This was the rank 3 moon poison goo. The frenzy lightning wolf was furious, raising its head and roaring. The fierce sound waves spread in all directions, forming an invisible force. The thunder howl goo was intimidating. This was not the thunder howl goo, but the sound wave goo. The sound waves vibrated the air, forming an invisible force. Pushed by this force, Xiong Jiaoman, Guyu Yaola and flew out, separating in midair. Xiong Jiaoman crashed into a bamboo building, and there was no more movement. As for Guyu Yaola, she directly flew out of the village through the broken east gate. She was in a daze from the fall, and just as she was about to get up, she saw a lightning wolf opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her. Ah! She let out a sharp scream, and at the critical moment, a moon blade flew over and killed the lightning wolf. She quickly stood up and saw that her savior was a young male goo master. The lower half of his body was buried under the collapsed wall. The male goo master's blurred bloody face smiled at her, and the next moment, his throat was bitten by the lightning wolves that swarmed over. Guyu Yaoli's face was covered in tears. She cried as she ran. This battlefield was extremely chaotic. Because of her identity and background, there were Gu masters who lent her a helping hand from time to time. But most of them could not even protect themselves, and could not help her out of this predicament. Gu Yao Ji was also entangled by the frenzy lightning wolves, and could not attend to her. Gu Yao Li's heart was in a daze, and all she could see were the claws and teeth of the lightning wolves. In the midst of her panic, she suddenly heard a voice. "Take a step back." She subconsciously did as she was told, and coincidentally dodged a lightning wolf's bite. "Roll to the right," the voice said again. Yao Li's consciousness was still in a daze, but her body had already moved. A wolf's mouth made a cracking sound, and it almost bit her. The voice continued, and the young girl completed her tasks meticulously. Sometimes when she made a mistake, a moon blade would fly out of nowhere and help her out of trouble. When there were no more lightning wolves around her, Yao Li realized that she was safe. But unknowingly she had left the village, and stood in a remote forest. A person's figure appeared in front of her. She immediately stared with wide eyes. "Do you have Fan Yuan, you helped me?" "No, I just helped myself." Fan Yuan grinned, and could not help but reveal a trace of evil. Chapter 153. What? Gu Yao Li heard this and was stunned. Fan Yuan had already moved like lightning, his palm grabbing the young girl's delicate neck. Tsk, he knocked her out. The young girl fell down, and Fan Yuan's arm quickly grabbed her by the waist. The stealth scales Gu was activated, and their figures disappeared from the spot. When Gu Yao Li opened her eyes in a daze, she found herself in a dark cave. She shook her dizzy head, and subconsciously wanted to stand up. However, she soon discovered that she was tied to a rock. All the Gu worms on her body were taken away by Fan Yuan using the plunder Gu, and refined into his. She was just a 15-year-old girl, with a weak body. How could she struggle free from a rope that was as thick as a finger, and had several twists and knots tied into it? Being tied up in this unfamiliar environment, the young girl's heart naturally surged with fear. She recalled the scene when she was knocked out, and even the most naive person would know that Fan Yuan was going to harm her. But how will Fan Yuan deal with me? What does he want to do to me? Is it because I reported him to Grandma, and he wants to take revenge on me? The young girl could not move her limbs, but her thoughts were rapidly churning. The more she thought, the more terrified she became, and she could not help but cry. "Grandma, where are you? Quickly come and save Lulu!" she cried, feeling an unprecedented sense of loneliness and fear. She did not know where Fan Yuan went, but her cries echoed in the cave. "Does Fan Yuan want to imprison me here? Let me taste bitterness after starving for 7 to 8 days, and never dare to say bad things about him again." Gu Yao Li cried for a while, and suddenly thought of a possibility. "Too evil. Fan Yuan, I will definitely not let you off." She gritted her teeth fiercely. Her impression of Fan Yuan was already extremely bad, and now it had reached rock bottom. Gu Yao Li had never hated someone so much since she was young. Just at this time, footsteps could be heard. Not long after, Fan Yuan's figure appeared from the shadows. "Fan Yuan, what do you want? Let me go! Otherwise, my grandma will punish you." Seeing Fan Yuan, Gu Yao Li struggled with all her might. Her pair of tender legs kicked the ground like a deer that had fallen into a pit. "Quite energetic." Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Gu and Yao Li were just about to open their mouths and continue cursing when they suddenly saw a big bear slowly walking over from behind Fan Yuan. "Bear, bear!" Her eyes widened and she was so panicked that she couldn't speak. Fan Yuan chuckled coldly. He stretched out his hand and stroked the black fur of the bear. His cold voice echoed in the cave like a chilly wind. "It's not easy to find such a wild bear in the wolf tide. It took me a lot of time." Gu Yao Li reacted quickly. She was quick-witted and quickly recalled that Fan Yuan had asked for a bear enslavement Gu from Sister Xiongjiao. "So it's like this." She sneered and opened her mouth to speak. Unexpectedly, Fan Yuan walked over and squatted in front of her. "What do you want?" The young girl tried to shrink back, but Fan Yuan easily used his right hand to firmly pinch her cheek. "Cute and lively, indeed very likable." Fan Yuan commented indifferently. Chi. His right hand moved down and grabbed Yao Li's collar, forcefully pulling it. Her clothes were torn apart, revealing the pink doo-doo underneath. Ah! The young girl was stunned for a moment before she suddenly screamed and struggled violently. Even if her tender skin was bleeding from the hemp rope, she didn't care. Fan Yuan sneered and continued to tear. Chi. Soon, the young girl's clothes were torn, leaving behind only a few pitiful tattered cloth pieces, revealing large patches of milky white skin. Don't! She was extremely afraid, crying loudly. Thinking of the possibility that Fan Yuan would teach her a lesson, her whole body trembled. Fan Yuan did not continue as she expected, instead he stood up and slowly retreated. The young girl's cries turned into choking sobs. But at this time, the black bear opened its paw and slowly walked over. The young girl's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. At this moment, she felt an intense aura of death. Whoosh! The bear's paw slapped, creating a sound of air breaking. With a crisp sound, the young girl's head was hit by the bear's paw, the huge force instantly breaking her delicate neck. Her head was twisted at a strange angle, bending to the side. A moment ago, the young beauty was still alive, but now she was dead. The warm corpse was tied to a huge rock, like a broken doll. Even without Fan Yuan controlling the bear enslavement goo, the black bear had already lowered its head and started to enjoy this sumptuous meal due to its hunting instinct. It first bit the young girl's throat, blood spurted out and splattered on its black fur. Next was the young girl's white and delicate chest, like a pair of unbloomed flower buds. The black bear bit off the young girl's right chest, tearing open the flesh and revealing the pale white ribs. At this time, the black bear used its paw to slap, breaking these ribs. The young girl's internal organs were squeezed, causing blood to spurt out. Without the obstruction of the bones, the black bear's mouth went deep into the young girl's body, biting on the still beating heart and swallowing it. The heart went through the throat and into the stomach. This winged bear that had been hiding due to the wolf tide for a long time without food, immediately howled in satisfaction. After howling, it lowered its head again and started to eat the young girl's internal organs. Poochie. The black bear opened its mouth and large amounts of blood flowed out, producing the sound of water. After a while, the black bear finally poked its head out. The young girl's chest was already empty, the huge wound stretched to her abdomen. But towards the shining white intestines, the black bear did not seem to be interested. It started to shift its attention to the young girl's white and slender legs. The young girl's hands were all slender and smooth like jade. The black bear took it in one bite, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it into its stomach, producing crunching sounds. The young girl's thighs were also delicious. The flesh was tender and had a virgin fragrance. After the black bear had finished eating, only the white thigh bones were left. In the midst of shaking, the young girl's head finally fell to the ground. To be honest, she was really cute. She had a pair of bright black eyes, a round nose that was slightly tilted, pink skin like a flower, and 2 rows of white teeth in her small mouth. But now, the blood had drained from her face, and her skin had become deathly pale. Her black hair was loose, covering half of her face, and her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and anger. She died with everlasting regret. Fan Yuan crossed his arms as he watched and admired Gyue's expression. He couldn't help but think of a Buddhist saying on earth, "There is no form of me, no form of man, no form of all living beings, no form of those who live forever. Beauty is just a skeleton, white bones, and flesh. I am the self, there is no self. Break away from egoism and recognize your ordinary self." The selfless aspect meant that everyone was equal and there was no difference. Humans were humans. They no longer treated humans as nobles and belittled other creatures as lowly. They said, "No human face," meant that all living beings are equal, there is no difference. Living beings were all forms of life. They no longer regarded life as noble and thought that other lifeless rocks and streams had spirituality. That is, there is no distinction between living things. In other words, everything in the world is equal, there is no difference. Everything had its own lifespan, and the phrase, "those without lifespan," meant that regardless of whether they existed or did not exist, they were all equal, and there was no difference between them. No matter how beautiful a man or woman was, they would eventually turn into skeletons. White bones and flesh were one, but the people of the world loved the flesh more than the white bones. This was because they didn't recognize the equality between the two. This Buddhist saying was to let people see through all appearances and see the truth. Beauty was the appearance, and so were all living beings and lifespan. Seeing through all the wrong appearances, one would see Tathagata. Seeing through, treating everyone equally, all living beings were equal. That was why the Buddha sacrificed himself to feed the tiger, and cut off his flesh to feed the eagle. This was because he had great compassion in his heart, and saw all living beings as his own. He loved everything and loved everything. Whether it was me, others, animals, plants, or even the lifeless rocks and water, as well as things that did not exist, he loved them. Mortals stood there and watched the bear eat people. Some hot-blooded men jumped out and shouted, "Beast, don't eat people!" Or, "Beautiful girl, don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you!" And so on. These were the love and hate of mortals. They loved the girl and hated the giant bear. They didn't see through it. They were obsessed and couldn't see through the pink skeleton. If Buddha were to stand here and watch a bear eat a man, he would sigh and sing, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" He would save the girl and feed himself to the black bear. This was the love and hate of Buddha. He loved the girl and loved the giant bear, treating both equally. But at this moment, Fan Yuan was standing here. Looking at the girl's tragic death, there was no ripple in his heart. This wasn't because he was used to life and death, but because he had broken through appearances and was no longer obsessed. No appearance, no appearance, no appearance of all living beings, no appearance of lifespan. He treated all living things equally, and all living things were equal. That was why the girl's death was no different from the death of an ant, a fox, or a tree. But in the eyes of mortals, the girl's death would arouse their anger, hatred, and pity. If it was the girl eating the bear, they wouldn't think it was too much. If it was an old woman being eaten, the pity in their hearts would be greatly reduced. If it was a murderer who had committed countless crimes being eaten, they would have clapped their hands and cheered loudly instead. In fact, all living beings were equal. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living beings as dogs. Nature was fair. It didn't care about love or hate. It was heartless and would never treat all living beings differently. The weak were prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. What did the disappearance of a living being mean to the vast nature, to the deep and vast starry sky, and to the long river of history? If it died, it died. Who could not die? The girl, the giant bear, the ant, the fox, the tree, the old woman, the murderer, they were all lowly. They were all lowly. They were all dogs. As long as one recognized this, they would break through all appearances and see the truth, and they would have divinity. If this divinity took a small step toward the light, it would be Buddha. If it took half a step toward the darkness, it would be devil. Devil! Chapter 154. An hour later, Guyue's medicine music was almost completely devoured by the black bear. The black bear did not seem willing to eat the intestines and the girl's head. But Fan Yuan did not want to see this happen. According to the man-beast life burial Gu's recipe, it was best for the wild beast to eat the human until nothing was left. Only then could the success be guaranteed. To refine this man-beast life burial Gu, close to 10 types of materials were needed. Among them, the two most important ones were human and beast. This person had to be a virgin and have Gu master aptitude. And this aptitude had to be at least C grade. Of course, B grade and A grade were even better, as they could greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. This beast was referring to the beast enslavement Gu. Bear enslavement Gu, wolf enslavement Gu, tiger enslavement Gu, and so on. Even deer enslavement Gu and bull enslavement Gu were fine. But carnivores like bears, wolves, and tigers were more convenient. If it was deer or bulls that were herbivores, they would need a goo worm to control the beast enslavement goo and force them to eat the human. After the wild beast swallowed the human, it would need to quickly fuse. If the wild beast digested the human's flesh and bones, the fusion would not succeed. Seeing that the black bear was unwilling to swallow the medicine music's intestines and head, Fan Yuan snorted in displeasure and willed, activating the bear enslavement goo on the black bear. The black bear roared, but under Fan Yuan's coercion, it had to swallow the intestines and head. At the same time, it bit off the girl's white skeleton, and swallowed them one by one. The bone spikes were sharp, and under Fan Yuan's coercion, many bone fragments pierced into its mouth and esophagus, causing the bear to cry in pain. But Fan Yuan continued to forcefully urge it. Its body was no longer listening to its own commands. In the end, the black bear stuffed the entire vertebra into its throat as if it was swallowed whole. Fan Yuan knew the time was ripe. He flicked his finger, and a single orifice charcoal goo flew out. The goo worm flew into the black bear's open mouth, and drilled into its body. The black bear howled in pain. The charcoal goo's power caused its organs to burn. The black bear's body was trembling violently. It screamed miserably and wanted to roll on the ground, but the bear enslavement goo controlled its every movement. After burning for several minutes, Fan Yuan pointed his finger and 3 fire oil goo flew out. Fire oil goo was a rank 1 consumable goo. Once it was thrown into the black bear's body, it would explode into a large amount of fire oil, increasing the intensity of the fire in the black bear's body. The black bear's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. Fan Yuan found an opportunity and threw several goo worms into its body. These goo worms were all his battle merits. He kept exchanging for them. The black bear lay on the ground, completely motionless. After a while, red flames shot out from its 7 orifices and behind its buttocks. Then, the flames suddenly grew bigger and instantly spread to its entire body. Ignited into a giant torch. The entire pitch-black cave was illuminated by the fire. However, this flame was not an ordinary orange-red, but a strange blood-red color. Fan Yuan waited patiently for a moment. When this flame was about to extinguish, he steadily sent out the final goo. This was a rank 2 poison goo. It was thrown into the flame. Immediately, a huge change occurred. A lump of white light was born from the flame. At first, it was only the size of a fist. Fan Yuan quickly took out primeval stones from his coin bag and threw them into the ball of light one by one. The light lump digested the yuan stone and rapidly expanded. After Fan Yuan threw over 1,000 yuan stone, the light lump expanded to the size of a room door and suddenly shrunk. Whoosh! The flame on the bear's corpse was extinguished, and the cave fell into darkness once again. A goo worm flew towards Fan Yuan while swaying. Man-beast life burial goo. Rank 3 consumable goo worm. It looked like a black spider with hairy legs. But its head was a bear's head and its back was covered with blood-colored markings, drawing the outline of a young girl's face. Looking at this face, it was Guyue Yao Le. She seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying, as if she was staring at Fan Yuan, filled with hatred and resentment. Fan Yuan, however, laughed heartily, not caring at all. When a person dies, their Tao disappears. Even when they were alive, what could they do to Fan Yuan after death? He opened his mouth without hesitation and swallowed this man-beast life burial goo. Man-beast life burial goo crawled into his throat and into his esophagus, turning into a black and red stream of water. The stream flowed from top to bottom, like an inverted heavenly river entering the aperture. After entering the aperture, this black and red stream of water flowed into the red steel primeval essence sea. Almost instantly, the entire primeval essence was dyed a strange black and red color, emitting a bloody aura. Fan Yuan willed and quickly mobilized the black and red primeval essence, using the time to cleanse the aperture walls. 10%, 20%, 30%, when 38% of the primeval essence was expended, the apertures shook violently, and the transparent white crystal walls cracked and shattered. What replaced it was a completely new spherical light membrane aperture wall. At this moment, Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3. But Fan Yuan did not relax, and immediately expelled the remaining black and red primeval essence out of his body. This primeval essence could not be used. If it was injected into a goo worm, it would cause the goo worm to die. If it was left in the aperture for a long time, it would contaminate the light membrane aperture wall, causing one's aptitude to drop. After Fan Yuan expelled the black and red primeval essence, he picked up a yuan stone and started to recover his primeval essence. First, the first wisp of silver mist appeared, then condensed into water droplets, finally forming a silver primeval sea. Rank 1 Goo Masters have green copper primeval essence, Rank 2 red steel primeval essence, and Rank 3 white silver primeval essence. But this white silver primeval sea was not pure, instead it was mixed with a layer of black and red color. This was the side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. Fan Yuan was not surprised. He calmed his mind and expelled the accumulated white silver primeval essence out of his body, before condensing primeval essence again. The second time, the black and red color in the primeval sea was reduced by more than half. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied, and expelled all the white silver primeval essence again, condensing primeval essence again. After several times, the black and red color was reduced to an undetectable level, even if Fan Yuan expelled his primeval essence again. He could not reduce this residue. This was the unavoidable side effect of using the man-beast life burial goo. The effect of the man-beast life burial goo was extraordinary. It could raise a rank 2 peak stage goo master who had no hope of advancing to rank 3. It was simply defying heaven and changing one's fate. Thus, there would naturally be some imperfections. To get rid of this black and red color, it was not impossible. The most common method was to use the cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo could cleanse the different primeval essence in the aperture. It had once appeared in the treehouse of the caravan, but unfortunately it was bought by the Qi family. Fan Yuan could not do anything about this black and red color in a short period of time. "You bunch of useless good-for-nothings, what are you all doing? You can't even find a living person?" In the medicine hall, Wei Xiaobao was stunned. In the medicine hall, Guyue Yao Ji flew into a rage, her roar causing the windows to tremble slightly. Her heart was filled with anxiety, fear, worry, and irritation. 3 days and 3 nights had passed, the 4 frenzy lightning wolves had been exterminated, and Guyue village was safe. But her granddaughter, Guyue Yaole, was nowhere to be seen. Even though she mobilized all her connections and combed through the entire battlefield, and even searched the vicinity of the stronghold on a large scale several times, she still couldn't find any new clues. The last to see Guyue Yaole were the Goo Masters. Some of the Goo Masters who participated in the battle. The last scene they saw was, Guyue Yaole was trapped in the wolf pack, panicking and unable to choose a path, and was surrounded by danger. These words all indicated that Guyue Yaole's situation was truly grim. She was likely to be eaten by the wolf pack. But Guyue Yao Ji was unwilling. She wasn't willing to accept this cruel reality. If it was any other girl, they would have died. But Guyue Yaole was her granddaughter. She had been nurturing the medicine faction's inheritor since young. She was so obedient and smart, making people feel pity for her. So lively and cute, making people laugh. These days, Guyue Yao Ji did not sleep or rest, her mind filled with images of her granddaughter. Guyue Yao Ji had taken good care of herself, but in just 3 days she seemed to have aged 10 years. Her heart felt like it had been dug out, and the emptiness was filled with endless pain. Under her roar, dozens of Goo Masters lowered their heads, enduring the old lady's merciless scolding. "Reporting to Medicine Hall Elder, subordinate has something to report." At this time, a rank 2 Goo Master walked in quickly. "What is it? Is there news of Yaole?" Guyue Yao Ji's eyes brightened, quickly asking. "Someone advanced to rank 3, the clan leader is gathering the elders in the clan pavilion to verify it," the Goo Master quickly reported. Guyue Yao Ji's eyes dimmed, impatiently waving her hand. "If it's not news of Yaole, why bother me?" "Wait, what did you say? Someone advanced to rank 3 and became the new clan elder?" Halfway through her words, Guyue Yao Ji suddenly reacted, frowning slightly. This was too sudden, without any warning. The appearance of a new clan elder would affect the politics of Gyue clan. This was a hidden blow to the medicine faction that had lost its inheritor. In the medicine hall, the Gu masters standing started to discuss in whispers, guessing the identity of this new clan elder. Gyue Yaoji frowned, directly asking, "Who advanced to rank 3? Replying to Lord Yaoji, "It is Gyue Fan Yuan." The Gu master answered, "What? It's him!" In an instant, Gyue Yaoji's pupils shrunk. To her, this was completely bad news. In the hall, the Gu masters also burst into an uproar. "Are you kidding me? It's actually Fan Yuan? Isn't he C-grade talent? How did he become a rank 3 Gu master so quickly? Once he reaches rank 3, he is a clan elder, the clan's higher-ups. When we see him in the future, we have to bow and greet him. How can this be? This is simply soaring to the sky. Didn't they say he was dead? He went missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. I thought he was eaten by lightning wolves." The Gu masters were shocked, jealous, and confused. Missing for 3 days and 3 nights, and his corpse couldn't be found on the battlefield. Isn't this the same as Yao Li's situation? Gyue Yaoji's ears twitched. A woman's intuition made her develop strong suspicions towards Fan Yuan. She suddenly changed her mind. She wanted to make a trip to the clan leader's pavilion. Chapter 155. He actually advanced to rank 3. Rank 3 aura is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no doubt about it. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Gyue Bo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a youngster who was standing upright in the hall. It was Fan Yuan. To think that this Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only C-grade aptitude? How could he advance so suddenly? Actually, thinking about it, it is not too sudden. Did you all forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo. His cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The group of clan elders were shocked and puzzled. They were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fan Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has C-grade aptitude, but in such a short time, he actually had such an achievement. It is really unexpected. Gyue Mochin, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed inwardly. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago, when Fan Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Gyue Mochin could no longer remember. But afterwards Fan Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards, he looked at Fan Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude, he did not have much hope for him. Who would have thought? He actually had such an achievement today. According to the clan system, as long as a Gu master reaches rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have an impact on the old political structure. It would create an impact. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Gyue and Machin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Gyue Lian, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. This is Fan Yuan. There must be a secret. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic goo, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Qin Shu doesn't have. Gyue Bo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Qin Shu, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Gyue and Qin Shu were still alive, he probably had to have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Gyue Yaoji has arrived. At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and wrinkled. Under his eyelids, his gaze was extremely sharp, and it almost instantly locked onto Fan Yuan. Gyue Yaoji quickly walked closer, saying, Fan Yuan, you actually advanced to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally. I want to inspect your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy. How could it be so easily inspected by others? Fan Yuan slightly turned his body. Seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer. Gu Yao Ji? You want to inspect my aperture, what right do you have? In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White-silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time, the aura of rank 3 was real. How dare you? A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes. Why can't I inspect you? Based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior. Humph, old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Earlier, you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I did not sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass? Humph, I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass goo, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, his words sharp as knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If he were a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone. But now that he was a rank 3 Gu master, his status was equal to the elders, and the situation was different. Seeing Fan Yuan and Gu Yao Ji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's thoughts were deep. Even if they were not shrewd, they would train themselves to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fan Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. Lad, you dare to slander me! Gu Yao Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fan Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in front of everyone? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Gu Yao Ji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Gu Yao Ji bite back at him, Fan Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, the lingering voice of Gu Yao Ji echoed. The old woman's entire body was trembling slightly. This silence made her feel that she was alone and powerless. Different. The situation was different. If Fan Yuan was only a rank 1 or rank 2 Gu master, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Gu Yao Ji to punish Fan Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups must not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fan Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master, although the clan leader had not officially announced it, but his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Gu Yao Ji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fan Yuan was a newly promoted elder. He did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage. The barefooted did not fear those who wore shoes. On the other hand, Gu Yao Ji was already very old, although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position, and had a wide network. This was her weakness. She was old, and could not afford to lose. The heir of the medicine faction, Yao Le, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide, even the elders could die. The situation was unstable. The newcomers took their positions, and the elders stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Gu Master, the number of clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide was not small. To the elders, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves, without any huge benefits. They had no time to participate in other people's battles. Gu Yao Ji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Right now, as she stood, A formless pressure enveloped her body and mind. Her forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolves stood in the shadows and stared at her indifferently with their deep, dark green eyes. Fan Yuan, who was standing in front of her, was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young. He was so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. Truly, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Guyue Yaoji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more violently. Her aura was also gradually decreasing. But when Guyue Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind, she forcefully opened her blurry old eyes. Her aura suddenly rose again. She opened her mouth and said, "Fan Yuan, you came these 3 days. Why did you disappear? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name among the Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back, you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process? I believe everyone is interested to know about this." Realizing that Fan Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But the tone of his speech was even harder to resist. His words hid treacherous and sinister thoughts. She was after all the most senior, a politician with high status. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. None of the people here were fools. Fan Yuan's sudden advancement to rank 3 was indeed suspicious. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known by everyone. Guyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fan Yuan dared to return so openly, he naturally had made preparations. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his head and laughed. "Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to advance to rank 3. Elder Guyue Lian can testify for me on this point." "What?" Guyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Guyue Lian. This master of the Qi faction, one of the 2 most powerful elders in the Guyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression. But under everyone's gaze, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, so he reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fan Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint. They would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. "I didn't expect Guyue's cultivation to be related to Fan Yuan. Does Fan Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid it is greatly related. Didn't people speculate that Fan Yuan had a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I didn't expect it to be the Qi faction. Fan Yuan's cultivation speed is so fast, I'm afraid it is the Qi faction's investment. Fan Yuan is Fang Jing's older brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning." Some of the elders were discussing, while others were feeling emotional. "So this Fan Yuan is not a junior without any background. He has already submitted to the Qi faction. We must be careful when dealing with him in the future. Luckily I didn't jump into the fight between Fan Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble. She wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's the Qi faction." Guyue Yao Ji's face was pale. When she heard Guyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with the Qi faction's background were 2 completely different concepts. Chapter 156. Guyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He had originally wanted to recruit Fan Yuan, but because of his aptitude, he gave up. Now, his old rival Guyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fan Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started investing in Fan Yuan over a year ago. Now, his investment had paid off and the chief faction had gained a new elder. How could his heart not be heavy? Apart from being heavy, Emotion also had some doubts. He was Gyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Gyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Gyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Gyue Lian should have been gloating and looking at Emotion with disdain and pride. But looking at him now, his face was gloomy, as though he had suffered some sort of loss. This was too strange. What happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement did they make? Gyue Emotion couldn't figure it out. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Gyue Lian was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Gyue Cheng faking his aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Gyue Lian, and his grandson, Qi knew about this. How did an outsider like Fang Yuan know about this? Gyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This would be a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on a faction like this? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Gyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back. Because he didn't know who else knew the secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation, and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qi could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already an elder, they wanted to kill the elder. The seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time. The bigger the commotion, the harder it would be to deal with. Falling out with Fang Yuan. There was no benefit to the Qi bloodline, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a form of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came suddenly, and he didn't know how many tricks Fang Yuan had up his sleeves, so he could only accept it. Now, Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out, attracting the firepower for Fang Yuan. This was simply putting him, Gyue Qi Lian, on fire to roast. But even if Gyue Lian knew this, what could he do? At this time, he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Gyue Yaoji, I know you are feeling unbalanced. Yes, that granddaughter of yours with B-grade aptitude is dead. She died without a complete corpse, and your medicine branch has no successor. But I, a C-grade aptitude kid, managed to advance to the 3rd rank. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me. I can understand. What did you say? Gyue Yaoji stared with his eyes wide open, unable to restrain his anger. Little thing, I am telling you Gyue Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What does her death have to do with me? Yaoji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But... He suddenly changed the topic. You, Gyue Yaoji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Gyue Yaoji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater. You are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. but what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Guyu Yaoji's actions were indeed a little overboard, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and ignoring the proper business to search for her own granddaughter. You! Guyu Yaoji trembled in anger, pointing at Fan Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fan Yuan to death on the spot. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guyu Yaoji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fan Yuan's advancement. Fan Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend it. To the clan elders, upholding the clan's rules was protecting their own interests. Guyu Yaoji's actions these few days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fan Yuan bastard! Truly a bastard! Guyu Yaoji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guyu Lian was also fuming with anger. Fan Yuan had offended Guyu Yaoji to death. Fan Yuan was hated by Yaoji, and the chief faction that Fan Yuan joined would probably also be angered by Yaoji. But in fact, his chief faction was really innocent. Was he, Guyu Lian, an idiot? Why would he offend Guyu Yaoji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guyu Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fan Yuan's actions were his own idea. It had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fan Yuan's next words completely shattered Shi Lian's fantasy into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guyu Bo. Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt whether Guyu Yaoji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I suggest temporarily revoking her position as the medicine hall clan elder. At the same time, we can inspect her again. Every healing Gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the Gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, Elder Qilian is also in favor of my suggestion. What? Guyu Yaoji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guyu Lian's attitude was so clear. Did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yaoji? He had long coveted the huge benefits in her hands. Wanted to get involved? What? As the person involved, Guyu Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be furious? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fan Yuan. This Fan Yuan not only offended Guyu Yaoji, he even dragged him, Guyu Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now, his long-term efforts were ruined by Fan Yuan's one sentence. Fan Yuan was clearly framing him. Framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guyu Lian, was the Grand Chief Faction leader. He was caught by this scoundrel Fan Yuan, but he could do nothing about it. Oh. Elder Qilian, you also have this attitude? Guyu Bo's gaze flashed. He asked. Guyu Lian gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fan Yuan. He was afraid he could not control his anger. At this point, he had no way to deal with Fan Yuan and could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yaoji's position was Fan Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is near, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yaoji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing Gu master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. Of course, he would not go along with Fan Yuan's words, because he had his own interests to seek. In these words, he had already tried his best to find a balance between Fan Yuan and Yaoji. But even so, just as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guyu Yaoji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I have offended Yaoji. At this moment, Guyue Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yao Ji. Someone, quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yao Ji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guyue Yao Ji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days, she was mentally exhausted. Moreover, she was provoked by Fan Yuan and Qi Lian together, adding insult to injury. It would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yao Ji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest and recuperate is for her own good. Lord Yao Ji is unconscious, the medicine hall cannot go a day without someone managing it. I suggest that Fan Yuan take over. Guyue Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guyue Yao Ji being carried out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fan Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, haha, Guyue Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guyue Lian deliberately said this, of course he had a deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment Guyue Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qizhong. Fan Yuan's cultivation is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Finishing, Guyue Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fan Yuan and cupped their hands, all of them smiling. Fan Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 157. He actually advanced to rank 3. The aura of rank 3 is genuine, and he even has white-silver primeval essence, there is no mistake. The hall of the clan leader pavilion was solemn and respectful. Clan leader Guyue Bo sat on the highest seat, while the elders sat on the left and right. Whispers arose, and more than 10 people's gazes were more or less focused on a young man standing upright in the hall. It was Fan Yuan. To think that this Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have expected it either. Isn't he only see great aptitude? How could it be so sudden? Actually, thinking about it, it is not sudden. Did you guys forget that he obtained 2 red steel relic goo? That's right, 2 relic goo. His cultivation was completely pushed up. Thinking back to my cultivation, sigh. The clan elders were shocked and puzzled. They were caught unprepared by this fact. This Fan Yuan actually advanced to rank 3. He only has great aptitude, but in such a short time, he actually had such an achievement. It is really unexpected. Guyue Mochin, who was sitting on the first seat on the left, sighed in his heart. He thought of 2 to 3 years ago, when Fan Yuan was still in the academy, he killed a servant of his clan. This servant's name, Guyue Mochin had already forgotten. But afterwards Fan Yuan dismembered the corpse and gave him a gift, leaving a deep impression on him. From that day onwards, he looked at Fan Yuan in a different light. But due to his aptitude, he did not have much hope for him. To think that he actually had such achievements today. According to the clan's system, as long as a Gu master reached rank 3, they would become a new clan elder. A new clan elder would definitely have a huge impact on the old political structure. If I had recruited him in advance, this impact would have been used by me, giving me a political advantage. Sigh, what a pity. Guyue and Mochin could not help but glance at the opposite side. His old rival, Guyue Lian, was sitting on the first seat on the right. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with a dark light. There must be secrets on this Fan Yuan. Although I have the help of 2 red steel relic Gu, advancing to rank 3 so quickly is something that even Qin Shu doesn't have. Gu Yuebo was also inwardly pondering. He could not help but think of his adopted son, Qin Shu, and could not help but sigh in his heart. If Guyue Qin Shu was still alive, he would also have rank 3 cultivation. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Medicine Hall Elder Guyue Yao Ji has arrived! At this moment, the doorman suddenly announced loudly. An old woman walked in from the door. Her face was pale and full of wrinkles. Under her drooping eyelids, her gaze was extremely sharp. She stared at Fan Yuan almost instantly. Guyue Yao Ji approached him quickly and said, Fan Yuan, you can actually advance to rank 3? I don't believe it. Come, let this old woman inspect you personally. I want to check your aperture. The aperture was a Gu master's most important secret and privacy. How could it be so easily inspected by others? Fan Yuan slightly turned his body, and seeing Yao Ji walking over, he could not help but sneer. Guyue Yao Ji, on what basis do you want to inspect my aperture? In the past, when he had just started cultivating, he received the Academy Elder's regular inspection. But it was different now. He was already a rank 3 Gu master, on equal footing with the Academy Elder and Medicine Hall Elder. Moreover, it was very simple to inspect his cultivation. White silver primeval essence could not be faked, and at the same time, the aura of rank 3 was real. Audacious! A junior like you dares to call me by my name? Yao Ji immediately stared with wide eyes. Why can't I inspect you? Just based on my identity, I am the Medicine Hall Elder, and also your senior. Humph, old woman, calling you by your name is giving you face. We still need to settle the score between us. Previously you wanted to buy my liquor worm, but I didn't sell it, so you held a grudge. You actually wanted to rob my 9-leaf vitality grass? Humph, I wanted to exchange for that 3-step fragrant grass Gu, but you stopped me from doing so. I am also a rank 3 now, you better stop putting on airs in front of me. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, his words like knives. He was very straightforward, shedding all pretense of cordiality. If it was a rank 1 or rank 2, he would definitely be suppressed and attacked by everyone if he said such words. But now, with his rank 3 cultivation, his status was already equal to the elders, and the situation had changed. Seeing Fan Yuan and Guyue Yao Ji scolding each other, the other elders silently chose to watch from the sidelines. Being in a high position, one's mind was deep. Even if one was not shrewd, they would still train to be shrewd. They did not know much about Fan Yuan, so they could use this chance to observe him secretly. Lad, you dare to slander me! Guyue Yao Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although Fan Yuan's words were true, how could she admit it in public? All the elders present were silent, silently watching the development of the situation. Many of the elders present knew about the 9-leaf vitality grass, and had even exchanged benefits with Guyue Yao Ji. But in politics, there were only eternal benefits, there were no eternal enemies or eternal friends. Seeing Guyue Yao Ji bite back at him, Fan Yuan laughed coldly, not rebuking her. In the hall, Guyue Yao Ji's lingering voice resounded. This old woman's body was slightly trembling. This silence made her feel that she was alone. Different. The situation was different. If Fan Yuan was only rank 1 or rank 2, these elders would immediately jump out and stand together with Guyue Yao Ji to punish Fan Yuan. The authority of the higher-ups could not be challenged by the lower-ups. But now, Fan Yuan was already rank 3, and although the clan leader had not officially announced it, his status as an elder was already set in stone. In this way, the conflict between him and Guyue Yao Ji was an internal conflict between the higher-ups. Fan Yuan was a newly promoted elder. He did not have a deep background, but this was also his advantage. He had nothing to lose. On the other hand, Guyue Yao Ji was already very old, although she was in charge of the medicine hall, had a high position, and had a wide network. This was her weakness. She was old and could not afford to lose, and the heir of the medicine faction, Yao Le, had also disappeared. The huge benefits in her hands were coveted by others. It was fine during times of peace, but now it was the wolf tide, even the elders could die. The situation was turbulent, new people took their positions, and old people stepped down. This was a time of change, and none of the elders could guarantee that they would be safe and sound. Even the clan leader could die in such a situation. In the history of Gyue clan, there were many clan leaders who died because of the wolf tide. To the elders, it was difficult to even protect themselves. Without huge benefits, they had no time to get involved in other people's battles. Gyue Yaoji felt troubled. The hall was silent. Because of her granddaughter's matter, she had not slept for 3 days and 3 nights. Standing now, an invisible pressure enveloped her body and mind, causing a layer of cold sweat to form on her forehead. She felt like a crippled old wolf, standing alone in a pack of wolves. The surrounding wolf pack stood in the shadows, using their deep green eyes to stare at her indifferently. The Fan Yuan standing in front of her was like a male wolf that had just revealed his prowess in the hunt. He was so young, so ambitious, so vigorous and strong. It was really, the new generation replaces the old. At this moment, Gyue Yaoji felt that she was really old. Old and frail. Her eyelids drooped even more, and her imposing manner gradually decreased. But when Gyue Yaoli's figure appeared in her mind, she forced her blurred eyes open, and her imposing manner rose again. She opened her mouth. Fan Yuan, why did you disappear these 3 days? If you did not appear, the medicine hall's casualty report would have listed your name in the list of Gu masters who died. You disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, and when you came back, you became a rank 3 Gu master. What exactly happened during this process? I believe everyone is interested to know about this. Realizing that Fan Yuan was not as easy to deal with as before, her tone had already softened, no longer as overbearing as before. But her words were even harder to resist, with treacherous and sinister thoughts hidden in her words. She was after all the most senior politician. When the elders heard this, their eyes brightened, showing obvious interest. No one here was an idiot. Fan Yuan advancing to rank 3 was indeed fishy. After all, his C-grade aptitude was known to everyone. Gyue Yaoji's words made the elders stand on her side again. However, since Fan Yuan dared to return so grandly, he was naturally prepared. Under everyone's gazes, he raised his head and laughed. Old woman, do I have to tell you just because you want to know? But seeing how pitiful your granddaughter is, I will be merciful and tell you. These days I have been in closed-door cultivation in Elder Qi Lian's residence, trying to break through to rank 3. Elder Gyue Lian can testify for me on this point. What? Gyue Yaoji heard this and immediately showed a shocked expression. The rest of the elders were also visibly moved, showing all kinds of rich and complicated expressions. At once, countless gazes looked towards the gloomy Gyue Lian. This Chi-faction clan head, one of the 2 most powerful elders in Gyue clan, had an even more gloomy expression, almost to the point of dripping water. But under everyone's gazes, he knew he had to give everyone an explanation, thus he reluctantly opened his mouth. This matter is indeed like this. These days, Fan Yuan has been in closed-door cultivation in a secret room in my residence. I can testify for this. Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The elders had deep self-restraint, they would not make a fuss and lose their manners. However, there were still many murmurs of discussion. I can't believe that Gyue's cultivation has something to do with Fan Yuan. Does Fan Yuan's advancement have anything to do with Qi Lian? I'm afraid there is a huge connection. Didn't people speculate that Fan Yuan has a force supporting him from behind the scenes? I can't believe it is Chi-faction. The reason why Fan Yuan's cultivation can be so fast is probably because of Chi-faction's investment. Fan Yuan is Fang Jing's brother. Elder Qi Lian's action has a profound meaning. Some of the elders were discussing, while some of the other elders' emotions were in turmoil. This Fan Yuan is not a junior without any background. He has already joined Chi-faction. We must be careful with him in the future. Luckily I didn't jump into the fight between Fan Yuan and Yao Ji. Yao Ji is in trouble now. She wanted to deal with an elder with no background, but she didn't expect him to have such a solid background. It's Qi faction. Guyue Yaoji's face was deathly pale. When she heard Guyue Lian nod his head in acknowledgement, she was so shocked that she took a step back, her body slightly trembling. Dealing with a lone elder and dealing with an elder with Qi faction background were two completely different concepts. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and reward me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 158. Guyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He originally wanted to recruit Fan Yuan, but he gave up because of his aptitude. Now, his old rival Guyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fan Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started to invest in Fan Yuan over a year ago. Now, his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could he not feel heavy? Apart from being serious, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyue Lian should have become cocky and looked at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But now, Mo Chen's face was gloomy, as if he had suffered a loss. This was too strange. What had happened between him and Fan Yuan? What kind of agreement had they reached? Guyue Mo Chen couldn't understand. This Fan Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Guyue Lian's heart was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fan Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guyue Cheng's aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guyue Lian, and his grandson, Qi Qing, knew this secret. He, Fan Yuan, was just an outsider. How did he know? Guyue Qing was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the entire Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This was practically a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on such a faction? Fan Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fan Yuan, Guyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back, because he didn't know who else knew the secret, who Fan Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation, and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fan Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qi Qing could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already a clan elder. If one wanted to kill a clan elder, the seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time, and the commotion would be even more troublesome. Falling out with Fan Yuan wouldn't benefit the Qi faction at all, and the risk was even greater. Although Fan Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a kind of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fan Yuan's threat came out of nowhere, and he didn't know how many trump cards Fan Yuan had, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Now Fan Yuan fearlessly dragged him out to attract the firepower for Fan Yuan. It was like putting Guyue Lian on a rack to roast. But Guyue Lian knew this, so what could he do? At this time, he heard Fan Yuan say slowly, Guyue Yaoji, I know you are feeling very unbalanced. Yes, your B-grade granddaughter died without a complete corpse, and your medicine faction has no one to continue. But I, a C-grade talent kid, advanced to rank 3. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me. I can understand. What did you say? Guyue Yaoji stared with wide eyes, unable to restrain her anger. Little thing, I'm telling you, Guyue Yao Lu is not dead. Fan Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What does her death have to do with me? Yaoji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But... He suddenly changed the topic. You, Guyu Yao Ji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Guyu Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing Gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured Gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater. You are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fan Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured Gu masters? Guyu Yao Ji's actions were indeed too much, transferring healing Gu masters on her own and not doing proper business, to search for her own granddaughter. You! Guyu Yao Ji trembled in anger, pointing at Fan Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fan Yuan to death on the spot. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guyu Yao Ji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fan Yuan's advancement. Fan Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, defending the clan's rules was equivalent to defending their own interests. Guyu Yao Ji's actions these days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fan Yuan bastard! Truly a bastard! Guyu Yao Ji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guyu Lian was also fuming with anger. Fan Yuan had offended Guyu Yao Ji to death. Fan Yuan was hated by Yao Ji, and the chief faction that Fan Yuan had joined would probably also be angered by Yao Ji. But in fact, his chief faction was really innocent. Was he, Guyu Lian, a fool? Why would he offend Guyu Yao Ji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guyu Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fan Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fan Yuan's next words completely shattered Shi Lian's fantasies into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guyu Bo. Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt if Guyu Yao Ji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I propose to temporarily revoke her position as the medicine hall clan elder, and at the same time, conduct another inspection on her. Every healing Gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the Gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, My suggestion, Elder Qi Lian, is also in favor. What? Guyu Yao Ji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guyu Lian's attitude was so clear. Did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yao Ji, coveting the huge benefits in her hands, and wanted to meddle? What? As the person involved, Guyu Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fan Yuan. This Fan Yuan not only offended Guyu Yao Ji, he even dragged him, Guyu Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now, his long-term efforts were ruined by Fan Yuan's one sentence. Fan Yuan was blatantly framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guyu Lian, the Grand Qi faction leader, was helpless against this scoundrel Fan Yuan. Oh, Elder Qi Lian, you also have this attitude? Guyu Bo's gaze flashed as he asked. Guyu Lian gritted his teeth, slowly standing up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fan Yuan. He was afraid that Fan Yuan would not be able to control his anger. Now that things had come to this, and he had no way to deal with Fan Yuan, he could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yao Ji's position was Fan Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is imminent, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yaoji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing Gu Master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. He naturally would not go along with Fan Yuan's words, because he had his own benefits. In these words, he had tried his best to find a balance between Fan Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guyu Yao Ji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I've offended Yao Ji. At this moment, Guyu Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yao Ji. Someone, quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yao Ji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guyu Yao Ji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days, she was mentally exhausted, and after being provoked by Fan Yuan and Qi Lian, adding insult to injury, it would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yao Ji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest is for her own good. With Lord Yao Ji in a coma, the medicine hall cannot be left unattended for a day. I suggest that Fan Yuan take over. Guyu Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guyu Yao Ji being carried out. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fan Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, haha, Guyu Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guyu Lian deliberately said this, of course he had his own deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment Guyu Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qizhong. Fan Yuan's cultivation level is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Saying so, Guyu Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fan Yuan, cupping their fists with a face full of smiles. Fan Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 159. Congrats, congrats. Elder Fan Yuan is young and promising, a role model for the younger generation. I look forward to seeing Elder Fan Yuan's elegant demeanor when we work together in the future, haha. A group of clan elders surrounded Fan Yuan, saying all sorts of beautiful words. The academy elder stood at the periphery of the crowd, looking at Fan Yuan with a complicated expression. He never thought that there would be a day when Fan Yuan would be promoted to an elder. In that year, he was most optimistic about Fan Jing, followed by Qi Qing and Mo Bei. Who would have thought that the first one to be successful would be Fan Yuan? How can my little achievement compare to the achievements of all the seniors? I owe it all to the family's nurturing to be where I am today. Academy Elder, I have always remembered your teachings. A warm smile appeared on Fan Yuan's face, he was humble and cautious. The Academy Elder never thought that the prickly Fan Yuan would take the initiative to greet him. He was stunned for a moment, then showed a gratified expression. Looks like you have matured a lot these years. Elder Fan Yuan, work hard. The family needs new blood like you. I am proud of you. Fan Yuan once again thanked the Academy Elder sincerely, and at the same time, he responded to the other elders. He had 500 years of experience. This kind of acting was a piece of cake. He advanced and retreated, his words were gentle, his attitude was humble, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Guyue watched coldly from the side. The more he watched, the colder his heart became. This Fan Yuan's way of dealing with the situation, his every word was so reserved. Was he really just a teenager? Could it be that he was born to be a politician? The academy elder was shocked. He thought back to when they were in school. Fan Yuan was so unruly, even exploiting his classmates. He felt a headache because of this. He did not expect Fan Yuan to have such an earth-shattering transformation. On the other hand, Guyue and Emochun were not surprised by Fan Yuan's behavior. He had already experienced Fan Yuan's schemes. At this moment, looking at Fan Yuan's cultured and refined manner, becoming the center of attention and the center of the crowd, he sighed in his heart that Guyue had practiced a good move. This exchange was casual, and did not last long. But no matter what the clan elders were thinking, no matter where they stood, they couldn't help but look at Fan Yuan in a new light. They all sighed in their hearts. Rumors were indeed unreliable. In the end, Fan Yuan politely declined the invitations of some elders and left the Patriarch Pavilion with a smile on his face together with Guyue. Humph, are you satisfied now? Not only did you topple Guyue and Yao Ji, you even dragged our Qi family into this. Qi Lian finally stopped pretending in the study, and the smile on his face was replaced by anger. Fan Yuan sat opposite him and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, you have to thank me for this matter. With Guyue and Yao Ji's downfall, it is your Qi branch that has gained a great advantage." Guyue's eyes flickered. "Humph, young man, your thinking is too simple. Qi Zhong may be a member of my Qi branch, but his wife is from the Yao branch. The clan leader appointed him as a temporary medicine hall elder only to balance the internal strife between my Qi and Yao branches. How on earth did you know about Qi Qing?" At the end of his speech, Guyue suddenly asked. His eyes were fixed on Fan Yuan, flashing with the sharpness of an eagle. Fan Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, "Old man, I don't have enough yuan stones on me. Give me 3,000 first." Bang! Guyue fiercely slammed the table and growled in a low voice. "Fan Yuan! Don't think that just because you know this secret that you can control my Qi branch. I'm old and don't have many years left to live. At worst, I'll give up my life. Humph, I can accept cooperation, but I won't be threatened. I won't allow what happened today to happen a second time. If you carelessly make enemies and then casually drag my Qi branch into this mess, you will definitely regret it. Do you really think that secret can destroy the entire Qi branch? Hee, don't be naive." Fan Yuan was silent, his eyes distant as he let Guyue berate him. After Guyue slammed the table, his aura was as shocking as a tiger, but the more he spoke, the weaker it became. In the end, it was obvious that he was out of breath and lacking confidence. Until he stopped talking, Fan Yuan leisurely smiled. "Old man, don't be so angry. I'm indeed short on money recently. I'm not asking for these 3,000 yuan stones from you for free, I'm borrowing them from you. I can write an IOU for you." Guyue coldly snorted, his tone slightly relaxed. "You won't be lacking in yuan stones. You've just become an elder, so you don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to elders. As long as you're an elder, you'll get 100 yuan stone every week. And this is the amount during peacetime. Now that the wolf tide is here, you'll get 300 yuan stone every week. Not only that, you can also get a rank 3 goo worm for free. At the same time, the clan's recipes, from rank 1 to rank 3, will be open to you. You can choose as many recipes as you like to refine your rank 3 goo worm. There are also other privileges, for example, ordinary goo masters can only marry one wife. After becoming an elder, they can marry one wife and 2 concubines. So it's like that." Fan Yuan was naturally aware of this, but on the surface, he showed an expression as if he was hearing it for the first time. "But even so, I still want to borrow 3,000 yuan stone. You know, I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 goo worm naturally requires a large amount of yuan stone." Fan Yuan sincerely said. Guyue was silent. He pondered. With Fan Yuan's status as an elder, he won't go so far as to not pay back his debt. Then what about his reputation? But what if he dies in the wolf tide? Then wouldn't my 3,000 yuan stone be for naught? Wait, isn't it better if he dies? Qiqing's aptitude can continue to be concealed. But this secret, how did he know? Who else knew about it? I might as well lend it to him first, and lower his guard before probing him. Thinking so, Guyue did not persist, and took out a pen and paper. Fan Yuan wrote an IOU, and made a fingerprint. Guyue called the housekeeper, and instructed. Soon, a few full money bags were brought over. Fan Yuan weighed each money bag in his hand, but did not find any problems. He really needed this yuan stone. To refine the man-beast life burial goo, he had almost used up all his savings. These 3,000 yuan stone could be considered a timely rain. Advancing to rank 3 was just the beginning. He needed to refine a rank 3 goo worm, to truly possess the fighting strength and survivability of a rank 3 goo master. Regarding this, he already had a rough plan in his heart. 3,000 yuan stone might not be enough. But it was not important, the chief faction would be his large bank. Borrowing yuan stone this time was just the beginning. If there was a first time, there would be a second time, first time unfamiliar, second time familiar. As for paying back the debt, after getting the yuan stone, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, but smiled. I still want to borrow something. Don't push your luck. Guyue's expression sank, but he still said, Speak, what is it? Cleansing water goo. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, and said frankly, The caravan had once sold a cleansing water goo. If anyone was most likely to buy this goo, it was most likely Guyue goo. Because he used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson Qiqing's aperture, raising his cultivation. This caused the aperture to contain a strange aura that could only be removed by cleansing water goo. Absolutely not. Guyue goo resolutely refused. He had indeed bought that cleansing water goo, but this goo worm was prepared for his grandson Guyue Qing. If he wanted to buy it again, he would have to rely on luck. Don't be so ruthless. Fan Yuan chuckled. A cleansing water goo or the chief faction's reputation, which is more important? I believe Lord Guyue Lian, as the chief faction's leader, can clearly distinguish between them. Guyue Lian's expression completely sank, turning cold. He fiercely stared at Fan Yuan, gritting his teeth. Fan Yuan, you need to know what you are doing. You are extorting me, extorting the Grand Chief Faction's leader. No, I am not extorting, this is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water goo, I will return you a new one in the future. I can also write an IOU for this. Fan Yuan smiled, but his tone was firm, showing his determination to obtain it. Don't even think about it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. An hour later, Fan Yuan left Qi clan with 3,000 yuan stones and a cleansing water goo. Meanwhile, Guyue Lian was sitting in the study, looking at the 2 light IOU slips written by Fan Yuan on the table. The anger in his heart was like a surging river, surging endlessly. Qi faction's weakness was in Fan Yuan's hands, causing Qi Lian to be in an extremely passive position. Fan Yuan's victory was also within reason. 3 days later, Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his face reflecting a white light. A white ball of light floated in the air. The goo fusion had reached its final stage. Fan Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light, while throwing yuan stone after yuan stone into the ball of light. The ball of light suddenly disappeared, and a brand new goo flew into Fan Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a large ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was dotted with black spots. Its size was relatively large, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Goo. Finally, the fusion is complete. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was his second fusion. Sky Canopy Goo was fused from the rank 2 White Jade Goo and a Water Attribute Defensive Goo. Fan Yuan's first fusion used the Water Shield Goo and the White Jade Goo. The fusion failed, and the Water Shield Goo died. The Water Element Defensive Goo worm he used this time was exchanged with Fan Yuan's last bit of battle merit points. However, this Sky Canopy Goo was not Fan Yuan's first rank 3 Goo. His first rank 3 Goo worm was directly taken from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming a clan elder, the clan would reward a rank 3 goo for free. Thus, Fan Yuan chose the Thunderwings goo. This goo was the spoils of war that the clan elders obtained after killing a frenzied lightning wolf. It could condense a pair of lightning wings, allowing the goo master to fly for a short period of time. With the Thunderwings goo's assistance in movement, Fan Yuan's last weakness in battle strength was filled. Chapter 160. Lord Fan Yuan, this is the secret room, please enter. In the dark underground tunnel, a rank 2 goo master old man was walking in front, leading the way for Fan Yuan. The secret room that stored the clan's goo worm fusion recipes was not far ahead. After Fan Yuan advanced to clan elder, his status changed drastically. The clan's collection of fusion recipes, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5, he had the authority to look through them. If it was an ordinary rank 1 or rank 2 goo master, they would have to use yuan stones or battle merits to exchange for the recipes. This secret room was located underground in the village, and was extremely secretive. Even if the village was razed to the ground, this secret room would still exist. Back then, the founder of the Guyue village, the first-generation clan leader, found a spirit spring in this underground cave, and made the decision to establish the village here. After generations of clan leaders' management and development, the underground cave of the Guyue village had become the Guyue clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary goo masters did not have the authority to enter this place. Only clan elders and clan leaders, as well as the Dark Hall goo masters in charge of guarding this place, had this authority. Many goo masters only came here once in their lives. That was the aptitude ceremony. The youngsters would come to the Spirit Spring Flower Sea and use the Hope Goo to open their aperture. Other than that, unless there was a special reason, the underground cave was absolutely forbidden for unauthorized people to enter. Even the goo masters guarding this place had gone through strict selection. After all, the Spirit Spring in the underground cave was the foundation of the entire Guyue village. The large amounts of yuan stones that condensed from the spring supported the cultivation of all the goo masters in the Guyue clan. As they walked along the tunnel, the sound of their footsteps reverberated unceasingly. The murmur of a flowing river could be vaguely heard. That was the underground river in the cave. After a while, the goo master led Fan Yuan to a stone door. He patted his stomach, and a goo flew out of his aperture, and in a flash, it hit the stone door. The stone door's surface rippled, like a stone thrown into the water. Next, the light on the stone door's surface changed, and gradually disappeared, revealing the secret room inside. The secret chamber was not small. It was about an acre in size. Every few steps, there would be a stone table half the height of a person. Dozens of stone tables had white jade plates on them, and there was a goo worm resting quietly on the plates. These goo worms came in all kinds of colors and were about the size of a fist. They looked very similar, like silkworms. On its head were two compound eyes similar to those of a bee or a dragonfly. His compound eyes were brightly colored, like enamel glass. However, its surface was not soft. It was covered with a layer of glossy carapace, and the carapace even had a metallic luster. Lord Fan Yuan, this is your first time in this secret chamber. Let me introduce them to you. These rank 2 digital shadow goo all had a recipe recorded in them. The green digital shadow goo contained almost all the rank 1 recipes in the clan. The red and black digital shadow goo contained a rank 2 recipe. The white goo contained a rank 3 recipe. The orange digital shadow goo contained the rank 4 recipe. As for the rank 5 recipe, it is naturally in the purple digital shadow goo at the center of the stone platform. At the side, the elderly goo master introduced. The digital shadow goo was a type of goo worm that could record images. One step further would be the rank 3 photo-audio goo. After fusing it into a photo-audio goo, not only could it record images, it could also hear sounds. In the rock crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photo-audio goo to leave Fan Yuan his last words regarding the inheritance. But recording the recipe did not require sound, thus the digital shadow goo was enough. The fusion recipe was extremely precious. If it was recorded on ordinary bamboo paper, if it was stolen, Not only could it be used to fuse the Gyue clan's unique goo worm, it would also be a serious leak of the clan's information. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. An experienced goo master could tell the strengths and weaknesses of the fused goo worm from a recipe. If the recipe was leaked to a clan, it would be a huge loss. In future battles between goo masters, the clan's goo masters could be countered by the enemy. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, graded, and specially preserved. The digital shadow goo was easy to refine, and the cost was not high. It was the most common method of preserving recipes. Lord Fan Yuan, these digital shadow goo belong to the Secret Hall clan elder, but it does not hinder you from activating your primeval essence and reading it. It is just that with your current status, you are still unable to read rank 4 and rank 5 recipes. There are 2 more points. The secret room is the clan's important place. Your every move here will be monitored in secret. Every day, you can only stay in this secret room for 15 minutes at a time. After the time is up, you will have to come out. The elderly goo master said again. I understand. Fan Yuan nodded. Lord Fan Yuan, I do not have the authority to enter. I will stand at the door. Once the time is up, I will call you out. The elderly bowed. Fan Yuan stepped into the secret room. Just as he entered, the stone door behind him turned from virtual to real, locking him in the secret room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was quiet. Footsteps echoed in his ears, and on the surrounding walls, there were a few water-light goo. The light emitted from their bodies rippled like water, and as the light and shadow changed, there were layers of ripples, bright and dim. Fan Yuan took out a red and black goo worm, and injected his white-silver primeval essence into it. Immediately, the digital shadow goo's compound eyes shone with 2 pillars of rainbow light. He slightly raised the digital shadow goo, and aimed the compound eyes at the white jade plate on the stone platform. The 2 pillars of rainbow light converged on the white jade plate, and after a series of changes, words appeared. This was a recipe on how to refine the moon's goo. First, it listed the pros and cons of the moon's goo. The advantage of the moon's goo was its attack range, which was twice that of the moonlight goo. Its weakness was that its attack power was not outstanding. Next was the refinement recipe. The moon's goo was refined from the combination of the moonlight goo and the scarstone goo. Next was the matters to take note of during the refinement, and the trick during the refinement, if you had some jade stones in the middle of the refinement. Or at night when there was plenty of moonlight, refining outdoors would have a higher chance of success. Finally was the experiences of the refiners of the past. This part had the most content, with a voluminous amount of over 10,000 words. Fan Yuan looked at it, and memorized some things in his heart. After all, it was the crystallization of countless people's experiences and experiences. Some of the content, even Fan Yuan did not know. After all, the moonlight goo was a goo unique to the Gyue clan. In his previous life, he had never obtained the position of clan elder, and came here to read. Time was limited, so Fan Yuan hurriedly glanced at it, and put the digital shadow goo back to its original position, and then specifically looked at the white digital shadow goo. In the white digital shadow goo, it recorded the refinement recipes of rank 3 goo worms. Most of them were not suitable for Fan Yuan, and the goo worms needed were all based on the Moonworld goo, Moon's goo, and so on. Fan Yuan did not look at it in detail, and to save time, he only glanced at it hurriedly. He had previously combined the moonlight goo with the little light goo to refine the moonglow goo. On the basis of the moonglow goo, there were only 3 refinement recipes that caught Fan Yuan's eye. The first was the rank 3 golden moon goo. The range was still the same as 10 steps, but the attack power was increased. Once it was shot out, the golden crescent was half a person's height, and emitted a trace of domineering might. The second was the frost moon goo. The moon blade was eerie white and cold, emitting a frosty aura. The victim would feel the cold enter their body, and their movement would be slow. The third was the phantom moon goo. This goo was special. It was not used to attack, but once activated, it would allow the goo master to create a phantom, diverting firepower and confusing the enemy. Especially this phantom moon goo, if it was refined, it could be used as a base to advance, and above that would be the rank 4 Moon Shadow Goo. Moon Shadow Goo can be planted into a Goo Master's aperture and suppress the Goo Master's primeval essence. In the records regarding the Phantom Moon Goo, there was also some information about the Moon Shadow Goo, providing a reference. Moon Shadow Goo, isn't it the goo that the rank 4 clan leader used to plot against the Flower Wine Monk? Fan Yuan saw this, and his heart moved, his brows furrowing. There were many goo worms in this world, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew 1 out of 10,000 goo worms. He originally did not know much about the Moon Shadow Goo, but now that he knew its use, his heart was filled with doubts. The Moon Shadow Goo had a special effect, suppressing a rank 4 Goo Master's primeval essence by 30%, a rank 5 Goo Master by 15%, and a rank 3 Goo Master by 60%. In other words, a C-grade talent like Fan Yuan, with only 40 to 50% primeval essence, if hit by the Moon Shadow Goo, would not be able to use any primeval essence, and their battle strength would plummet, as if they were crippled. Of course, if it was Fan Yuan himself, using the Moon Shadow Goo against him would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, with no return. This was because once the Moon Shadow Goo entered his aperture, the spring-autumn cicada would show its might, and under its pressure, the Moon Shadow Goo would be instantly refined by Fan Yuan, becoming his possession. What made Fan Yuan suspicious was that it was not the Moon Shadow Goo, but the Flower Wine Monk. I remember on the image wall, the Flower Wine Monk's image was covered in blood and wounds. Earlier when he fought with the 4th generation and the clan elder, he only suffered light injuries. I thought those injuries were caused by the Moon Shadow Goo, but I never thought that the Moon Shadow Goo's effect was only to suppress primeval essence, preventing the Goo Master from using it. Then how did the Flower Wine Monk's injuries come about? Fan Yuan was a cautious person, and the more he thought, the more puzzled he became. After the Flower Wine Monk lost to the clan elder, and temporarily retreated, what happened? If the Moon Shadow Goo was not the main cause of his death, then what was the reason? In an instant, the originally clear Flower Wine Monk's inheritance became confusing in Fan Yuan's eyes. Lord Fan Yuan, it has already been 15 minutes, I believe you must have gained something. No matter what, please come back tomorrow. At this moment, the stone door turned into nothingness again, and the old Goo Master stood at the door and said respectfully, "All right." Fan Yuan's eyes flashed, and he put down the photographic Shadow Goo in his hand, and left the secret room. Whether it was the Golden Moon, Frost Moon, or Mirage Moon, these fusion recipes were not what he wanted. That was because these goo worms ate large amounts of moon orchid petals. Moon orchid petals were hard to store, and could only be stored for a few days. In Fan Yuan's plan, he wanted to leave the Gyue village and roam the world. If he refined these goo worms, without food to feed them, they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still some rank 3 recipes that he did not see. I'll come back tomorrow. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 161. Guzhenren 157_Guzhenren free reading _section 157. Blood Moon Goo. The next day, secret room. Colorful lights gathered on the white jade plate, forming a recipe, Blood Moon Goo. Using the fusion of rank 2 Moonglow Goo and Blood Chi Goo, a rank 3 Goo is formed. Once activated, the moon blade will be blood red, the size of a basin, and if a wound is formed, it will bleed non-stop. This is it. Fan Yuan's gaze swept over it, memorizing the recipe. He closed his eyes and recalled, then opened his eyes to compare. After repeating this for 3 to 5 times, he was sure he had memorized the recipe without any mistakes. Compared to Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Phantom Moon, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon Goo was much more unorthodox. In the fusion recipes of the first 3, there were close to 100,000 words of fusion knowledge and experience. But this Blood Moon Goo's recipe only had a few thousand words. It could be seen that in history, there were very few Goo masters who chose to fuse the Blood Moon Goo. The Blood Moon Goo's attack power was barely passable, and its range was only 10 meters. Even if it attacked and created a bleeding effect, the effect was not good. Rank 1 to rank 5 goo masters, because of their limited primeval essence, would usually be able to determine the victor in a short battle. The bleeding effect, in a real battlefield, was only a small problem. Against goo masters who specialized in healing, they would have corresponding methods to counter it. And the blood moon goo had a huge flaw. During a few days of every month, it would ooze blood. Blood flowed out continuously, and in this period of time, its attack power would fall to a third of normal. But it had a great advantage that Fang Yuan liked. It was easy to feed. It was much easier to feed than Golden Moon, Frost Moon, and Phantom Moon. Its food was no longer moon orchid petals. It needed fresh blood. Although there was a lot of blood, there was no limit to the type. It was hard to say in Western Desert, but in Southern Border, there were thousands of miles of undulating mountain ranges, and all kinds of wild beasts could be seen in the depths of the forests. Killing them would allow one to extract their blood on the spot. To the blood moon goo, its food was all over Southern Border. It could be seen everywhere. Next, I will fuse this blood moon goo. Fang Yuan quickly made up his mind. He had already memorized the detailed steps of the fusion and the things to take note of. He already had the moonglow goo. But the other goo, the blood chi goo, was slightly troublesome. The blood chi goo was precious. It could replenish the goo master's blood chi. A goo master who possessed the blood chi goo. They were full of energy, and even if they were injured or lost too much blood, the blood chi goo could replenish it. Thus, their survivability in the battlefield was higher than ordinary goo masters. Xiongjiang had once yearned for a blood chi goo. If the blood chi goo was used with the roaming zombie goo, the repercussions of the latter would be reduced to zero. This greatly extended the time he could remain a zombie, and he no longer had to worry about the consequences. He was already a well-known figure among rank 2 goo masters and had a high status, but until he died in battle, he didn't get what he wanted either. In the secret room, Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the digital shadow goo on the stone table in the center. Today, he had more than enough time. Out of the 15 minutes, he only used 5 minutes. There were still 10 minutes left. The yellow-skinned digital shadow goo recorded a rank 4 recipe. The purple digital shadow goo recorded a rank 5 recipe. The owners of these digital shadow goo were all secret Hall clan elders, but the one in charge of feeding them was the clan. Goo worms could be borrowed, as long as the goo worms will recognize it. The digital shadow goo's will was one with the secret Hall clan elder. Fang Yuan had advanced to clan elder. His identity was recognized by the secret Hall clan elder, thus he could freely use a portion of the digital shadow goo. But the secret Hall clan elder didn't think Fang Yuan had the authority to read the rank 4 and 5 recipes. Thus, the yellow and purple digital shadow goo, even if he activated his primeval essence, would not respond. In fact, even wild natural goo worms could obtain their will's recognition. Those beast kings were like this, thus they borrowed the power of goo worms. Humans also had such situations, like the legendary rank 5 river-swallowing toad, Jiangfan. If Fang Yuan used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to instantly refine these goo worms and obtain the recipe, he could do so. But the consequences of doing so were not something Fang Yuan could bear. And the benefits he could obtain were not enough to move him. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse refine the rank 1 moonlight goo. This goo originated from the first clan leader, and it was on this basis, after hundreds of years, that it developed to such a large scale and grand occasion. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fusion was to raise a low-rank goo to a high rank. Reverse refinement was to reduce high-level goo worms to low-level ones. Between one upgrade and the other, because the process was different, the result could be a brand new goo worm. The moonlight goo was not a natural goo worm, but a reverse refinement by the first clan leader. In this world, many goo worms were created on the basis of natural goo worms by goo masters, creating brand new species. Thus, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience, his knowledge of the entire goo world was limited. And in the clan, there would be one or a few unique goo worms. These goo worms were not rare natural goo worms, but new species that were reverse refined. Based on this foundation, the goo masters developed a clan's unique strength. Guyue clan's Moonlight Goo, Xiong clan's Bear Strength Goo, Bai clan's Stream Goo, all were in such a situation. If common goo worms were used, then it would be easy to be targeted. A clan's foundation was in the Spirit Spring, which could produce Yuan Stone. Next was at least one unique goo worm, so that one's strength could not be completely interpreted. Then there was the bloodline. Bloodline was an important bond that held the clan together. Thus, even though the Moonlight Goo was only a rank 1 goo worm, the reverse refinement recipe's value was even higher than many rank 4 or 5 recipes. The reverse refinement recipe of the Moonlight Goo had always been kept by the clan leader. Of course, other than the clan leader, there would always be a loyal clan elder who knew the recipe in secret. At the same time, the photographic goo's recipe was also properly hidden. Fan Yuan obviously could not find the recipe in this secret room. This recipe is extremely valuable. If I can get my hands on it before I leave, that would be the best. But there is no need to force it. Fan Yuan saw through this and was indifferent. To him, he did not intend to build an organization or force. The Moonlight Goo's recipe was not a necessity to him. But rank 3 goo worms like the Blood Moon Goo are what I need the most. Although Fan Yuan had rank 3 cultivation and had white-silver primeval essence, not all his goo worms were rank 3. He could not display the true battle strength of a rank 3 goo master. I have the Thunderwings Goo, Sky Canopy Goo, and if I refine the Blood Moon Goo, I would have 3 rank 3 goo worms. But this is far from enough. Ordinary goo masters depended on the clan. With the cooperation of the clansmen and resources, they only needed 3 or 4 goo worms. That was enough. But Fan Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and travel far away, so he needed at least 6 goo worms to be able to deal with all aspects. According to his experience, these 6 goo worms had to provide him with help in 6 aspects: attack, defense, healing, storage, scouting, and movement. In terms of attack, the Blood Moon Goo barely qualified. In terms of defense, the Sky Canopy Goo could do the job. In terms of movement, although the Thunderwings Goo consumed a lot of primeval essence, it could allow Fan Yuan to fly for a short period of time. It was very powerful. But in terms of healing, the 9-leaf Vitality Grass was weak. It was after all a rank 2 goo worm, and if it advanced further, Fan Yuan would not be satisfied. The rank 2 9-leaf Vitality Grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its advantage was, it could produce rank 1 Vitality Leaves. Selling Vitality Leaves could give him an endless supply of Yuan Stone. It was like a money tree. But from now on, Fan Yuan would have to travel in uninhabited places. Even if he produced Vitality Leaves, he would not be able to find other goo masters to exchange for Yuan Stone. In terms of scouting, the Earth Communication Ear Grass had a wide range, and although it was rank 2, it could barely be used. In terms of storage, Fan Yuan did not have any. This was the most important point. One person moving alone, logistics first. Before the army moves, rations and fodder first. It could be said that this was the foundation to support the other 5 aspects. Storing food to feed goo worms, human food was one aspect, but the crucial point was the storage of Yuan Stone. Without Yuan Stone, a goo master would lose the motivation to cultivate. In this aspect, Fan Yuan had not made any progress. Before he could get his hands on the storage goo worm, he would not leave the village. The logistics goo worm used for storage needs to have a wide range, able to store food and Yuan Stone. Then it needs to be easy to feed. Finally, it would be best if it could extend the shelf life. But even in the 3 clans resource board, there is no goo that suits my needs. Looks like I can only use the Chi faction to squeeze out more of their foundation. 15 minutes passed. Fan Yuan walked out of the underground cave, thinking in his heart. Lord Fan Yuan, hello? A middle-aged male goo master stood at the exit, clearly waiting for Fan Yuan. You are? The person smiled. I am Guyue Zhong, currently acting as the Medicine Hall clan elder. So it's him. Fan Yuan came to a realization, and could not help but size up this person. Gu Yuezhong had a proper appearance, with a square face and a steady aura around him. Like Fan Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was already at rank 3 middle stage. After Fan Yuan made Gu Yaoji faint from anger, Gu Yuezhong was appointed by the clan leader to temporarily lead the medicine hall. And his wife was an important member of the medicine faction. This was Gu Yuebo's political move to balance the conflict between the two factions. But no matter what, Gu Yuezhong had risen to the top because of this. Here are 300 yuan stone, this is a week's allowance for the clan elder. I knew you were here, so I brought it here for you. I hope you don't mind my decision. Gu Yuezhong said, passing a money pouch to Fan Yuan. This man. Fan Yuan squinted, receiving the money pouch. Clan elder's allowance had to be personally received by the clan elder. But Gu Yuezhong could receive it on his behalf. From a certain perspective, this was hinting at Fan Yuan's connections and status in the clan. But this kind of hint was just right, mixed with a friendly acknowledgement, which made people feel that it was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I came to find Lord Fan Yuan this time because I have a request. Soon after, he got straight to the point, directly stating his purpose. Oh, you want me to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass? Fan Yuan showed a profound expression. Guzhenren 157 Guzhenren's full text free reading section 157, Blood Moon Guz update complete. Chapter 162. Gu Yaoji once fancied the 9-leaf vitality grass in Fan Yuan's hands, so she used her authority to set up a policy to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. But when Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became a clan elder, he made a powerful counterattack, causing Gu Yaoji to faint on the spot, forcing Gu Yuezhong to take the stage. Gu Yuezhong took the initiative to find Fan Yuan this time to persuade Fan Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It is not impossible to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fan Yuan pondered for a while and said, There is a saying that goes, times have changed. Today is different from the past. In the past, Gu Yaoji wanted Fan Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was a command from the top, you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. But now, Fan Yuan was already a clan elder, his status was only lower than the clan leader Gu Yuebo, and he was on equal footing with Gu Yaoji and the others. Therefore, Gu Yuezhong persuaded Fan Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was not a command from the top, but an equal transaction, an exchange of benefits. The 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious. The vitality leaves were a small source of income in short supply. Fan Yuan had so many goo worms on hand now, and a large portion of their feeding expenses were supported by it. However, there was nothing in this world that was not for sale, it was just that the benefits were too small to be moved. Although the 9-leaf vitality grass was precious, as long as the price was right, why couldn't it be sold? The so-called goo was just a tool. It was a means to achieve one's ambition. So what if it was the spring-autumn cicada? As long as the situation was right. Abandoning it could exchange for greater benefits, why not do it? If you want to obtain it, you must first learn to give it up. Fan Yuan naturally had such awareness, so he looked at Gu Yuezhong. Gu Yuezhong smiled. If you are willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, then I am willing to compensate you with this token. Saying so, he took out a token. The token was simple, triangular in shape with a rounded tip. On the front, there were 3 words stacked in the shape of a pagoda. Order of reward. On the back, there were also 3 words. Reward for meritorious service. The order of reward was a reward for meritorious service. You are a newly promoted elder, so there are some things that you might not be clear about. This reward token was specially given to Gu masters who made great contributions to the clan. Even the elders. Very few people have them. With this token, he could go to the family's underground wormhole. Choose any goo worm. The goo worms in the wormhole. They are all rare items. 4 of the top 10 goo worms on the resource list came from this underground wormhole. Gu Yuezhong explained. Fan Yuan was tempted. He was not surprised by this. The Guyue clan was a clan that had stood tall for hundreds of years. It was impossible for them to not have some foundation and accumulation after such a long time. In fact, as long as it was a family with a long history, they would have a secret place similar to the underground wormhole to store goo. He only wanted to obtain the goo worms here. They had to be meritorious officials, and they had to have made great contributions. At the same time, they had to be loyal. Fan Yuan had just been promoted to elder, he was still far from this qualification. I want to leave the clan, so I need to store goo worms. This token is a good choice. But Fan Yuan was worried. The 9-leaf vitality grass could be given up. It was indeed of great help to Fan Yuan, but it could not be used in the future. Its healing effect was not outstanding, and the vitality leaves it produced could not be used for continuous healing. Fan Yuan was worried that even if he exchanged for this token, he might not be able to find the ideal goo in the wormhole. Guyue Zhong had been observing this situation. He misunderstood Fan Yuan's hesitation and said, "In the wormhole, there are not only rank 3 goo worms, but also rank 4 goo worms. Elder Fan Yuan, you will not lose out. If you regret it in the future, we can exchange it back. But it will take some time, and it has to be done secretly." Fan Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Qizhong again. "This is an outstanding person," he sighed in his heart. A new official has to make drastic changes. This Qizhong understood his position very well. Not only did he have to compromise with the clan leader, he also had to compromise with the Qi faction and the medicine faction. But at the same time, he had to show his abilities. Fan Yuan handing over the 9-leaf vitality grass had a special meaning to him, and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast, there are so many outstanding people. Under the beast tide, there are constantly old people sacrificing themselves, and new people taking over. From a certain perspective, this is also the replacement of the clan, only then can it maintain its vitality and allow the clan to stand tall. Fan Yuan thought. Too many old people would cause an organization to rot and turn dark. Thus, the elimination mechanism was the only way for an organization to maintain its vitality. Guyue Zhong was only one of the representatives. Survival of the fittest was the natural way for vitality to flourish. The human body's metabolism could maintain its vitality. The goo worms in the hands of a goo master should not remain the same. Only with change can there be improvement. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan took the token from Guyue Zhong's hand and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass at the same time. Fan Yuan's initiative allowed Qizhong to quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. He placed this grass goo into his aperture, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had ambition in his heart. Temporarily becoming the medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity for him. If he could grasp this opportunity, it was not impossible for him to advance from temporary to official. But to achieve this, he would need to compromise with the 3 parties. But politics was the art of compromise. When Yao Ji was in power, she could not do anything to Fan Yuan. But after he took over, he could make Fan Yuan hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. This was not only expressing goodwill to the medicine faction and carrying out Yao Ji's legacy, it was also unknowingly showing his own ability. For this, he did not hesitate to give up the reward token that he had painstakingly accumulated. "Lord Qizhong, it was a pleasure talking to you. I wonder if you have time after this?" Fan Yuan said as he kept the token. Guyue Zhong's gaze flashed, feeling somewhat puzzled. After a while, in the guest hall, Guyue Dong too and his wife greet the 2 elders. Fan Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed their heads. They bowed towards Fan Yuan and Qizhong, their attitude extremely respectful, even carrying a trace of fear. After the news of Fan Yuan being promoted to elder spread, it set a benchmark and role model for many young goo masters, and also brought shock and fear to his uncle and aunt. This Fan Yuan, he was only AC grade, how did he suddenly advance to rank 3 and become an elder? Even if it was Guyue Fanjing, a great aptitude, he was only rank 2 upper stage now. After such a shock there was fear. They could not help but be afraid. As long as they thought of how they bullied Fan Yuan in the past, they would feel fear in their hearts. Life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young for being poor. With the identity of an elder, it was different. They were afraid that after Fan Yuan made his fortune, they would come looking for revenge. But Fan Yuan still came looking for them. Not only that, he even brought another elder with him. They come with ill intentions. They come with ill intentions. Guyu Dong too lamented in his heart. Fan Yuan smiled. Uncle and aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have been promoted to an elder, I am still the nephew of the two of you. Come, sit down. Saying so, he sat on the main seat. Guyu Zhong also sat on the other side. These two seats were originally for his uncle and aunt, they were the seats of the host. But when Fan Yuan and the rest sat, his uncle and aunt did not have any objections or dissatisfaction. They even sat on the lower seat. They were hesitant and cowering. This was the power of an elder. His uncle and aunt looked at each other and sat down anxiously. They sat upright and still. Their expressions were reserved, and they only sat on half of the chair. At this time, a servant came up to deliver tea. Guyu Zhong remained silent and did not drink. Fan Yuan, on the other hand, was unruffled. After tasting the tea, he asked, I wonder how uncle and aunt are doing recently. Fan Yuan asked with a smile, but in his uncle and aunt's eyes, it was even scarier than a thunderous rage. Especially his aunt. When she thought of how she had insulted Fan Yuan, she was so scared that her body was trembling. Sigh, the wolf tide is here, life is in turmoil. Especially the wine shop was forced to close down, the rent of the bamboo buildings is also decreasing. Honestly, our family is so poor that we can't even feed ourselves. His uncle actually shed tears when he said this. He had taken good care of himself in the past, but now he was no longer rosy. His hair had turned white, and his wrinkles had increased. Especially when he responded to the conscription, it was obvious how poor he was. But Fan Yuan also knew that he had been in charge of the wine shop for many years, he still had some savings. Now that he said it pitifully, it was probably because he was afraid of his revenge, and wanted to use his pitiful appearance to gain sympathy. This uncle is usually smart, why is he so stupid when it comes to me? If I came for revenge, would I bring Guyu Zhong? Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He did not like his uncle and aunt, but it did not mean that they had no value. Uncle and aunt, you have taken care of me a lot. My achievements today are all thanks to your nurturing. Today, I just received my allowance from the elders. Here are 300 yuan stone, please accept it. As he said this, Fan Yuan passed the money bag to his uncle. What? This? Guyu Zhong's expression at this moment was too interesting. There was uneasiness in the shock, fear in the uneasiness, and disbelief in the fear. His aunt was also stunned. She stared blankly at the money bag in Fan Yuan's hand. What was going on? Instead of the revenge they imagined, they were given 300 yuan stone. Fan Yuan's words just now were harsh to their ears no matter how they listened to them. Take care of. Nurture, these words were full of sarcasm, making them feel even more strange. What is this Fan Yuan planning? What does he want? How does he want to torture us? His uncle and aunt looked at each other, hesitating. They did not dare to accept the money bag. Since it is Elder Fan Yuan's filial piety, just accept it. Guyu Zhong said expressionlessly. Yes, yes, yes. His uncle nodded repeatedly and accepted the money. Although he was nicknamed the Hidden Elder, he was nothing compared to the current Medicine Hall Elder. He held the 300 yuan stone with both hands. Even with his stingy character, he felt that the money bag was too hot to handle. He really wanted to throw it away immediately. Since uncle has already accepted it, then I shall take my leave, Fan Yuan said as he left. His uncle and aunt wanted to see him off, but Fan Yuan stopped them. Stop looking. In the corner, Mother Shen sighed and said to her daughter, Shen Shui. Shen Shui's expression was gloomy. She only retracted her gaze when Fan Yuan and Qi Zhong's silhouettes completely disappeared. Mother, did I make the wrong choice? She asked. Elders could marry one wife and 2 concubines. If she had been faithful, she might have become Fan Yuan's concubine. I really didn't expect Fan Yuan to reach this stage with his C-grade aptitude. Mother Shen shook her head helplessly. Girl, don't take it too hard. Fan Jing has a great aptitude, he won't be any worse than him. Yes. Shen Shui agreed, her dim eyes blossoming with a faint light. In this world, mortals are so lowly. Just look at her, how many things could move the hearts of Gu masters. Since she has already given her body to Fan Jing, that is the bed of her life. There is no turning back. Chapter 163. Howl! 4 frenzied lightning wolves raised their necks and howled loudly. Swish, swish, swish. Heavy rain poured down, the curtains of rain intertwined and dark clouds covered the sky. It caused the sky to darken, greatly hindering one's vision. Quick, there's a gap near the east gate, Xing Nan's group will go up. Healer? We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, kill, kill! Kill all these wolf cubs! Competing with the wolf howls were the shouts of Gu masters. Everyone was fighting a bloody battle. Surrounding the village, the battle lines stretched on like a raging fire. The people's shouts, the wolf howls, the sound of heavy rain and the sound of the wind mixed together. The densely packed lightning wolves charged towards the village wall like a tide. The pit in front of the village wall had already been filled up by thick wolf corpses. Under the lead of bold lightning wolves, the wolf pack had an extremely strong charging force. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu masters were fighting on the front lines. Large numbers of moon blades shot towards the wolf pack, flipping over the lightning wolves one by one. But the wolf pack also had lightning bolts and lightning balls that shot towards the village, causing casualties to the Guyue clan. Elder Fan Yuan, this is the casualty report from the medicine hall, please take a look. A messenger Gu master rushed over. After seeing Fan Yuan, he bowed and handed over the report with both hands. Fan Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master and had become a clan elder. He was given a mission by the clan and became the leader in suppressing this western area. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze from the battlefield and received the bamboo report, saying to the Gu master, "You may leave." The Gu master bowed again and left. His speed was fast. Using a Gu worm to increase his speed, he quickly left and rushed to the next area. Any Gu master assigned to deliver messages had at least one movement assistance Gu worm, some even had 2. Fan Yuan opened the report and glanced at it. The casualty figures on the battle report were quite shocking. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the Guyue village almost 10 times. The casualties of the clan's Gu masters were extremely severe. Guyue Zhong, who was the temporary elder of the medicine hall, was under even more pressure. He was originally a middle-aged man, but when Guyue Zhong saw him by chance these few days, he actually had some white hair. However, because Fan Yuan had the memories of his previous life, he was mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe in the history of the Guyue clan. Casualties are unavoidable, he thought to himself as he activated the moonlight in his palm and crushed the report into powder. Only the elders of the clan had the right to read these reports. If they were to be announced to the public, it might cause panic. Even though the Guyue stronghold was already panicking enough. The feeling of unease was getting heavier by the day. At this moment, the moonlight in Fan Yuan's palm was no longer pure blue. Instead, it was blood red. This was a rank 3 blood moon Gu. In order to refine this Gu, Fan Yuan had failed once. It wasn't until the second time that he succeeded. As for the materials for the fusion, they were naturally obtained by squeezing out Guyue's cultivation. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering the aperture in his body. In the aperture walls were shining, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, but there were no impurities, it was pure white. The primeval essence droplets were all white, with a metallic silver luster. This was a rank 3 Gu master's white-silver primeval essence. The water accumulated into a sea, and the aperture was a sea of white-silver primeval essence. Originally, there was a layer of dark red filth on the surface of the silver sea, but now it was gone. Fan Yuan had already used the cleansing water goo that he extorted from Gyue's cultivation. The after-effects of the man-beast life burial goo had been completely eliminated. But this was not without a price. Fan Yuan's aptitude had dropped by a little. Originally it was C grade 44%, but now because of the man-beast life burial goo, it had dropped by 2 points, and the aperture could only hold 42% primeval essence. But this price, Fan Yuan was already mentally prepared. In the end, he still had to thank Gyue's cultivation. If not for his cleansing water goo, that dark red filth would contaminate his primeval essence for a long time, and Fan Yuan's aptitude would drop even more. A big ladybug with a white shell and black spots was flying in the air above the sea. This was the sky canopy goo. The stealth scales goo with the appearance of a stone fish was submerged in the primeval sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing on the sea. As for the newly refined blood moon goo, it looked similar to the moonlight goo, and was residing in Fan Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent moon mark. As for the rank 3 Thunderwings goo, it was residing on Fan Yuan's back. It was like 2 lightning tattoos. What was worth mentioning was the spring-autumn cicada. Its condition was getting better, and its recovery speed was also getting faster. This situation made Fan Yuan secretly happy, but also somewhat worried. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo master, and he was only a rank 3 goo master. With his current aperture, he might not be able to hold the fully recovered spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada's aura was getting stronger. Like a paper tube filled with iron, the aperture might not be able to hold it. If there's really no other way, I can only leave it by my side. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. This move had a huge disadvantage. Rank 6 goo worms were all related to the Tao, and contained fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. Leaving it outside for a long time would cause the laws to resonate, and unless it was in hibernation, the commotion would not be small, and would cause all sorts of phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was the only way. Howl! At this time, a loud wolf's howl entered his ears. Fan Yuan suddenly retracted his consciousness. Lord Elder, frenzy lightning wolves have joined the attack. Gyue, Jiang Jian and the other elders are defending near the east gate, and hope you can go and help them. A goo master hurriedly reported. Crack! With the sound of thunder and lightning, 2 wings appeared on Fan Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue electric currents, and their appearance was simple and abstract. But with just a flap of the wings, it brought Fan Yuan up into the sky, its speed extremely fast, rushing towards the east gate battlefield. Flying in a straight line, Fan Yuan arrived at the battlefield in just a few breaths' time. The frenzy lightning wolf was trying to attack the east gate, and a few elders were near the entrance, fighting fiercely with it. The frenzy lightning wolf suddenly jumped out of the battlefield, and its tail swept towards a rank 1 goo master girl in the corner. This goo master's face turned pale, and hearing the sound of the wind, seeing the wolf tail sweeping towards him, he cried out bitterly in his heart. It's over! With his ability, he might not be able to dodge or block it. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and hugged her. The girl only felt the world spinning in front of her, and when she came back to her senses, she saw that she was already flying in the air. The wolf tail swept below her, and a 2-story bamboo building suffered a heavy blow, on the verge of collapse. Her expression turned even worse. If she was hit by the wolf tail, she would have turned into meat paste. Immediately after, she realized that she had been saved. Who was it that saved her? She raised her eyes to look at this person, and was stunned. It's him? Gyue, Fan Yuan. For a moment, the girl's heart was filled with complex emotions, and it was hard to describe with words. She and Fan Yuan were classmates, and Fan Yuan had once snatched her Yuan stone, so she naturally hated and loathed Fan Yuan. But she could not help but admire Fan Yuan's achievements. Especially when the news of Fan Yuan being promoted to clan elder spread, she was shocked and in awe. Like Fan Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but she was still a rank 1. Now, she was saved by Fan Yuan. This was a life-saving grace. She was grateful towards Fan Yuan, but also shocked and in awe. There was still a trace of hatred, but it seemed to have disappeared completely. The battlefield here is dangerous. Retreat far away. Fan Yuan flapped his lightning wings and landed on the ground, putting down the girl in his arms. He had some impression of this girl. She seemed to be his classmate, but he could not remember her name. After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer flying, but sprinted over and joined the battlefield. The Thunderwing's goo was fast, but its consumption of primeval essence was not slow either. Fan Yuan was a C-grade talent, and among rank 3 goo masters, in terms of primeval essence reserves, he was at the lowest level, thus primeval essence should be used more sparingly. Blood Moon Goo. He waved his hand, and a moonblade flew out. This moonblade was blood red, and when it hit the frenzy lightning wolf's body, it immediately caused a wound, and blood flowed continuously. The girl stayed on the spot, staring blankly at Fan Yuan's fighting figure. Slowly, her eyes started to shine with an indescribable light. 17 to 18 years old, it was the age of love. This Fan Yuan, what do you think? Far away, clan leader Guyuebo saw this scene and asked a trusted aide beside him. The aide immediately said, I heard Elder Fan Yuan has already responded to the medicine hall's call, and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. He had just received the first allowance, and gave it all to his uncle and aunt, as a sign of filial piety. These days, he has repeatedly participated in killing frenzy lightning wolves, and his attacks are sharp and ruthless, gaining many merits. Not only that, he has saved his clansmen many times. His reputation is getting better and better. There are already some rumors in the clan. Prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more valuable than gold. Let's see the new elder of the Fang faction, etc. From what I see, although Fan Yuan is only a C-grade talent, he has quite an outstanding battle talent. He came at a good time. With his parents' inheritance, just that 9-leaf vitality grass alone is an endless source of income. He has used 2 red steel relic goo, but to be able to cultivate to rank 3, there is still luck involved. As he said this aide could not help but reveal a slightly jealous expression. He was also a C-grade talent, but only had rank 2 cultivation. To reach this step today, he had used up most of his life. And that Fan Yuan was only 17 years old, but he was already a clan elder. Truly, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Guyuebo listened to his aide's words, nodding his head noncommittally. The aide's words represented the majority of the clansmen's opinion. But it was somewhat superficial. Guyuebo had been the clan leader for many years, and his horizons were naturally higher. Fan Yuan handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, so he must have made some kind of deal with Guyuezhong. Giving all the subsidies to his uncle and aunt was probably not a sincere gesture, but a political show. The main propagator of this matter was Guyuezhong. As for saving people, whether it was sincere or not, it still needed to be investigated. But no matter what, Fan Yuan no longer acted alone. Even if it was an act, it was worth being gratified. His actions after being promoted to clan elder were to actively get close to the clan, and to contribute to the clan. And the clan's prosperity naturally required these contributions. Thinking of this, Guyuebo instructed, Those people from Dark Hall, these few days of investigation have not yielded any results. Forget it, let's temporarily stop the investigation on Fan Yuan. Yes, subordinate will inform them now. The aide retreated. Guyuebo stayed on the spot, squinting his eyes. He thought inwardly. Despite all sorts of reasons, my cultivation speed is still quite fast. This Fan Yuan definitely has some secrets on him. But at this time, the wolf tide is serious. Every bit of strength must be used wisely. Wasting it on Fan Yuan is a waste. But the investigation is necessary. We can only wait until after the wolf tide. Chapter 164. With a boom, the frenzy lightning wolf's elephant-sized body fell to the ground. Its mouth was wide open, its eyes losing focus, its life leaving it. Its body was covered in wounds, and fresh wolf blood flowed out continuously, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The rain continued to pour down, diluting the wolf blood and spreading it in all directions. The ground was muddy, and the few clan elders standing beside the frenzy lightning wolf's corpse were panting heavily. Their bodies were drenched by the rain, and even splashed with wolf blood and mud. They were in a sorry state. "We finally killed it! This frenzy lightning wolf has a defensive goo worm on its body. It's really hard to deal with. Luckily we had Elder Fan Yuan's blood moon goo accumulating its injuries, or else killing it would have been even more difficult." As the elders spoke, they looked at Fan Yuan one after another. When they heard that Fan Yuan had refined the blood moon goo, they did not think much of it. But now it seemed that it was very effective against the frenzy lightning wolf. "Elders, you are too kind. If not for your help and protection, I would not have been able to attack so fiercely." Fan Yuan wiped the rain off his face, saying politely, "Don't say that, it's what we should do. We are old, we did not feel it before, but now that we have fought alongside Elder Fan Yuan, we have a deep feeling." "Yes, yes." The few clan elders laughed. In the battle just now, Fan Yuan advanced and retreated. His attacks were sharp and ruthless, and his handling of the situation was very experienced, causing the few clan elders to have a whole new level of respect for him. Especially Fan Yuan's humble attitude, not arrogant nor rash. He was not as arrogant and unruly as the rumors made him out to be, causing the few clan elders to have a good impression of him. "I still have many areas to learn from you," Fan Yuan said respectfully, but a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. This blood moon goo had its pros and cons. After using it so many times, he had some experience. The blood moon goo was good at prolonged battles, causing injuries that could not be stopped. Thus, the longer it lasted, the more serious the enemy's injuries would be. But this was based on the fact that the enemy did not have a healing goo worm to counter it. Nature was balanced. There was no strongest goo, only strong and weak. The biggest weakness of the blood moon goo is that there would be a few days every month when blood would seep out, causing the goo's battle strength to plummet. It's my main method of attack, but it seems like it's a little unstable. However, if I can subdue the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine treasury, I can make up for it. These days, the situation was very tense. The wolf tide kept attacking the mountain village. As an elder, Fan Yuan was even more eye-catching than before. He had no chance to go to the secret cave in the stone crack. "Quick, do your best to save our people! Clean up the battlefield, don't miss a single goo!" Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing goo masters immediately rushed over. "Thank you, elders, for your hard work. Please accept our medicine hall's special treatment." The leading goo master bowed towards Fan Yuan and the rest. "And it's Li Chen from the medicine faction." Several clan elders recognized this person and slowly nodded their heads, immediately changing their expressions. They were very polite to Fan Yuan, their faces full of smiles. But towards this person, their expressions were reserved, carrying the arrogance of a superior. This was the difference in status. This Gu Li Chen was only a rank 2 goo master. "I have no injuries. I don't need any treatment. Elders, let's chat again when we have time." Fan Yuan nodded towards the other clan elders. "Elder Fan Yuan's talent is outstanding. To be uninjured after the battle, truly a young hero. Sigh, compared to Elder Fan Yuan, we are really old. Hee, Elder Fan Yuan, please take care." The few clan elders immediately laughed and said, "Elder Fan Yuan, please forgive this subordinate for offending you. Let our medicine hall's healing goo masters examine you." Gu Li Chen insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction. Fan Yuan angered Gu Yao Ji to the point of fainting, causing the latter to lose her position. He naturally had disgust towards Fan Yuan, but as the leader, he naturally had to ask about his position. "Thank you for your kindness, there is really no need. Goodbye, everyone." Fan Yuan patted Gu Li Chen's shoulder, smiling as he bid farewell to the others. The clan elders either smiled or nodded in response. After he left, their expressions changed one after another, and they became solemn. This Fan Yuan, although only a C-grade aptitude, had already grown to this stage. It was truly rare. Fighting alongside him, They could feel his coldness and ruthlessness. Just thinking about it made them feel fearful. Back when they were 17, what kind of achievements did they have? Especially when they saw him smiling and patting the shoulders of the medicine faction members. Such shrewdness and talent in politics. It was truly shocking. Lord Fan Yuan, do you still recognize me? On the road, a person with a respectful and fawning expression greeted Fan Yuan. You are. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this person was a student of the same batch as him. However, he couldn't remember his name. He only remembered that whenever he stole his yuan stone, this person would always obediently hand it over. It could be seen that there was a shrewdness hidden within his weak temperament. Lord Fan Yuan, I am Gyue Dingzong. It is this lowly one's honor to be your classmate for a year. Actually, after the news of your promotion to clan elder spread, many of your classmates admired and envied you, wanting to find an opportunity to ask you for some cultivation experience. I wonder if you are free tonight? Gyue Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. Oh, is that so? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows, nodding slightly. That's fine. However, I need to change my clothes. This rain is making my entire body uncomfortable. This lowly one has already prepared hot water and new clothes. There are also a few virgin maids waiting to serve you. Gyue Dingzong smiled, his expression rippling. Fan Yuan shook his head and refused. No, before that, I still need to go to the underground cave. So that's it. Gyue Dingzong was immediately moved. Only clan elders could freely enter the underground cave. To people of their level, it was the clan's restricted area. Next, his smile became even more humble, his waist also drooping, his words revealing a flattering tone. Lord, please go ahead and do what you need to do. This lowly one's time is not valuable. Waiting for you is also a kind of honor. Fan Yuan nodded, no longer speaking. He took a step and walked away. Gyue Dingzong hurriedly took a step back, giving way, slightly bending his waist as he watched Fan Yuan leave. Entering the underground cave again. This secret room that stored precious goo worms was very spacious, almost as big as the square on the ground. But the number of goo worms stored inside was not many, only a few dozen. Kong declaration grass, return space cicada, skeleton dragonfly, phoenix butterfly. There were rank 2 to 4. But rank 2 goo were rather rare. Among them was love separation. This was the number 1 poison goo among rank 2. Even a rank 3 healing goo might not be able to heal the damage it caused. This love separation was used by Wang back then. After being killed by the clan, it had been kept here ever since. Most of the goo worms were rank 3, and there were few rank 4 goo worms. Fan Yuan originally did not have high hopes. Although the clan had a deep foundation, it was still a mid-sized clan, with 2 other clans competing against it, and the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that he would actually find a rather ideal goo. Tussita flower. Rank 3 grass goo, shaped like a red lantern, its green leaves were oval, the leaf flesh was thick and plump, divided into 3 pieces. The distance between them was the same, pointing in 3 different directions. This Tussita flower was as famous as Tussita grass. Not only could it store food, it could also store yuan stone. It was one of Fan Yuan's ideal goo worms. I didn't expect that the Guyu village would also have this Tussita flower. With it, I can solve the problem of logistics. Fan Yuan was overjoyed, immediately choosing it. Actually, the clan definitely has rank 5 goo worms. In the history of Gyue clan, there were 2 rank 5 experts. They definitely left behind goo worms. But it is impossible to leave them here. These rank 5 goo worms are the clan's trump card, and are fed by the clan with all their resources. Rather than feeding, it is more like offering. Fan Yuan left the cave. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still gloomy, and the air was not very fresh, filled with the smell of blood. Fan Yuan changed into a clean set of clothes, before slowly making his way to the gathering location. Elder Fan Yuan, you are here. Your presence brings light to my humble abode. Gyue Dingzong was already standing at the door, looking at him eagerly. He saw Fan Yuan from the corner of the street from afar, and hurriedly welcomed him with a flattering smile. He led Fan Yuan to the bamboo building, where a sumptuous banquet was already prepared, and a group of people were seated. After seeing Fan Yuan, they quickly stood up. Next, all kinds of flattering words flooded towards Fan Yuan like a tidal wave. Greetings, Elder Fan Yuan. Elder Fan Yuan, I haven't seen you for a day, but you are even more elegant than before. This lowly one is full of admiration. To be able to be classmates with Elder Fan Yuan, I am truly fortunate. Now that I think about it, it is a dreamlike experience. Fan Yuan glanced around, seeing that these people were all from the same batch as him. They were all familiar faces, and he had snatched Yuan's stone from them before. No problem. He smiled lightly, sitting on the highest seat. Serve the dishes, serve the good wine. Guyue Dingzong shouted, and the servants immediately became busy. All sorts of dishes were served like flowing water. The taste was excellent. This Guyue Dingzong's family still had some assets. To be able to prepare such dishes under the wolf tide, they had indeed paid a price, showing their sincerity. Elder Fan Yuan, this lowly one would like to propose a toast to you. Elder Fan Yuan, please do as you please. This lowly one cheers. Fan Yuan was really very casual, pouring a cup of wine, only taking a sip each time, but no one had any objections. Toasting and toasting, the wine went on for 3 rounds. He suddenly raised his wine cup, stood up, and said with a smile, There are always times when one is young and frivolous. I was a little immature in the past, and did some things. I hope everyone will forgive me, and not mind. With him standing up, no one else dared to sit down, and all stood up. Everyone knew that Fan Yuan was bringing up the past, and was talking about the Yuan stone incident. They hurriedly shouted, Not at all, not at all. Elder Fan Yuan is a true man, a true hero. To be able to catch Elder Fan Yuan's eye on this lowly one's Yuan stone, that is our honor. That's right, Elder Fan Yuan's elegant demeanor has always been deeply engraved in my heart. This cup of wine, Fan Yuan downed it, and the entire hall immediately cheered. Chapter 165. Fan Yuan put down his wine cup and sat down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. These people were not all from the same school. For example, Mobe, Chichen and others with deep backgrounds were not among them. It's about time I should leave. This banquet was not bad. Fan Yuan expressed his intention to leave. Guyue Dingzong was instantly overjoyed after being praised. He hurriedly stood up and took out a money pouch. The pouch was naturally filled to the brim with Yuan stones. He bowed and smiled flatteringly. Today, after listening to Lord's teachings, this lowly one was enlightened and learned a lot. This is just a small gift to express my gratitude. He was full of nonsense. Since the start of the banquet, he had only been bootlicking. When did he ask for any cultivation topics? But everyone acted as if this was really happening. They loudly cheered and encouraged Elder Fan Yuan to accept it. Fan Yuan did not refuse. He smiled and naturally took the money pouch. Following that, the second and third person came up to give gifts. All of them were Yuan stones. Well said, well said. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled as he accepted all of them. How could Fan Yuan carry tens of bags of Yuan stones? When Guyue Dingzong saw this, he immediately called over a few servants to help Fan Yuan carry the bags. In a short time, Fan Yuan had collected close to 10,000 pieces of Yuan stones. Finally, Fan Yuan stood up and raised his wine cup again. It is fate that brought us together. You and I will remember this camaraderie. It is worth a toast. Yes. Lord Fan Yuan said it very well. His words are incisive and wonderful. He said exactly what we are thinking in our hearts. Everyone stood up and praised as they raised their wine cups. They either had no background or did not have a strong background. They were afraid of Fan Yuan's revenge after he was promoted to elder. At the same time, they wanted to get close to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan smiled faintly, raised his hand, and raised his glass. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the moonlight that was like a veil, illuminating the courtyard outside. The cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. It was so real that it was cruel. In this hall, the decorations were elegant, and the lights were bright. Wine, women, and wealth filled the air. Everyone had an exaggerated smile on their faces. It was like a warm paradise on earth. This is the charm of an organization. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with a clear light as he stared at the thick wine in the cup, his thoughts drifting. In the past, when he robbed and blackmailed his classmates, it was just a few pieces of yuan stone, but that was enough to incur the wrath of the masses. Now, he didn't even mention it to them, and they were already rushing to deliver the yuan stone to him. Each bag contained more than 100 yuan. On the surface, it seemed that Fan Yuan had the status of an elder. But it was actually because he was previously outside the system, and now he was in the upper echelons of the organization. Under the system, the members were all willing to be exploited. Even without Fan Yuan hinting anything, there would be people who would take the initiative to bribe, people who would take the initiative to seek refuge, and women who would throw themselves at him. This world was like this, and it was the same on Earth. The people of this world are so ridiculous. They were robbed for nothing, and when there was a slight loss, they would retaliate fiercely and cry out for injustice. They would bribe the upper echelons, give gifts, bodies, and virginity, but they were all willing. They were even afraid of not doing it well. The reason why I could obtain so many yuan stones tonight is because of the system. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and couldn't help but think of Gyue, Qing Shu, Mo Yen, and Qi Shan. Talents like Gyue and Qing Shu, who had great talent, were actually much more talented than Fan Yuan in terms of cultivation. But these people cultivated slowly, and for a long time, they were stuck at the second-grade realm. Was this because they didn't work hard? He laughed coldly. This was the system's exploitation and oppression. However, this kind of exploitation and oppression was often invisible. Ordinary people would never be able to see through it. Take Fan Yuan's current situation for example. The yuan stones that these people gave, if used on themselves, would definitely be a boost to their own cultivation. So as long as there was bribery, it was a form of exploitation. Countless lower echelons would fight to bribe the upper echelons, and this was the upper echelons raising funds to increase their authority. Other than money, there was also the exploitation of time. Elites like Gyue and Qing Shu naturally didn't need to bribe others, but their time was being taken up. Usually, they would ask you to do this and that, ask you to run errands, and even say that this was the attention and favor of the upper echelons. If they used this time to cultivate, Gyue and Qing Shu would have already broken through the peak stage of rank 2, and reached rank 3. If he used the wood charm Gu, he might even be able to kill Bai Ning Bing. The subtlety was that the clan elders were not willing to let a junior like Gyue and Qing Shu advance to rank 3 so quickly. Such a powerful chess piece, if he really became rank 3, he would be on equal footing with them. How could they order him around? Who would be willing to have their authority divided? Thus, they purposely dragged and suppressed him, even saying that they thought highly of him. But he needs to be polished to become a jade, This is the truth of the system. If one couldn't see through this, then no matter how heroic one was, no matter how talented one was, they would still be nothing more than a dragon or tiger chained by chains. They would only be slaves. People like Gyue Qing Shu, Gyue Zhong and the others, no matter how talented and capable they are, so what? Although he thought of so many things, his thoughts moved like lightning, and the outside world only lasted for a moment. Everyone, please have a drink. Fan Yuan moved the wine cup to his lips, then raised his head and drank it all. Everyone hurriedly drank, not daring to leave even half a drop. Farewell. Fan Yuan cupped his fists and walked away. Behind him, the servants each held a yuan stone and followed suit. Everyone hurriedly sent him off. You all can drink, there's no need to send me off. Although Fan Yuan said this, no one dared to do so, they all left their seats and flattered him. Fan Yuan said again, I like peace and quiet. Everyone looked at his expression, then dropped the subject and stayed in the hall. Looking at Fan Yuan's receding figure, some sighed, some were silent, and some sighed. Elder Fan Yuan is truly an extraordinary person, so carefree. They were all frogs at the bottom of a well, Looking at the moon through the fog, they only felt that Fan Yuan was carefree, but they could not see through the system. Actually, as long as they joined the system, they would be exploited, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader would be sacrificed, dedicating a large amount of time and effort to manage the clan. It was just that the situation of the lowest level members being exploited was even more serious. The higher the level, the greater the benefits they enjoyed. At the start, Fan Yuan snatched the Yuan stone and created opposition, acting independently, not even letting his own younger brother off. In order to avoid this level of exploitation, he had sufficient time and energy to break through to the third rank, becoming a clan elder. This result shocked countless people. Now, he had become a clan elder, gentle and refined, with high status and authority, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing others to be extremely envious. This separation and joining, this and that, this was filled with deep wisdom. But how many people could see it clearly? Fan Yuan was not being exploited, but enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this was carefree. "All right, place the items on the table and you may leave," Fan Yuan said. The servants did not dare to have any objections. After placing the items on the table, they bowed towards Fan Yuan and left. This place was no longer the house that Fan Yuan had rented in the past. Ever since Fan Yuan became a clan elder, the clan allocated a brand new bamboo building for him. There was a study room in the bamboo building, as well as a secret room for cultivation. But the servants did not have one. Fan Yuan had to find one himself. "Tusita flower, come out!" With a thought from Fan Yuan, silver primeval essence poured in, and the Tusita flower imprint on his tongue immediately came to life. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light. The Tusita flower slowly rotated like a lantern, floating in the air and appearing in front of him. Fan Yuan activated the Tusita flower, and immediately the red light expanded, turning the surroundings into a sea of red. One by one, the primal stones flew out of the bag and into the Tusita flower, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. After a while, the red light faded. Fan Yuan opened his mouth slightly, and the Tusita flower flew back into his mouth, landing on his tongue and turning into a red lantern imprint. "This Tusita flower is a rank 3 goo, it can store Yuan stone and other things. It is one of the best rank 3 storage goo, and can store up to 30,000 Yuan stone. But considering that it also needs to store other things, I can store up to 15,000 Yuan stone." Although this was Fan Yuan's first time using this goo, with his rich experience from his previous life, he quickly deduced its limit. Yuan stone was the most basic resource for a goo master's cultivation. Without Yuan stone, a goo master would seriously lack motivation. Moreover, Yuan stone could quickly recover primeval essence, and was a great help in battle. Especially for a goo master who was alone, Yuan stone was the most basic form of protection in the wilderness. Normally speaking, a goo master needed at least 10,000 Yuan stone to ensure a goo master's basic supply for a certain period of time. And every once in a while, it needed to be replenished. A reserve of 15,000 Yuan stone, to Fan Yuan, was too little. But it was still at an acceptable level. "I'd borrowed 3,000 Yuan stone from Qilian, and with today's harvest, I won't have to worry about Yuan stone in the short term. Now I have 6 main aspects: the Blood Moon Canopy for offense and defense, the Thunderwings Goo for movement, the Tusita flower for storage, and the Earth Communication Ear Grass for scouting. The only thing I lack is a healer." Fan Yuan calculated in his mind. Previously, there was a 9-leaf vitality grass, but Fan Yuan handed it over. Thus, there was Tusita flower. But this rank 2 9-leaf vitality grass, even if he kept it, Fan Yuan was not too satisfied with its healing ability. Among the rank 3 healing goo, there are a few that are more ideal. Like the Endless Life goo, it can heal continuously and consumes little primeval essence. In this aspect, it is most suitable for a goo master with poor aptitude like me. There is also the Undying Grass. It can preserve a sliver of life and hang on to one last breath. It is a top-notch life-saving goo. The most ideal is the Self-Reliance goo. This goo is special. It relies on the goo master's own strength. As long as the Gu Master's strength is great, it can stimulate the Gu Master's metabolism, thus healing injuries. But these 3 Gu, where could Fan Yuan find them? As for the Guyue clan, even the underground wormhole had been searched by him, but he did not find any. There was no way such a rare Gu worm would appear on the substance list. The only thing that had hope was the flower wine monk's inheritance. But this possibility was minuscule, and Fan Yuan did not have any hope. He already felt that the flower wine monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be a Gu that Fan Yuan needed at the very end? If that was the case, then it would be too ideal, too perfect. But Fan Yuan knew that this world was cruel and incomplete. If he really placed his hopes on it, then he would be naive. But even so, it is time to explore this inheritance. At least that chainsaw golden centipede should be in my hands. Fan Yuan had some thoughts in his heart. Chapter 166. Guzhenren 162_Guzhenren's full text free reading _section 162. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although he planned to investigate the flower wine inheritance, Fan Yuan could not leave. He was in the limelight after becoming the clan elder, and with the frequent activity of the wolf tide, there were many tasks assigned to him, giving him no chance. Look / when he finally arrived at the rock crack secret cave, it was already more than 10 days later. Late summer night. The light rain had just stopped, bringing with it the scent of autumn. In the sky, a golden moon, round like a plate, hung high up in the sky. Faint wolf howls could be heard, mixed with the cicadas' cries. Fan Yuan hid himself on the slope and turned around to take a look. Guyue village was lit up with countless lights, the broken walls were repaired again and again, and had long lost the peace and tranquility of the past. It was like a huge beast that had gone through countless battles, lying on the ground and panting. After rebirth, even the progress of the wolf tide changed a lot. In my memory, the thunder-crowned wolf had arrived 3 days ago. But now it is nowhere to be seen. Fan Yuan took a glance, then turned his gaze away. Tonight was the time he had fought for, he had to make good use of it. After a while, he entered the rock crack's secret cave again. The cave entrance was covered in dust, but there were no footprints, showing that this place had not been discovered yet. This little detection method was not very useful, but in Fan Yuan's experience, it was surprisingly useful. Of course, he did not only set up this method. After a few inspections, he confirmed that this secret cave was temporarily safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since his rebirth, more and more things had changed. Especially during the wolf tide, Gu masters moved out frequently. Who knows, someone might discover this place. He walked into the tunnel and entered the second secret room, pushing open the stone door and arriving at the mountain rock forest. In the rock forest, there were many jade-eye stone monkey groups migrating along the previously cleared path. But now, Fan Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master. Although the Blood Moon Gu was a rank 3 Gu master, its attack power was not outstanding. But it was definitely much better than the rank 2 Moonglow Gu. Fan Yuan spent 6 hours, exterminating close to 10 monkey groups and reopening the path. He came to the center of the room and climbed the rough stone steps to enter the third secret room. The stone door blocked his way, and on the stone door was engraved, "In the Golden Centipede Cave there is a fatal disaster. Use the earthly hearing to avoid the disaster." Last time, he stopped here. But this time, he resolutely pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. He held a torch in his hand. It illuminated a radius of 10 steps. The Golden Centipede Cave was spacious. The main road was at least 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. There were also many slightly narrow branches that branched out in all directions. Wherever Fan Yuan went, fire would illuminate and darkness would recede. At first, only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the cave, but not long after, rustling sounds came from all directions. The voices converged into one. It was endless. Soon, countless centipedes appeared at the edge of the fire. They were ferocious. However, due to the bright firelight, he did not attack Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan knew. As time passed, more and more centipedes appeared. The stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not care. If he was rank 2 and only had the white jade goo's defense, he would not purposely create such a commotion and attract the centipedes. But now that he was rank 3, the sky canopy goo's defense was enough for him to withstand the attacks of the centipedes. The only thing he had to worry about was the Worm King here, the chainsaw golden centipede. It had already appeared. Fan Yuan purposely moved a trace of white-silver primeval essence from his aperture and let it flow out of his body, revealing his rank 3 goo master aura. This aura made the chainsaw golden centipede feel an intense threat. To it, Fan Yuan was a strong, wild beast that had stepped into its territory. It needed to kill him immediately. Fan Yuan and it were confronting each other. This chainsaw golden centipede was over a meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. At first, it landed at the edge of the area illuminated by the fire. It coiled its body like a python lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But soon, it moved slowly, its countless limbs supporting its body as it pressed towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's rank 3 aura made it alert, but not afraid. If it was a rank 4, it would not take the initiative to press forward. If it was a rank 5, as long as its aura leaked out, it would turn around and escape. Fan Yuan raised the torch high. The flame on the torch was burning, illuminating the surrounding cave with light and shadows. In the light of the fire, the chainsaw golden centipede's dark golden shell shone with a faint light. The sides of its body were filled with silver serrated teeth. As it pressed forward, the serrated teeth also moved slowly, like a slowed-down electric saw, making a buzzing sound. The other small centipedes surrounded Fan Yuan from the ground and walls. Some of them climbed to the top of the cave, then fell down, landing on Fan Yuan's shoulders and back. Fan Yuan did not care. He activated the sky canopy goo, and a thick layer of white crystal light appeared on his body, forming a vague armor that tightly wrapped around him. The poisonous limbs of the centipedes could do nothing to this white crystal armor. Some of the twisting centipedes crawled on his face and ears. It might be disgusting, but Fan Yuan's mental fortitude was strong enough to ignore it. In his previous life, when he was in the wilderness, he ate everything, he even ate centipedes that were not poisonous. Actually, the taste was not bad, it tasted weird at first, but he got used to it after a while. He only focused on the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede advanced slowly, shortening the distance between it and Fan Yuan. When it was 3 to 4 steps away, Fan Yuan stopped the leakage of his white-silver primeval essence, causing his aura to weaken. The chainsaw golden centipede acutely sensed it, and its speed increased, like a golden line. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance, and climbed up Fan Yuan's calf. Its speed was really fast, and when it moved, a golden light flashed. By the time Fan Yuan reacted, the chainsaw golden centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan quickly stretched out his hands, and grabbed the centipede's head. The chainsaw golden centipede struggled intensely, and even though Fan Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, he was gradually losing strength. Especially since the chainsaw golden centipede had a row of serrations on each side. It started to spin rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. A strong tearing force ground the sky canopy goo's white crystal light. At once, Fan Yuan's white-silver primeval essence in his aperture decreased rapidly, and at the same time, the white light was like sparks, being ground by the serrations. Fan Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light silver primeval essence, and he only had 42% in reserve, so it could not withstand such consumption. But Fan Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. Even if he could not get rid of the chainsaw golden centipede, he still had a trump card. Spring-autumn cicada. He willed, and the spring-autumn cicada's figure appeared in his aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery was much better. Its 2 wings were not only fresh and tender like leaves, its body also had the glossy luster of a noble tree. But overall, it still gave off a dry feeling. It had already recovered by 20%, and its aura was naturally stronger. This aura was released. The struggling chainsaw golden centipede immediately withered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm, facing the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's aura. It did not dare to move at all. Fan Yuan felt it the most. A moment ago, he was still holding on to the chainsaw golden centipede tightly, as if he was holding on to a poisonous python, trying to stop it from biting. In the next moment, it turned into a soft rope made of grass. Fan Yuan smiled, and activated his white-silver primeval essence. The chainsaw golden centipede had already surrendered. Fan Yuan's will was immediately destroyed. The wild will in its body was completely destroyed. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already under Fan Yuan's control. Fan Yuan released his hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless limbs moved rhythmically. It climbed up the white crystal armor, circling around Fan Yuan's waist, and coiled around his arm. The surrounding centipede swarm dispersed like the tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural will, could control the swarm. But now that Fan Yuan's will had replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the swarm. Fan Yuan did not exterminate the centipede's swarm and let it leave. In another decade or so, there might be a new chainsaw golden centipede in this swarm. But this no longer had much to do with Fan Yuan. He allowed the chainsaw golden centipede to cling onto his shoulder, and went deeper into the cave. This centipede cave was connected in all directions, and after walking for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fan Yuan first used the earth communication ear grass, and after listening for a while, he eliminated the middle path. He chose the right path, and after walking for half an hour, he found that it was a dead end. He could only retreat, and change to the left path. He kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and with the aura of the golden centipede, it was the most effective against these centipedes, and so everywhere he went, the swarm of insects avoided him. This greatly facilitated his exploration. Not long after entering the left path, he found some clues from the exposed walls after the swarm of insects moved away. This is a sign of artificial mining. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Evidently, this passage was opened up by the flower wine monk using the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Fan Yuan followed this path, and slowly walked down, patiently exploring. There were many centipedes living in this path, and this was good news for Fan Yuan. Because there was a swarm of insects living here, he could eliminate the possibility of many traps. This passageway was much longer than he had expected. Fan Yuan spent over 12 hours exploring and walked for close to 1.5 li. The slope of the path became more and more downward, and Fan Yuan gradually went deeper into the ground. Every once in a while, he would stop, and use the earth communication ear grass to listen, to eliminate as much possible danger as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What is this sound? Fan Yuan gradually heard a strange sound. Immediately, he realized what this sound was. This is the sound of water, could it be? His heart moved, and he already had a vague guess. At the end of the path, he saw a crystal wall. Behind the crystal wall was water. In the water there were streams of grayish-white water, forming a spiral shape, rotating around each other. It was like a miniature tornado, rising and falling, growing and multiplying endlessly. Just as I guessed, this is a natural spirit spring. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's eyes could not help but focus. Immediately, he saw that there was something else in the spirit spring behind the crystal wall. A blue and white flowered bud was floating leisurely in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Chapter 167. Fan Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus in front of him, and the doubts in his heart dissipated by half. He deduced the rough history. Turning back time, close to 1,000 years ago. A rank 5 Gu master expert, alone, came to Qingmao Mountain, and coincidentally found this natural spirit spring in the underground cave. He was overjoyed, and set up camp here, moving the mortal villages at the foot of the mountain, forming the embryonic form of the Guyue village. He wantonly married hundreds of wives and concubines, spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of the Guyue clan, the founder of the Gyue village. After the first generation passed away, time passed. The second generation, third generation, and finally the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader had a great aptitude, and also cultivated to rank 5, bringing the clan to another golden age. One day, a demonic Gu master came to the village. He was a bald man, dressed in pink, and was a loner. He loved to violate the chastity of innocent girls. He was the famous demon of the demonic path at that time, the Flower Wine Monk. This Flower Wine Monk had some sort of fortuitous encounter, and knew the recipe to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He made a lot of preparations, and was just short of a natural spirit spring to refine this flower goo. He searched left and right, and finally chose the spirit spring in the Gyue village. Initially, he used the moon orchid as a pretense to get close to the higher-ups of the Gyue clan, and finally found out the truth of the Gyue clan. Then, in the battle with the fourth-generation clan leader, he used his great battle strength to almost obtain a complete victory. Not only did he kill the fourth generation, he even got rid of most of the clan elders. But he was poisoned by the Moon Shadow Goo. The Moon Shadow Goo was a goo that restricted the use of primeval essence, and was not fatal. But the Flower Wine Monk was concerned about refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and did not want to massacre and attract unnecessary attention, hindering the refinement. Thus, he chose to act in secret. Finally, he secretly used the thousandly earth wolf spider to dig a tunnel, and stealthily came here. Using the materials he had prepared, he successfully refined the heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. This heavenly essence treasure lotus had a great origin. Its refinement recipe was created by a righteous Gu master thousands of years ago, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was only a rank 3 flower Gu. But after it advanced to rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus, it was ranked 6th among the 10 great immortal Gu. Its value was comparable to spring-autumn cicada. Heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, it could produce yuan stone for Gu masters. However, the cost of fusing it was extremely high. To refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, a natural spirit spring was needed. This spring had to be filled with elemental energy. It couldn't be an elemental spring that had been used for many years and had a weak foundation. After the fusion was successful, the spirit spring would be completely useless, losing the ability to produce yuan stone and becoming the most ordinary spring water. The value of a natural spirit spring was enormous. Just look at how it fed Gyue tribe and countless Gu masters for close to 1,000 years, it was clear. Refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus would require the destruction of such a spirit spring. But this was just the beginning. In the future, to advance to rank 4, he would need to waste 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, he would waste another 9 mouths. At rank 6, he would need to waste another 11 mouths. Besides this, he would need to use other precious Gu worms as supplementary materials, each of them priceless. If I had this heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be like having a miniature spirit spring with me. Heavenly essence treasure lotus is only rank 3, the yuan stone it produces cannot compare to a normal spirit spring, but it is enough to support my cultivation expenditure. There were many benefits to this. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could directly produce yuan stone. His income would definitely be much higher than the 9-leaf vitality grass. With yuan stone, not only could he advance his cultivation, he would also have enough money to exchange for it. With this treasure lotus, Fan Yuan could reduce the amount of yuan stone he had to carry. In the Tusita flower, he could only store food and other things, greatly reducing the burden on his logistics. But I heard that the process of refining this treasure lotus is complicated and mysterious. The treasure lotus goes from nothing to something, and during this period, it seems illusory yet real. Ordinary people cannot see it with their naked eyes, only through crystals can they see it clearly. This Gu is delicate, and needs to be nurtured in the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights. Only when this treasure lotus has 9 complete lotus leaves can it be plucked and stored in the primeval sea in the aperture. If I am too hasty, all my efforts will be wasted. All my previous hard work will turn into bitter water and flow away. Fan Yuan did not know the exact recipe of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he only knew some secret rumors. To him, he had no idea how to further refine it. But even so, this rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus was still of great help to him. At this moment, he looked through the crystal wall and observed carefully, only to find that this flower bud actually only had 8.5 lotus leaves, with only half a leaf remaining. It was still a little short of 9 complete leaves. Fan Yuan did not find it strange. Hundreds of years had passed, the Spirit Spring's foundation had been depleted, and was no longer as good as it was during the 4th generation. This heavenly essence treasure lotus was equivalent to condensing most of the Spirit Spring's essence, and the Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was constantly being depleted, causing its foundation to decrease. Thus, the treasure lotus gradually turned around and replenished the Spirit Spring's losses. Only when there were losses would there be remnant leaves. The heavenly essence treasure lotus can only be plucked if it has 9 leaves. Right now, there are only 8.5 leaves. If I want to pluck it, I will have to throw Yuan stone into the spring. Yuan stone was the crystallization of the Spirit Spring. It could nourish the treasure lotus and allow it to grow again. But don't underestimate this half a leaf. To grow it, a large amount of Yuan stone would be needed. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be the effect of the moat goo. Fan Yuan tried to touch it with his hand, and found that this wall was both real and illusory, like a shadow of light. His hand went into the wall, but there was no obstruction. But he quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to go deep into the Spirit Spring. The Spirit Spring was most taboo to be polluted. He poured in his primeval essence, activating Tusita flower and taking out a Yuan stone. He threw the Yuan stone into the crystal wall, and as if the wall did not exist, the Yuan stone went through it and quickly entered the spring. It crashed into the heavenly essence treasure lotus phantom. The blue and white flower bud of the heavenly essence treasure lotus immediately shook like water. Almost in an instant, this Yuan stone was digested by the heavenly essence treasure lotus. When the flower returned to normal, Fan Yuan focused his attention, but did not see any changes in the leaf. His expression was calm, and he threw in tens of Yuan stone, but the leaf still did not grow. Fan Yuan continued to throw in Yuan stone, and at the same time, counted the number of Yuan stone in his heart. When he threw in more than 500 Yuan stone, he saw the leaf grow by a little. Seeing this, Fan Yuan's heart sank. According to this calculation, he would need to throw in more than 50,000 Yuan stone at once. If he threw it in batches, as time passed, the clan would continuously take out Yuan stone, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus would consume itself to replenish this Spirit Spring. More than 50,000 Yuan stone. I already have more than 10,000 with me, I still need 40,000. With his status as a clan elder, it was not difficult for Fan Yuan to gather 40,000 Yuan stone. But the real problem was, once this heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, this Spirit Spring would be completely destroyed. At that time, it would definitely attract the wrath of the entire clan, and they would go crazy in their investigation. Fan Yuan was experienced, but his methods were limited. If he really did not care about the consequences, he would definitely be found. In reality, the higher-ups of the clan had long suspected him, but due to the wolf tide, they did not act up. Once the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fan Yuan would definitely be the first suspect. Even if Fan Yuan secretly escaped, he would be hunted down by the entire clan. I will not give up on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Even without the recipe, who knows what will happen in the future? But once I pluck this goo, it will be like poking a hornet's nest, and I will be killed. Fan Yuan thought to himself. To collect this heavenly essence treasure lotus, he had to wait for the right opportunity to appear. This heavenly essence treasure lotus should be the last of the flower wine monk's inheritance. But there are still many suspicious points in this whole matter. In order to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the flower wine monk came here. But what unforeseen event happened that caused him to be heavily injured, and he hurriedly set up this inheritance before he died? The reason the flower wine monk set up the inheritance, Fan Yuan already knew. It was to take revenge on the Guyue clan. If the heavenly essence treasure lotus was taken out from the spirit spring, no matter if it was successful or not, the natural spirit spring would definitely be destroyed. Without the natural spirit spring, the Guyue clan would not have a base to stay here. Falling apart was something that would happen sooner or later. Forget it, without any new evidence, there will be no progress in dwelling on this suspicious point. Let's return to the village first. Finally, Fan Yuan shook his head, and began to return along the path he came from. But before he left the secret cave, a shrill and loud wolf howl could be heard continuously. This sound! Fan Yuan's heart sank, and he hurriedly walked out. Walking to the riverbank outside the stone crack, a thick smell of blood assaulted his nose. Although he was still a distance away from the village, the battle cries, wolf howls, and explosions interweaved together, making it extremely noisy. Fan Yuan turned invisible, and climbed up a hill. It was now dawn, and the sky was dimly lit. Countless wolf packs, like a tide, rushed towards the Guyue village in waves. Fan Yuan's gaze swept across, and his body shook. At the back of the wolf pack, he found a lightning wolf that was as large as a small mountain. King of beasts, Thunder Crown Wolf. This wolf's body was slender, its limbs strong, and its entire body was covered in blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur were distributed on the wolf's claws, head, and tail. Especially the fur on its head, it was all puffed up, forming the shape of a towering crown. It half squatted on the ground, and was as quiet as a statue. The frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that were constantly howling around it only served to accentuate its elegance and nobility. It was only sitting on the ground, but it already brought great psychological pressure to the Guyue clan. We've finally welcomed the King of Beasts. The Guyue village has reached a crucial moment of life and death. Fan Yuan looked towards the village, where countless Gu masters were fighting intensely, trying their best to resist the crazy wolf tide. Suddenly, close to 10 figures leapt out from the village walls, going against the wolf tide and going against the flow, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. These people were all clan elders, and among them, the clan leader Guyue Bo was in the lead. Chapter 168. To fight the Thunder Crown Wolf, they had to take the initiative. Its strength was too great, and if they let it into the village, it would cause a huge loss. This team was strong, with the rank 4 clan leader Guyue Bo as the spearhead and the other clan elders as support. They had a great impact force. The wolf tide surged, but they went against the flow. Their teamwork was strict, like a warship, splitting the wind and waves, advancing forward bravely. Everywhere they went, they were invincible. The closer they got to the Thunder Crown Wolf, the greater the pressure from the wolf tide. Guyue Bo's face was calm. Suddenly, he stretched out his right palm and slashed fiercely in front of him. Swoosh! A golden moon blade, the size of a grown man, formed in an instant and shot forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After flying for a few meters, the moon blade suddenly changed, splitting into 3. The 3 moon blades moved side by side, bringing with them the sound of the wind. Like a knife cutting through flesh, 3 bloody paths were carved out. The wolf pack fell down, broken limbs flying everywhere, and miserable cries could be heard. A frenzied lightning wolf growled, pouncing towards the Gu masters from the right. Let me! A clan elder took a deep breath and suddenly turned from a skinny man to a fat man. There was a loud bang. He used his round belly and sent the frenzied lightning wolf flying. The frenzied lightning wolf was aggressive, and the greater the impact, the stronger the rebound. It was thrown high up in the air, drawing an arc in the air and landing hundreds of meters away. The other clan elders also displayed their abilities. Some had long hair like needles, shooting out from time to time, sweeping away groups of lightning wolves. Some had light armor on their bodies, enduring the biting of the lightning wolves. The Thunder Crown Wolf slowly stood up from its half-sitting position. It stared at the Gu masters charging towards it, its eerie eyes flashing with vigilance. It opened its mouth and let out a low growl, revealing its sharp and jagged teeth. The frenzied lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves heard its growl and immediately mobilized, pouncing towards the Gu masters. The Gu Master's charge slowed down, feeling a strong obstruction. Clan leader! Clan elders, we're counting on you! You must win! Countless pairs of eyes were focused on them. Countless cries rang out in the hearts of the clansmen. This was the most crucial battle. If they were defeated, the entire stronghold would face the danger of annihilation. If they won, they would have survived the most difficult moment of the Wolf Tide. This was a battle that would decide the life and death of the Gyue clan. None of the clan elders retreated. They pushed forward while bathed in blood. Even though they did not lose a single person, they were all wounded. They killed their way through the encirclement and faced the Thunder-Crowned Wolf head-on. Healing Light Gu. Suddenly, a middle-aged female elder stretched out her hands, and a pure white warm light surged out. It first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then onto the elders' bodies one by one. This was a rank 3 Gu worm that could heal groups, immediately stopping the bleeding of the Gu Master's wounds, healing their light injuries and healing most of their heavy injuries. Accept the challenge! Gyuebo roared. When the 5 elders heard the signal, they swung their hands and shot a crescent blade towards the sky. A clan elder suddenly roared, his muscles bulging and expanding to 3 times his original size, turning into a white-haired gorilla. It leapt to the front of the group, its 10 fingers clasped together. Gyuebo stepped on its hands. It growled and kicked with all its strength, throwing Gyuebo into the sky. Moon Invitation Gu. Gyuebo opened his left hand, emitting a hazy whirlpool of purple moonlight. The elders' crescent blades were attracted by this purple moonlight whirlpool, swallowing them one by one. Slash! Gyuebo's eyes shone with a sharp light, and with a thunderous voice, he chopped down with his palm. Whoosh! Wind and thunder roared, and a purple crescent blade, larger than a horse carriage, fiercely slashed towards the Thunder-Crowned Wolf. This crescent blade seemed slow but was actually fast. In an instant, it hit its target. The Thunder-Crowned Wolf howled, and at the crucial moment, its body lit up with a lightning armor. Bam! The next moment, an intense explosion occurred, and the sky was filled with eerie blue lightning and deep purple moonlight. Countless people squinted their eyes, and the air currents surged, sending countless ordinary lightning wolves flying. After the intense light disappeared, the Gu Masters were already engaged in an intense battle with the Thunder-Crowned Wolf. The clan elders were all experienced, and had great teamwork. An old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, shooting out needles like rain. A woman's nostrils were filled with fire like snakes, and she breathed out a wave of orange flames, attacking from both sides. 3 Gu Masters, one turned into a white ape, and the other had skin as hard as steel, restraining the Thunder-Crowned Wolf. One threw out a puppet Gu, injecting primeval essence into it, turning it into a rat and shell grass soldier or a red spear wood soldier, acting as cannon fodder and attracting firepower. The healing Gu Masters stayed at the periphery, activating healing light Gu from time to time. There were also defensive Gu Masters protecting them. The Thunder-Crowned Wolf was stunned. On its right forelimb, there was a huge wound, and blood flowed out continuously. This was the result of that purple crescent blade. It growled continuously, falling into the Gu Master's meticulous trap. It wanted to exert strength, but was unable to do so. The Gu Masters moved and jumped around it, like fleas around cats and dogs. They continued to move and pull space, their teamwork was extremely good. But good times did not last long. The Thunder-Crowned Wolf gradually adapted, and the wounds on its body healed. It was obvious that there was a healing Gu worm in its body. This is very bad news. The existence of a healing Gu meant that this was a war of attrition. Wild Gu worms could directly use the natural primeval essence in the air, but Gu Masters could only use the primeval essence stored in their aperture. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Thunder-Crowned Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and its body flashed with lightning, its speed doubled. The white ape that the clan elder had transformed into did not dodge in time, and was caught off guard. The Thunder-Crowned Wolf bit into it, and with a swing of its head, it tore it into 2. It tore a gap in the battle line, and with a swing of its tail, waves of purple-blue lightning shot out. The Gu Masters could only retreat. In the face of danger, clan leader Gyuebo stepped forward. He was a rank 4 expert, his attacks were sharp, and his defense was outstanding. He was like a pillar of strength, using all his strength to turn the situation around. Mountain rocks crumbled, lights and shadows exploded. The battle expanded, and the aftermath wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Not a single lightning wolf dared to join the battle. The battle became more and more intense. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries worsened, and blood flowed non-stop. Some wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. The Gu Masters also suffered heavy losses, losing 6 clan elders one after another. If not for the clan elders in the village rushing out to provide support, the battle would have already collapsed. Everyone hold on, and we will win! Gyuebo's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he tried to raise the morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was covered in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Gu. Its strength, speed, agility, and other attributes had all increased by 2 times from its original foundation. Bam! With a loud sound, its right claw smashed a clan elder into meat paste. With a swing of its tail, the wind howled, and an electric net flew over, covering a group of grass puppets, turning them into charcoal. I can't! My puppet goo has been used up! The clan elder shouted in panic. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the true terror of the myriad beast king was displayed, causing everyone to despair. Gyuebo's brows furrowed, almost crushing his teeth. He suddenly shouted, "Trap it! Use the iron chain snake!" The clan elders felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. When the wolf tide started, they had already deduced countless tactics. This tactic was only used as a last resort. Wind rope goo! A clan elder shouted, breathing out a green wind from his nose, coiling around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. Swamp goo! Another clan elder growled, squatting down and slamming his palms on the ground. The ground under the Thunder Crown Wolf's feet immediately turned into a swamp. With such a 2-pronged attack, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other clan elders stretched out their hands, shooting out black shadows from their sleeves and pants. These black shadows were as thick as a fist and more than 2 meters long. Looking closely, every black shadow was a snake goo. These snakes were shaped like iron chains, their bodies dark and gloomy, with iron rings intertwined around them. Only the snake's head was normal. After flying out, they slithered on the ground and quickly climbed onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails were connected, biting each other tightly. In the blink of an eye, they had formed a metal net, taking root in the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf in place. But this situation was only temporary. As the Thunder Crown Wolf continued to struggle, the iron chains broke one by one. In just 5 to 6 minutes, this iron chain snake formation collapsed, no longer able to trap the Thunder Crown Wolf. Qiguan, Saw Ping, stay behind and prevent the wolf group from attacking the iron chains. The rest of you, retreat to the village with me. Gyuebo shouted coldly, choosing to retreat. But the other clan elders were not surprised, they already knew the clan leader's intention. They retreated to the village, and an elder immediately came to receive them. Lord Clan Leader, everything is ready. Gyuebo nodded and led everyone to the clan leader pavilion. In the square in front of the pavilion, there were already many Gu masters sitting on the ground, more than 100 of them. These Gu masters were all heavily injured and could not enter the battlefield in the short term. Each of them had a calm expression, as if they were facing death with equanimity. As for those with better mobility, they were fighting on the front lines. At this point in the battle, the clan had already given their all. When the battle was at a critical juncture, even the mortals were mobilized, using their lives to form a great wall of flesh and blood, temporarily blocking the wolf tide and giving the Gu masters time to breathe. Gyuebo and the clan elders came to the ancestral hall of the clan leader pavilion. In front of the ancestral tablets, they all knelt on the ground. Ancestors above, this junior is ashamed. The wolf tide is surging, and the village is in a life and death situation. I beseech ancestors to help us. Gyuebo said in a deep voice, and the ancestral hall fell into a deathly silence. Drip, drip. The blood of some clan elders seeped out from the hastily bandaged wounds and dripped onto the ground. Gyuebo and the clan elders held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. In the past, the first-generation clan leader had a premonition of impending death and left the village. Before leaving, he left behind his will. If the clan met with a calamity in the future, facing the danger of extinction, he could pray to his own tablet, and at that time, a Gu worm would descend from the sky and help the clan through the crisis. In history, the Guyue clan had met with several major crises and passed through them all like this. This was the final trump card of the Guyue clan. Chapter 169. The ancestral hall was deathly silent. The clan elders and clan leader lowered their heads, feeling like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. After a Gu master dies, the Gu worms they leave behind still have the will of the person. They cannot be considered wild Gu worms, and have lost the ability to directly use the primeval energy in nature. These Gu worms can be considered as the Gu master's life, continuing in another way. Everyone's heart was filled with unease. The first clan leader had passed away for close to 1,000 years. Was the method he left behind still effective? This was an unknown. After all, it had been 200 years since the last crisis. Why did they retreat? On the hill, Fan Yuan saw this scene and could not help but feel suspicious. In his previous life in the village, his cultivation was too low, and he could not come into contact with the clan's secrets. But soon, his body shook as he found a group of flying insects descending from the sky. This is... Fan Yuan squinted his eyes into a line, a cold light flashing in his eyes. There were over 100 of these Gu worms, flying and coiling around each other, forming a red cloud that spiraled down and landed in the village square. Buzz, 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 the noise of the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and some clan elders raised their heads, showing an expression of wild joy. Thank you, ancestor, for your protection. Clan leader Gyuebo's heart was relieved, and he respectfully bowed before standing up. Let's go and take a look. The clan leader sighed. Other than joy on his face, there was also pain and sorrow, his expression complex. Leaving the ancestral hall, standing in the corridor of the tall building, everyone saw that on the square, there was a red whirlwind blowing, and the Gu worms were wreaking havoc. These Gu worms were only the size of a fingertip, shaped like flying mosquitoes. They had a sinister appearance and were completely red. They burrowed into the bodies of the Gu masters sitting in the square, absorbing their blood and primeval essence, and in a few breaths of time, from one to several. The number of Gu worms increased, and there were constantly new flying Gu worms, burrowing through the Gu master's skin, flying out and burrowing back in. Screams and snorts could be heard in the square, but not a single Gu master escaped. Before they came, they had already been informed of this by the clan elders. For the clan, they were willing to use their bodies to nurture Gu, using their own sacrifices to exchange for the clan's survival. These are the good sons of my tribe. Gyuebo watched this scene from upstairs. His voice was extremely low, and his hands that were holding onto the windowsill were trembling slightly. The rest of the elders had pained expressions and remained silent. This situation was exactly the same as the family's records. This group of Gu worms left behind by the first-generation ancestor had to be fed with the lives of Gu masters before they could be satisfied. Only then would they be able to help the clan resist external enemies. Soon, this group of flying Gu were full. They flew up again. Their momentum was even greater, and in a short period of time, the swarm's numbers had increased by dozens of times. Leaving behind a pile of white bones on the square, they formed a scarlet hurricane that whistled towards the wolf pack outside the village. It really is the flying guillotine, Fan Yuan thought to himself, as he watched the scene from the hillside far away. This blood guillotine was a rank 5 Gu worm, nurturing and using in one. It was extremely mystical. It feeds on Gu master's vital blood essence, and after it is full, it will split and split, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. If it was hungry and could not find food for the time being, it would devour each other, reducing the size of the group to maintain its own consumption of life. When the flying guillotine was at its peak, the flying insects covered the sky and earth, able to destroy entire villages, and were even more terrifying than many rank 6 goo worms. When it was weak, there were only 1 or 2 of them, and they were all alone, not even comparable to a rank 3 goo. Especially when this flying guillotine evolved further, it would become the famous rank 6 demonic goo, blood deity. Among the top 10 demonic goo in the world, it was rank 7th. When Fan Yuan created the blood-winged demon sect in his previous life, the first thing he wanted to refine was not the spring-autumn cicada, but the blood deity. Unfortunately, there were many things in this world that he could not do anything about. Due to various reasons, he could only settle for the next best thing and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of flying guillotines numbered in the tens of thousands. They swept through the battlefield like a hurricane, and everywhere they went, the wolves howled. They swept left and right, drilling into the bodies of the lightning wolves. In just a few breaths, the blood of the lightning wolves was sucked dry by the flying guillotine. But this beast's blood could not split the flying guillotine. Only a goo master's blood essence that contained primeval essence could have this effect. One by one, the lightning wolves were turned into dried corpses, falling to the ground, losing all signs of life. Only bold lightning wolves and frenzied lightning wolves could spit out electric currents that could restrain these flying guillotines. However, they usually only managed to electrocute a small group of flying insects before they were swarmed by the densely packed flying guillotines behind them, sucking them dry. Howl! The iron net broke, and the Thunder Crown Wolf regained its freedom, letting out an angry howl. The flying guillotines sensed it and gathered together, forming a large red cloud that covered an area of several mu, firmly covering the Thunder Crown Wolf. The Thunder Crown Wolf's tail swung around, and blue electric plasma burst out. Hundreds and thousands of flying guillotines were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant. The crackling sound was like firecrackers exploding. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it the unpleasant smell of the burning flying guillotines. The flying guillotine was indeed a rank 5 goo worm, but it was not controlled by anyone, and could only attack by force. On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many rank 4 goo worms, and some of them had a wide attack range, which countered the flying guillotine. The flying insects surged like a red cloud, and the Thunder Crown Wolf that was the size of a small mountain roared and struggled, howling as it moved. The Thunder Crown Wolf's huge body had become its weakest point, and was targeted by the fingertip-sized flying guillotines. The battle was intense, and large numbers of flying guillotines fell to the ground. The Thunder Crown Wolf's scales were broken, and some of the flying guillotines drilled into its body, sucking blood wantonly. The Thunder Crown Wolf had no choice but to spray electric plasma on its body, electrocuting these flying guillotines to death. This way, its muscles were gradually roasted, emitting a rich, meaty aroma. The wolf tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Countless lightning wolves, under the Thunder Crown Wolf's call, charged towards the insect swarm. The goo masters could be said to have narrowly escaped death, and all of them held their breaths, nervously watching the grand and tragic slaughter in front of them. The insect swarm was like a whirlwind of death. Countless lightning wolves could not get far before collapsing. However, the lightning wolves sacrificed themselves, causing the insect swarm to expend their energy. The number of flying guillotines decreased, and the cloud-like density gradually turned into a thin mist. Towards the end, they only danced in the air, like a whirlwind. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled to get out, whimpering as it ran away. More than half of its blood had been sucked, and now its limbs were sore. Its running speed was not even a tenth of its original speed, and the electric currents on its body were sparse to the extreme. As the leader of the wolf pack, once the Thunder Crown Wolf left, the rest of the lightning wolves lost their will to fight. They also ran away with their tails between their legs. We finally withstood it. The goo masters saw this and were stunned. Some of them collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. I'm actually still alive! Many goo masters had complex expressions, some were happy, and some were sad. In the wolf tide, how many clansmen were sacrificed? Buzz, 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 the sparse flying guillotines swarm flew into the sky, circling around the Gyue village once, and then disappeared into the clouds. Fan Yuan saw this, and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. With the Thunder Crown Wolf's defeat, the Gyue village was safe. In fact, the wolf pack was almost dead, and was no longer in scale. This wolf tide could be said to be over. However, the wolf pack was vengeful, and as long as this myriad beast king was not dead, it would come back again in the next wolf tide. After a few years of recuperation, it would be even more cunning and stronger. Right now, it was at its weakest. Killing it, and taking the goo worms on its body could make up for some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhong, Gu Yan, you two stay behind and deal with the aftermath. The rest of the clan elders, follow me and chase after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Gyue Bo hurriedly made the arrangements, and immediately led the remaining 7 clan elders who could still fight out of the village, chasing after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed, and he weighed his options. Although the clan's strength is weak, the situation is not chaotic. Moreover, these flying guillotines are suspicious. I should follow the clan leader and observe the situation. He concealed his figure and walked down the hill. The Stealth Scales Goo and Thunderwings Goo could not be used at the same time. Thunderwings Goo was a rank 3 Goo, and once activated, it would form a pair of lightning wings. The rank 2 Stealth Scales Goo could not conceal it. Against a rank 3 clan elder, the Stealth Scales Goo's concealment ability was not reliable. Fan Yuan could only follow the traces and follow from afar, not daring to get too close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the rock crack's secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he suddenly appeared now, the clan elders and clan leader would be furious and question him. Moreover, there were many things that Fan Yuan could not explain clearly. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries were heavy, and its speed was not fast. After chasing for about half an hour, Fan Yuan could faintly hear the sounds of fighting and cursing in the valley ahead. He stealthily moved over, climbing up a mountain rock, and saw a group of Goo masters fighting. That Thunder Crown Wolf was lying on the ground, with many new wounds on its body, blood flowing nonstop, and it was on the verge of death. Its eyes were dim, as if it was on the verge of death. Old Bai Mao, you guys are really shameless, daring to come and take advantage of us. Gyue Bo, your words are wrong. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Gyue Bo and the Bai clan leader fought fiercely. There were 3 Thunder Crown Wolves in the wolf den. All of them were myriad beast kings, each leading a pack of tens of thousands of wolves. They did not belong to each other, and no one could suppress the other. The wolf pack's movements were always about teamwork. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves also developed intelligence, and started hunting the 3 remaining beast packs on Qingmao Mountain. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even more so, prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a large-scale hunt where everyone went out of their nest. On Qingmao Mountain, Gyue, Xiong and Bai clans had been in a stalemate for hundreds of years, and naturally had their own trump cards. Xiong clan was the weakest, and was still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty. Bai clan had risen in recent years, and their overall strength had already surpassed the Gyue clan. After killing the Thunder Crown Wolf and repelling the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought a group of clan elders and rushed to the Gyue village to see if there was anything to take advantage of. Who would have thought, they really did take advantage of a loophole, and trapped the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley. On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many goo worms, some as high as rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, skull, eyes and fur were all precious refinement materials. The Gyue clan would definitely not give it up, and in their anger, they started an intense battle. Fan Yuan, you really came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. On the mountain wall, a cold laugh could be heard. Fan Yuan raised his head, and saw a white-clothed young man descending from the sky, an ice blade whistling through the air, mercilessly slashing towards his face. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.